kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips: Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed.
Triple kill has been destroyed.
Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Akai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices Kung Fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... what happened to Ling?
I'm the Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
First blood.
Holy light.
Double kill.
10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide.
You have slain an enemy. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
Easy. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause mati jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik, ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI. It's week 3, day number 3, where teams are going to be grabbing as many points as they possibly can before we start going into the intergroups. To kick off today, it is going to be RSG up against SUHAZ Esports from Group A, HOMEBOIS against Team LUNATIX from Group B, RED Esports versus Orange Esports in Group B as well. This is going to be their final opportunity to grab as many 3 points as they can. With that being said, welcome back everybody to the MPL MY Season 10. My name is Gideon Q. This is going to be Snafa here at the caster's desk to guide you guys throughout the rest of today.
We have already been witnessing plenty of intense MLBB gameplay throughout Season 10, and now on the last day of week number 3, we are going to have a series of just as exciting games for all of you guys to watch as well. So make sure you guys keep your butts glued to your seats, because you're not going to want to miss a single moment of today's game.
Really, I'm not gonna lie, I'm exhausted. After yesterday's just continuous full 3 games, all teams are looking to snatch as many points as possible. We haven't seen too many 2-0s after Friday, but hopefully we get to see some of those today, because those 3 aggregate points, the extra 1 point is really going to make a difference.
It really does. Getting those 2-0 victories makes a big difference in those standings, because yeah, as you mentioned, getting those full 3 points when your opponent gets nothing is a pretty big difference. Even though a lot of people will think like 2-1 doesn't quite matter as much, it does really matter, and we're already seeing the effects of that based on the standings so far.
You know, speaking of the standings so far, RSG able to actually snag some points, getting their first win yesterday against Todak. So beating some of the top players and top teams in the groups is a boost of confidence, and it looks like they're going to try and do it again against SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, but without further ado, let us have the players walk up on stage.
RSGMY!
RSGMY looking better with Link Eza coming in to the stage once again to play for the jungle role. RSG strategy and discipline looking more neat than we have ever seen in the past 3 weeks.
Yep, and gaining their first victory of the season against none other than defending champions Todak is going to be quite the high here. Hopefully this team can continue riding this momentum up here on stage as they will face off in our first series of the day going up against SUHAZ Esports.
Oh, this is going to be some interesting stuff here. Number 1, HYHY in the EXP lane was substitute out in game number 3 against Todak, and it's not going to be the case this time around. He's going to be starting for the team, and the decisions being made by both the analyst as well as their coach. May I introduce you to the brains of the team? It is going to be Kuja as well as Lexia up on stage.
MPL fans will be no strangers to these two faces. Very familiar MPL veterans up there, and their experience is going to go leagues in securing yet another victory for RSG today. But of course, just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, SUHAZ Esports will still be playing from home today, which is why you do not see them up on stage.
Hopefully they get better soon, or maybe they're able to get their first win against RSG in the league. But let's look at the lineups here. Kicking things off, it's going to be HYHY, Link Eza, Hawk, Izanami, and Loliels.
Obviously, we have to focus a little bit on Link Eza, just making his Season 10 debut yesterday. We have traditionally known him to be the farming jungler, the guy that wants to farm the jungle for as long as possible and then completely come online and snowball all the way until the end. As we can see, he has been coming online with the Karina recently and fighting a lot earlier alongside his team. A slight shift in his traditional playstyle, but also something that we have seen him do before in the past.
Well, I mean, mean, with a new season and as well as a new meta, it's apparent that Linkeza has to kind of pivot the way that he plays. He can't just be a power farming machine. He's got to make that impact. And speaking of impact, Hawk, yesterday we got to see a good amount of him in all 3 of those games, being extremely proficient at his particular role, roaming around and making sure he hurts. But we got to talk about their challengers here. It's going to be SUHAZ Esports.
We have their lineup right now up on screen. It's going to be Abumon, Ikimon, Jenny, Razin, as well as Siti Norsana. Unfortunately for this team right now, their standings in the competition are not looking particularly good, even with the addition of Jenny into their ranks. So they're going to need to make something big happen here today.
Yeah, I think right now, SUHAZ Esports, with both lineups that we've seen so far, with their MDL players, with Vinsmoke and as well as Oxygen, communication was such a big thing. Even though they are great players, it's hard when you're not on the same page. But now, reverting to this lineup here with, again, not the problem with communication, but experience in the professional scene. You can definitely see that some of their moves can be considered desperate, and other times just outright, well, desperate is the best word I got for it. I can't think of another synonym right now.
I would have to say just questionable overall. You can definitely see the lack of experience, a little bit of lack of skill if we have to be a little bit harsh here. But before we go on into the game, obviously both teams are going to have similar keys to victory that they need to achieve in order to come out on top. Firstly, both teams will need to focus heavily on protecting and controlling the gold lane. Obviously, Lolils recently has really been showing up since Linkeza has been buying a lot of early and mid-game attention, allowing him to farm a lot more comfortably.
Well, let's not forget about Hawken as well as Izanami, because the mid laner is going to need to follow up in a lot of these situations. And Izanami, knowing how he plays the game, yes, he takes the time and effort. He's willing to even take roam boots to ensure the jungler as well as the gold laner is going to get maximum farm, and the payoff is going to be dire hit. So I can't blame his options, but the mid laners need to be able to create that space, have that control, and rotate quick, because we've seen time and time again when they understand their own power spikes and they give those power spikes to their side laners and junglers, there's such a world of difference when you hit the 6, the 8-minute mark.
Yeah, the concept of understanding power spikes is something that a lot of teams need to be able to recognize once they enter the professional scene. Because knowing when your lineup is strong, when your heroes are strong, what items you require to really achieve the maximum potential of your power is critical in ensuring that you're able to take full advantage of those. We already saw yesterday when RG were able to take out Todak. They seem to have a much better understanding of their respective responsibilities based on their power spike, and that allowed them to each play to their individual strengths. So hopefully, SUHAZ will achieve the same.
Let's see what you guys at home think about this particular match, with 56% leaning towards RSG and 44% leaning towards SUHAZ Esports, but a vast majority of y'all online going with RSG.
Ooh, that's gotta hit a little bit hard for the players and fans of SUHAZ Esports here, but even us on the caster desk, we can't really blame this decision. Just based on performance alone, RSG has been doing leaps and bounds better than their adversaries here today, which means that this new face, this new lineup from SUHAZ, obviously, we have not seen these players before Season 10. This is their first time gracing the MPL stage. So, let's hope we see some improvement from them today.
Well, I mean, they've only started performing this week, in week number 3. Weeks 1 and 2, they weren't able to actually scratch off a game until right about now. So I can understand the sentiment coming in from the audience, and also knowing that RSG has some of the cutest boys in the league. I mean, they're popular.
I guess that is true. Sometimes appearances do matter, no matter how shallow that may appear. But yes, this is going to be a pretty determining game here for both these teams. Obviously, even though RSG just came off of a victory against Todak, we have to remember that was still only their first victory of the season so far. So they definitely need to increase their standings with another one today. Well, and for SUHAZ, we already know their circumstances. So as we enter the drafting phase for our first game of Week 3, Day 3, let's find out what will happen on the Land of Dawn.
To start things off, SUHAZ Esports on the blue side banning out the Diggy, with RSGMY on the red side banning the Valentina. It looks like SUHAZ Esports wants to go for an Akai or even a Farm as first pick.
Yeah, it's an interesting first ban. Yeah, I can agree. The Akai, the Faramis, even the Atlas maybe will all be heroes that you would usually consider if you see a team ban out the Diggy this early on. And I do think that part of it as well is respect over the Hawk. He had a mean game on the Diggy yesterday. And it is entirely possible that SUHAZ just don't want to have to deal with it, because with the recent updates and changes to the hero, those auto alarm bombs are actually starting to do legitimate damage.
I mean, we saw in the Orange game with AIM going for Impure Rage, full Diggy Magic build. He was chunking people out, and this is why, hey man, this is why SUHAZ Esports has some of the cutest boys. Even off stage, on stage, doesn't matter where, they've got great personalities. But Masha being the follow-up band coming from SUHAZ Esports, very understandable, a very traditional blue side band.
Yep, pretty traditional there. Honestly, just looking at how popular Diggy has become recently is really surprising for us. It reminds you of the old days where the feeding Diggy strategy was popular, and now he's doing all of this damage. I feel like it's a pretty good representation for how much damage we take when we get woken up by alarm clocks in the morning before we have to go to work, go to school, you know. It's a pretty good metaphor.
It kind of is until you smash it, and then becomes a lot less effective until later down the line when it starts stacking up throughout the days, and then you smash it again. Yeah, I totally can relate to that. With that being said, RCMY read this Diggy ban. They get rid of the Akai. They understand that's something that SUHAZ Esports wants. However, this does mean there's an odd number of bans here. So SUHAZ Esports, are they going to ban out the Wanwan? Are they considering getting rid of Fanny this time? Let's see. Hopefully we get a better idea here. And it looks like they're going to be banning out the Fanny. So it's up to RCMY. Do they let go of Farmis or do they let go of Wanwan?
I think it's definitely understandable for Fanny to be the choice here for SUHAZ, because yeah, it does put that question over the RSG, ban the Wanwan or the Faramis. In this case, I think it's actually better for RSG to just let both heroes through, right? Because I feel like right now, based on the state of the meta, Wanwan is going to be more prioritized as a hero, and I think that's something they can take advantage of, because we have not seen Abumon play the Wanwan yet, and based on SUHAZ's performance, well,
I mean, I can't disagree with you there. Yeah. I want to rebuttal it bad. I was thinking about it. I was cooking it in the kitchen, and then I realized it ain't worth it. It really ain't worth it. We have to see SUHAZ Esports prove themselves first before you can really start these big rebuttals. But RCMY, they ban out the Beatrix. They're taking your advice. They're opening up the pool here. Now, I haven't seen a Wanwan into Farmis matchup. I would assume Wanwan is still extremely good. Don't get me wrong. But with Farmis's Cult Altar, is that enough to beat a crossbow of Tank plus Inspire? It looks like SUHAZ Esports believes so.
They're going to prioritize the Faramis, and I think this is going to be the anticipated result as well from us and from RSG, because they know Faramis will be easier to pull off compared to a Wanwan. And that means that Wanwan is open for RSG. I think the fans, we can hear they're making some noise over this. I'm actually personally kind of curious, when you pop the Cult Altar, how does Crossbow of Tang interact? You will pelt someone down. If they finish their HP, does it change?
Yes, it changes target. It's not like what Wanwan's going to sit there in midair is like, I'll wait for you, don't worry,
because
brother.
They're technically not dead. They're still standing there. They're just invulnerable.
Well, I mean, it's kind of the same thing here. I mean, the same would, honestly, I would make the same, I want to talk about Xborg, but it doesn't work that way either. Yeah. But it does work the same way when we're talking about things who have, people who have iframes specifically, right? And they're not in the range as well. Then it's a bit of a different story.
Because when people pop Winter Trunkian, the Crossbow of Tang doesn't pass over.
Nope.
It keeps attacking them, so I want to see the interaction here.
See, that's the thing. I do think it's a bit of spaghetti code, don't get me wrong, and I know you know a lot about spaghetti code, but there are some things that are a little like inconsistent here. So it'll be an interesting interaction to watch. RSGMY, they're going to be locking the Wanwan as well as the Eve. Very standard picks, very standard bans as well. However, SUHAZ Esports needs to figure out a way to stop the Yi from actually proccing the real-world manipulation. They can use it through the EXP lane. They can use it through the jungle lane. Julian is wide open, in matter of fact. Cho as well. Very traditional ways of dealing with it. Arguably even, the Atlas as well. But it looks like it's going to be Paquito as well as Claude.
Okay, I can agree with the Paquito pickup here because it is a flex pick, and obviously right now we can see that Paquito has been rising in strength quite heavily. Also a good way to cancel real-world manipulation, but the Claude, I'm not sure I agree with it here because I feel like when you're in the gold lane against the 1-1, you should pick a more oppressive early game gold laner instead of just saying we're both going to farm in the late game.
Well, think of it this way. Based on what I've been watching all across the regions of MPL, Claude into the 1-1 matchup, the laning phase, yes, it does get a little rough if you take a bad trade, but with when you have the battle mirror image, you have a lot of ways of getting in and out of fights, right?
That's true.
So the laning phase is not where you're looking to win. That's number one.
Okay.
Second of all, when you have the Blazing Duet fully stacked up and 1-1 hasn't built an early Winds of Nature, you're looking to 100 to 0 her instantly when you're max stacks with the Art of Thievery. So that's the general idea, and I don't think a lot of marksmen have that kind of burst potential other than the Beatrix.
I can agree with you there, but I do hope that it's not wishing for a bit too much here, because that does require a certain degree of execution that unfortunately we have not yet witnessed from SUHAZ Esports. Hopefully we do get proven wrong here, but the Cho last pick from RSG is an interesting choice as well.
Well, again, I would think that is a bit of a flex pick coming out from the side of RSG. It's very understandable. I don't think the distance you create with the Way of the Dragon against Farmis is going to stop the Cult Altar from proccing on the entire team, but hey, that's just me. Karina gets banned out by RSG, MY, SUHAZ, they ban out the Esmeralda.
Okay, an interesting choice actually for RSG to ban out the Karina themselves. This is implying that they're going for something else. They might be wanting to give Link Eza a squishier assassin-style jungler here, because Karina would have a pretty good time against it. As for SUHAZ, they are predicting that this Cho will most likely be in the roam position, so now they're going to deny picks away from HY. And with the pick on Phoveus getting banned out by RSG as well, this leads me to believe Link Elsa might be going for something like a Ling or a Lancelot.
I would 100% agree with this. RSG, MY are doubling down on their strategy. Hey, we want to make sure 1-1 has the best time possible. Get rid of the Karina. Shadow Dance, you can't auto her, can't proc anything. Phoveus is able to kind of close that distance, and if you combo it well with the rest of the lineup that SUHAZ Esports has, it becomes a lot more, it becomes really problematic very, very quickly when you lose like 1/3 of your HP once Phoveus has scaled up to his max items.
Okay, understandable. Pretty good bans from RSG here, and that does imply that there is a possibility Link Eza might go for a non-assassin here, but we can only find out once they decide to go for it. Atlas will be the final ban from SUHAZ, and this is kind of curious here. So they're actually not certain where this Cho is going to go yet, and they're just trying to cover as many bases as possible. And I suppose it is understandable you don't want to give access to Fatal Links when you have the Cult Altar, because your team is going to group up anyway. Means we're going into the second phase of picks. RSG MY currently still looking for a jungler, still looking for a potential EXP laner. I'm wondering what would be a good choice here.
Well, considering that SUHAZ Esports is following the traditional pattern of getting rid of things that are good against the Farmist, the Atlas, the Diggy, as well as the Akai, RCMY going to be getting the Ruby instead to try and slow down the aggression when the Cult Altar is popped from SUHAZ Esports.
Ooh, an interesting choice from RSG here, and it does feel more likely for Ruby to go into the EXP, actually no, as a roamer as compared to Cho, but both of these heroes are quite interchangeable, and typically you will see them drafted on opposite sides of each other as a way of countering the other, because both have a lot of CC. But since RSG will have both these heroes, that is a lot of crowd control to deal with the Cult Altar.
I think this is a testament to Kuja's drafting capabilities, right? Because now it comes down, it's an answer to the flex that SUHAZ Esports has proposed. If Paquito goes into the EXP lane, throw in the Ruby, that is the worst matchup Paquito actually has. If SUHAZ decide to throw Paquito in towards the jungle, Ruby goes as a support.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense.
Oh!
SUHAZ, though, gonna close out their draft with the Lolita. Very solid counter to the 1-1, as well as the Ling. And RSG are gonna finish off their draft with Link Eza on the Balmond, which does make a lot of sense to me. As of right now, they are lacking a little bit of frontline tankiness, and this is going to be quite the duel between these two teams.
Yeah, so it's going to be Hawk on the Ruby, HY on the Cho. Rather interesting. They don't want to have Ruby matchup in the EXP lane, but instead trying to disturb this lane as much as they can. I think it's fair here. Which draft are you liking more? Personally, for me, I think RSG, it looks good, but I do see potential weaknesses.
Yeah, I think SUHAZ Esports, just in terms of their lineup, has a lot more potential for outplayability.
Yes.
But RSGMY is just going to be a super bulky matchup that can just run at them if they are not careful. If we look at the lineups once again, as you can see, where they have Ballman, they've got Ruby, they got Cho. It's very difficult for SUHAZ to play around that, as well as the crossbow of Tang being threatened the whole time. But if Ling and Paquito can get into the backlines, get that 100-0, then it's not really going to matter, is it? Let us find out, because the Land of Dawn greets the screen once more.
Welcome to game number 1 for first best of 3 here today. Week number 3, day number 3 on a Sunday afternoon. SUHAZ Esports on the blue side, RSGMY on the red side. Traditional purple buff start from SUHAZ Esports, and the same goes for RSGMY. It's going to be extremely important for information gathering. Hawk discovers that purple buff is here. Maybe he forces the retribution. Yes, he does, but now he's in a lot of trouble. Forces the flicker out, tries to get away. Finch points already coming through. HY unable to make it there in time as CT Norsana takes him out. First blood achieved by SUHAZ.
I'm personally not a big fan of Ruby invading level 1 simply because compared to other tanks, Ruby doesn't have a lot of ways to annoy the enemy jungler. But if Hawk sacrificing his life allowed Link Eza to steal the orange buff away, that is actually somewhat worth it, and that's exactly what Link Eza has done.
Honestly, I do think that it worked against them a little bit, right? Because it's about Lethal Wanderer here. Link Eza, he does get the Lethal Wanderer, but he loses 1 camp in the process. However, it's just good adaptation from RSGMY to go for the buff steal.
Yeah, I think it's pretty smart there. I wonder if Hawk sacrificing his life was intentional to allow for that orange buff steal, but I think if he was able to survive that, it would have been a bit more ideal. From what you can see as well in the gold lane right now, Loliel's going to be on top here, the weakness finder, going to be doing a lot of damage to the Claude, and Hawk is here as well to make sure Ikimon cannot stop him.
Now, talking about unintentional mess-ups, I will say that Hawk's death did cost HY his lane. CT Rosana was ahead of him, level 4, did use his flicker pretty early on. HY hasn't, but he has evened up the score. Now that they're equal in lane for now, CT Rosana is just going to wait until this next wave crashes, hit level 5, and then HY is going to be at a disadvantage again.
But we can see it here again, they're challenging the purple buff. Jenny and Razin are both here, but Link Eza will be able to secure it more easily. If not, for CT Norsana coming in with the dope man knockout strike. Link Eza gets taken out by Razin. Here comes the cult altar. They find Loliel. They find Hawk. Actually, wait, Loliel's got taken out in the bottom lane instead. 3 kills going to SUHAZ.
Wow. Wow, I didn't expect Lolios to die, but overall the idea was there for RSGMY. Unfortunately, you gotta remember, CT Rosana on this Paquito, early game hero. Paquito does damage.
Yeah, that's again part of the fact that he did end up winning the EXP lane because of that early game play. Got the 2-man knockout strike, instantly setting up the kill onto Link Eza. That is not ideal at all. Ballman should not be dying to Ling at this stage of the game, and that is going to make a pretty big difference here. SUHAZ already has that 1.5k net worth lead.
Well, I wouldn't say it is making a difference yet. Now, it's going to come down to whether or not Turtle gets taken away by SUHAZ Esports. And, well, SUHAZ, they're rotating. They see Izanami as well as Hawk. They're going to take the advantage here as they jump forward. Numenon Blast forcing Hawk to flicker away, and as well as Izanami to use the sprint.
That's a valuable battle spell wasted away from the Ruby, so there's gonna be no flicker hook here, but the turtle has already been secured by Link Eza, taking advantage of SUHAZ's presence in the bottom lane. But speaking of bottom lane, Blazing Duet not gonna save Awumon. Loliel surviving with a sliver of HP. Jenny looking for it, but now he's stuck. He has to use the cult altar to escape the real world manipulation.
Wow, how is that? How is Jenny not getting hit by the real world manipulation right at the edge there? I felt like he definitely should have taken a little bit of damage, but I think it's fine. Link Eza trying to steal away. Razin going to be using his Blade of Tempest. Unfortunately, he still doesn't get the purple buff so far. As they try and back away, HY now in a little bit of trouble. Flickers off and uses his Shunpo to close out and get away. Oh, SUHAZ. Razin, unfortunately, no purple buff for him.
This is always the threat you have of playing a Ling. You need to have heroes that can protect this purple buff. RGMY, they're aware of this, so they're drafting a much tankier lineup that can just run into the jungle and steal the buff away. Linkeza on this Balman being a core linchpin of that strategy.
Oh, Linkeza taking quite a bit of damage. Ikimon still hurts for now, but Loliels needs to make sure that he stays alive in his lane to farm up as much gold as he possibly can. City Norsana continuing to dominate HY in lane with a significant gold lead, might I add, but RGMY sticking to their guns. It's all about scaling. Just take your time with this. There's no need to rush.
They do have the free win button, as you put it, in the form of that 1-1 once we achieve that late game. And on the opposite side, the only one that can deal with that crossbow of Tang is going to be Jenny with that Purify. Otherwise, the Cult Altar timing has to be perfect. Still waiting to see how the interaction between these ultimates will go as well.
We'll find out in a little bit here as Linkeza continues to extend his EXP lead over Razin so far, but Razin wants to jump into this fight as Jenny walks on forward with a Shadow Stampede, a Call Altar pop right under the turret. They're going to go for a full-on dive. Izanami now in some trouble with Crossbow of Tang pops for only 2 seconds. It may not be enough, but it's enough to get them out of the situation. Ikimon the next to fall. A double kill already achieved by RSG. Played perfectly as HY forces out the battle mirror image coming in from Abumon, and this is going to be another kill for Loliels.
Beautifully played by RSGMY and instantly skewing the net worth lead back into their favor. The Cult Altar dive just went completely wrong for SUHAZ, and although they only got 2 seconds of that crossbow of Tang, it was enough to keep Loliels out of danger and turn the tables. I feel like that final battle mirror image, Abumon should have taken his chances with HY over teleporting back into 4 members of RSG, but in those sort of situations, it's hard to really say what's the correct decision.
Truly, it truly is. But with that being said, it does mean that HY does catch up in terms of EXP against CT Norsana. Loliels now taking full advantage of the situation as bot tier 1 is down. It's going to be the mid lane under trouble. HY takes some damage from CT Norsana, but overall, neutral objectives and the lane swap has been successful. They should be able to trade top tier 1 for bot tier 1.
Right now, what SUHAZ Esports needs to do is to defend their structures and try to see if they can take advantage by split pushing, because this is where RSG is strongest. Real manipulation comes out. They're aiming down Jenny. No Cult Altar. Killing spree to Loliels with the crossbow of Tang as well, forcing out the templates of Blades. Razin will escape, but not before they lose City Norsana as well.
I mean, this has delayed them. 2 kills fall into the hands of RSGMY for bottom tier number 1. Claude is trying to farm as fast as he can through the mid lane as well. Sees Linkeza is going to get some good damage down. Actually, wow. That's a lot more damage than I would have expected. Probably the full stacks from the Art of Thievery, but finally top tier 1 goes down to RSGMY.
But we have to notice that SUHAZ Esports does still have pretty good late game scaling with the Claude as well as the Ling. So if they are able to avoid getting picked off like this with the Way of the Dragon onto City Norsana, setting up for the crossbow of Tang, just nearly is not able to take out HY.
Oh, that was so very close. If you got HY, that might have been a little bit more worth it, but so far Loliels is having a great game. 4-1 and 4, and now threatening the tier 2 turret and has to trade it because Claude just stole it away on bot side.
And you can see that Loliels by himself is enough to threaten away Razin since he's not able to keep control over his purple buff. Jenny as well, nearly dying, has to use the Cult Altar. Ikimon will be able to stop the real world manipulation, allowing him to get out, but that means that ultimate is on cooldown.
Yep, right on the dot, the 8-minute mark, we see RSGMY making rotations towards this Lord. Purple buff, don't need it right now. Just focus on these objectives because RSG in the lead. SUHAZ has to play catch up here.
Berserker's Fury now on Razin as the kick from HY onto City Norsana once again, setting up for the crossbow of Tang, transferring over to Jenny. Oh, he just barely survives thanks to the additional shield, but that is 1 man down. Lord taken mid tower, gonna drop to RSG.
RSG, no fear, they keep on pushing forward, taking the tier 1 mid turret is looking great with Lord about to spawn. This is gonna be some tough work for SUHAZ Esports. They need to defend this.
But this is, of course, only the first Lord of the game. RSGMY want to see if they can take as many towers as possible with this, but if SUHAZ are in good enough position, it should be able to get by without doing too much damage at all. Considering considering they are 4K behind though, it's gonna be difficult to find that position in the first place.
Let's not forget that SUHAZ Esports, their composition isn't great at wave clearing. Yes, they have a lot of split push. Yes, they can delay waves, but clearing waves contested against RCMY have an advantage. Numenon Blast. Oh, lands on the two-bladed Tempest. Lands on 3, but doesn't get the center as the call Altar pops just in time. They take out 2. They found a hole, and now Loliels, if he can pop off here, too late. As soon as the call Altar expires, SUHAZ backs off.
That's a very textbook example of a split second of hesitation. Hawk wanted to go in and get the I'm Offended to stop the Numenon Blast, but here comes Loliels. He actually got all the weakness points.
No!
Monster kill with the crossbow of Tang and gets out with Link Eza tanking the tower.
Oh, that's so sad. Ikemon's Guardian's Bulwark timed out right at the last 3 shots, and that's all they needed to secure that kill. A little sad, but hey, it happens.
Ooh, that's rough. SUHAZ now still 3K behind. All things considered, not that bad considering how much pressure RSG has been putting on them. But fall any further than this and it's gonna be rough, especially with City Norsana getting comboed in the mid lane.
Don't know why he's pushed up so far forward, especially since the minions have not spawned yet. And they know that RSGMY has gone past the river line. So again, phase checking like that isn't ideal. Luckily, he didn't use an important battle spell, but this is going to cost them tier 2. Wait, HY getting pulled over the wall with the Shadow Stampede, but it's not going to be enough. Shunpo was still a very useful ability. Inhibitors being threatened all across the board, but you can see that Razid, he's looking to try and scrape gold in the side lane.
We have been seeing Ling players do this a lot. When they are behind, they are going to be the ones in charge of split pushing simply because of the mobility the hero has. He's now going to take away their purple buff. Looks like Loliels coming in just a bit too late to secure it away. And that means that Razin actually will be enabled for a little while.
Yeah, he didn't notice. They're going to see 2 people down bot side. This is a good time to engage. They missed the opportunity. RSGMY, they pull back towards the safety of mid-tier 1's turret. With 12 more seconds on the clock, this next Lord is going to be pretty important. I think RSGMY, they want to wait a little bit longer for the 12-minute. Hawk gets pulled back, but no full initiation from SUHAZ.
Yeah, their main DPSs are not here right now, and Abumon needs a bit more time to build up his Art of Thievery stacks, which means that RSG will get started on this Lord. HY gonna get caught out with the Shadow Stampede, but he's still fine for now. They might 50-50 this. Razin looking for the entry, but Link Eza gets it, but here comes the Cult Altar. HY real low, gonna get, actually he is still alive, but the same can't be said for Izanami and Loliel. Shut down, double kill, going over to Razin in the back line.
Poor decision coming in from RSGMY. They decide to take the 50-50 when all they had to do was just play it slow, wait until the 12-minute, and then they can do a lot more. But instead, they lose 2 of their members, no Luminous Lord, and this is going to be an easy defense for SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, that's just a cascade of mistakes there. RSGMY, suddenly their net worth lead going down from 3K to 1.2, and this is going to allow SUHAZ Esports to regain a foothold here on the map. Again, they have the Ling, they have the Claude, their late game potential is completely even with RSG, with that Cult Altar as well. So this game can very much still go either way.
Yeah, and so far, RSGMY, they're looking good here with Loliel 6-2-4. If you pull up the item list, I'm guessing by now he's already got that. He's got about 3.5 items as of right now, based on 37,000, I would assume.
Well, we can't really say for sure until we do actually see the item build come up. But for now, the Lord has already been cleared out. Another 100 seconds before it comes back up. We're going to be seeing HY try to make attempts to pick people off while allowing more space for Loliels to farm in the backline. SUHAZ Esports need to continue to try and secure farm over for Abumon because he is actually farming up quite well. Only 1 item away from a full build.
Yeah. 4 items fully completed for the side of Loliel's. Hawk currently at 2, and 1 component, Izanami at 3. And he just needs a little bit more to survive this next upcoming fight here. At the 42k mark, they should all have their next item components built. SUHAZ Esports, however, have evened up the score very, very well. And now it's 50-50, the score 8-11.
can also see that RSGMY have a lot of physical defense materials in their item builds right now. Basically all of them going for armor to counteract Razin as well as Abumon, since the late game heroes on SUHAZ all do physical damage, meaning that RSG will be able to take fights a little bit better in the near future. But if we look at that Lord push advantage, as we mentioned, them not being patient resulted in a loss of gold and EXP.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Now SUHAZ, once again, back even Stevens against RSGMY, but now they're going to try and engage. They find the initial kick on towards Abumon's side. Call Altar's already put. They get sucked in together here as the real world manipulation getting immense value. The backline getting attacked. Izanami's going to go down for this, but unfortunately, they haven't taken out Loliels. He's going absolutely nuts in the middle of 3. Drops down with the winds of nature, but he can't seem to proc. Get his ult off in time. Not enough weakness points. The last one being dodged each time. SUHAZ Esports trade against RSGMY 2 for 1.
That was just absolute chaos right there. RSG going in, HYSY getting a beautiful kick onto Abumon specifically. Cult Altar coming out, but because SUHAZ Esports were all bundled up, they got a 3-man I'm offended. RSG now actually still trying to go for the Lord. Razin looking for the 50-50, no purple buff, but he is in position.
No way.
They're actually giving it up.
There's no way. You cannot beat lethal counter plus retribution. Doesn't matter what level you are, it's like you have 2 retributions on the side of Link. That's the beauty of Balmond, and I think SUHAZ made a good choice here. No point, you're already at a man disadvantage. No point trying to look for a pick. They're really clumped up together, and Ruby, just so much value like how we saw in that previous fight. The I'm Offended pulling them together to buy that extra bit of time despite the call Altar.
Yeah, okay, understandable there. I feel like at the very least, Razin himself could have tried to go for the retry and then immediately made the decision to back off. But I suppose I can understand as well, they're afraid of RSG just diving them straight in, considering how their tanky comp is going to be able to do that. But with the Luminous Lord now pushing down bottom lane, this is going to be a pretty important defense.
Yep, HY could potentially look for a flank here, but he's going to cut the wave on the top side as RSGMY almost guarantee bottom inhibitor. And now, with the delayed synchronization coming in from RSGMY, they're going to slowly stack the waves one by one. They will start crashing in as they want to make sure that they have no defense for the side of SUHAZ Esports. They break mid inhibitor, and now it's going to be top to be the very last. Izanami just holding on to that real war manipulation as Razin might be in some trouble. Forces out the ult from him. HY still a threat, and now they have cracked open the base. They're going to force SUHAZ Esports to join in the middle of the fight. Call Altar already popped. The kick goes down onto Ikimon as Abumon drops down the blazing duet. It's not going to be enough here as Lolios has been untouched throughout this fight. Link Eza with the immortality walks away. HY already punished. They're so low. Dropping the winds of nature here. Abumon wants to go even further. They're calling a fight. They're calling to take him out. Ruby is dead. Lolios, unfortunately, still alive. Has the crossbow of Tang. Razin jumps into the middle, but still makes the distance. Divine Blades going to be able to catch him off. A 3-for-0 trade in favor of SUHAZ, but Razin, can he get on out of there? Almost have enough damage from Fish Boys. No! Lethal counter to ensure there is no escape.
That was a pretty big mistake by RSG though. They're now 3-man down, and SUHAZ might be able to take some structures right here. RSG did a good job of taking out all 3 inhibitors in a single push, but stayed a little bit too long. Their cooldowns were expended, and SUHAZ took full advantage of that, running them down. A good play by Lolios with the crossbow of Tang were not quite enough. The problem right now is, though, there's still enough members of RSG to prevent this push.
Yep, HY in the middle of the fight. They do see Ikimon. He's going to kick him back. Call Altar from Jenny. No. Are they going to expand it? They wait for the immortality to pop before they try anything new. Ikimon, he wants to live, but they say no. Real world manipulation ensures his death.
I don't know if it was really necessary to use the real-world manipulation there to grab that kill. I wonder if Link Eza just didn't want to use lethal counter or if it was on cooldown, but that inhibitor did not need to die. A bit of a slow response from RSGMY.
Yeah, that is just a little sloppy, I'm not going to lie, but RSGMY will have control over the Lord for now. Let's see how SUHAZ is actually going to play this out. They could look to the lanes. Ling needs that purple buff, and RSGMY, they have the timing down. They know Ling won't be able to join the fight because it is so dependent on the purple buff.
Feels a little passive from SUHAZ Esports, but I think this is actually the correct decision. Again, with the Ballman on the side of RSG-MY, there's basically no way SUHAZ can secure these objectives without first taking him out, and that's gonna be basically impossible without blowing up a full 5v5 team fight. They know that they have the potential to defend the Luminous Lord with the Cult Altar. Better hedge their bets on that than take chances with a big team fight at this stage of the game.
Yeah, no, I think I would agree with you there. I think SUHAZ Esports are banking on the fact that RSG-MY is going to make another mistake, because so far RSG-MY closing out these games have been rather difficult, and especially against SUHAZ Esports, we've seen multiple punishments being happen every single time they kind of try to force an engagement in SUHAZ Esports' base.
But with the Luminous Lord pushing in now, Hawka finds the two-man. I'm a fed. Cult Altar too late. They'll be kept alive with immortality as the Cult Altar comes in. Blazing Duet not doing enough damage. They're still going to survive all of this though. Razin escapes from the backline. Luminous Lord still healthy. No casualties just yet. But SUHAZ are dropping real low. So is RSG though. Lolils pops his immortality. He doesn't have that anymore. City Norsana somehow still alive despite being in the center of all of that. He finds Lolils in the back line. The Lord will be taken out. RSG has to make a hasty retreat.
Good catch coming in from CT Norsana, waiting for the last second to go in for the jab, pretty much blowing up Loliels. Loliels has to remember he is still an extremely squishy marksman, and I'm fairly certain that CT Norsana has decided to go for at least 2 damage items.
We're now in the late game. This is where SUHAZ Esports' lineup is going to be the strongest, and you can see the hesitation on RSG. Most of them have already completed their builds. Lots of immortalities on the side of RSG as well, but still not enough to push in.
What? Albumon decided to go for Ha's Claw at the very end here. I guess his immortality is on cooldown. Hawk getting chased down by CT Norsana. Razin waiting for the right opportunity, but RSG-MY, their mistakes have cost them quite a bit in terms of objectives as well as time.
In terms of structures though, RSG still does have the advantage. They still have their mid-tier 2. They still have 2 inhibitors up. The net worth difference at this stage of the game isn't going to matter too much. But SUHAZ right now do actually have control over the map. And with the Lord coming up in 30 seconds, we could be looking at comeback potential against RSG.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Lord push advantage, you can see that they are losing gold and EXP every single time that they actually achieve a Lord take. But SUHAZ Esports, I think they just play this nice and slow. They're waiting for RSG-MY to make the mistake. They don't have to do any crazy plays. They can play responsive.
Yeah, this is a very SMG style of play. Wait for mistakes to happen and then take full advantage of that. And against a team like RSG, where we can definitely see their desperation and aggressiveness starting to take its toll, this kind of strategy is especially effective. But the Lord is back up right now.
Yep, CT Norsana gets a double knockup strike onto Hawk as he face checks. Now Hawk has enough items to just face tank it. Now he can face check it and not really have to worry about too much. This 50-50 here, RSG-MY, hopefully they don't get punished again.
Razin is actually going to be split pushing bottom lane. City Norsana has to deal with the mid wave as well, so RSG can actually take this. SUHAZ, they might not want to take the risk again, but they're actually going for it. Numenor Blast gonna get cancelled by the I Am Offended. Here comes the Cult Altar. Razin in the back line. Abumon taken out. Razin taken out. Cult Altar gonna be popped by the crossbow of Tang. Ikimon in a lot of danger. 2-man Jeet Kune Do. Now 2-man knockout strike will prevent them from following up. Jenny might have to be sacrificed here as Lolils, he wants to push straight in. RSG is delaying the rest of SUHAZ to allow him to end the game. Ikimon is here to defend, but they don't have enough wave clear. City Norsana is the only one that can deal with these minions. RSG, they're just gonna delay him. Jenny gets taken out, but the minions are still here. Numenor Blast is coming out. Link is on HY on top of the crystal. 2-man knockout strike. They're going for it. They end it.
Oh, that was getting a little too close for comfort. SUHAZ almost pulling it through, but RSG finally close out this game.
I don't really know what to say about that game right now. It was a good victory from RSG-MY, but man, did they have to jump through a lot of additional hurdles to achieve it.
Yeah, so much hoop jumping here. Well done. GG well played to RSG, but it definitely could have been cleaner.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a bit harsh to say here, but that game lasted a lot longer than it had to be. It was sloppy. I feel like RSG did not deserve that victory.
I mean, to a certain degree. I do think that the draft was going to be slightly better, ever so slightly better. You could see when Cult Altar was really abusable, when none of their members were getting clumped up into one and then pulled in by the I'm Offended, and then all of a sudden the real world manipulation is getting like triple the value in one particular square, right?
Yep.
And that's when it becomes a little tough because they kept on fighting in these narrow points of the map. They kept falling back into it, and you see Ikimon as well just getting hurt over and over, man. And Abumon especially getting tagged up by Loliels for almost no reason. It's unfortunate to see that it came down to one fight.
Yeah, but they definitely put up a very solid performance here, SUHAZ Esports. This game should have ended against them much earlier, and it is thanks to that perseverance, thanks to the fact that they were able to take advantage of RSG's mistakes, that they were able to survive for that long in the end. Looking at the item builds, everyone is already on full build. We can see that Claude as well. You already highlighted this. He did go for that HOMEBOIS clause in the end. I'm not too sure if he had an immortality and replaced it, or if he just wanted to be able to regen up during the fight itself. But either way, this was just, I don't know, it's kind of a sloppy game. There's not much I could say about it.
Yeah, I think personally that Abumon did have his immortality earlier. It kept getting popped, so he switches over to the HOMEBOIS claw whenever the cooldown is not available for immortality. I don't think it's too bad, and I do think it's a smarter option, because if you go Blazing Duet, you're about 1/3 of your HP, and then use Winsome Nature, you can go back up to full. But the MVP of our game here, coming in from RSGMY, goes over to Link Eza.
Once again, his return to Season 10 has truly been proving himself that he's capable of adjusting to this brand new jungle meta here, being able to use that Ballman to constantly pressure the enemy jungler and secure every objective on the map to snowball his way until the end. We can see as well, he did end up picking that Winter Trunkian towards that late game to ensure that he could survive big engages. Link Eza, we've always known that he is the boy wonder, I believe, of Season 8. Unfortunately, he hasn't been showing up quite as much since then, but he's back and he wants to prove that he's got what it takes.
Hey man, I mean, he's branded as the power farmer going on a Balmond. That fits his style exactly. But throughout this game, I mean, these early mistakes coming out from RSGMY, the turnarounds coming in from SUHAZ, despite the fact that RSG had quite the lead, it does kind of show you the value of 1-1 against the Farmers. Farmers is good in these bigger team fights, but at the end of the day, 1-1 is just that good.
Have the Crossbow of Tang, as you put it, the free win button, allowing Loliels to dish out a lot of free damage while not being at risk of himself. I think SUHAZ Esports, towards the later stages of the game, did a very good job of kiting out the Crossbow of Tang, of making sure that they wouldn't allow all their weakness points to get hit. But throughout most of the early to mid game, we can see that RSGMY is the one controlling the fights. HY finding a pickup, setting up for the Crossbow of Tang, Link Eza securing objectives. It was a clean game for RSG up until a very specific point.
Yeah, and SUHAZ definitely could have come back into this. I mean, RSG was making just enough mistakes to even out that gold, but unfortunately, Abumon just could not find the fight he was looking for. Like, these Blazing Duets are like getting so much value, but then RSG just pulled away, wait for the call Altar to time out before re-engaging into the fight with either Loliels, or maybe if HY is alive with the third hit, G could go.
Yeah, but we can say towards the later stages of the game as well, this was a pretty big turnaround, allowing RSG to just walk in and the game. But it did, until that very last moment, look like SUHAZ was capable of defending it as well. And I think a lot of this comes down to hesitation from RSGMY. We know that they're good at taking fights, and we saw that for most of the game. But in the late game, it felt like people were hesitating. There was a miscommunication. People wanted to push. People wanted to back off. It wasn't quite working out. But what is, of course, working out for y'all is the fact that exclusive skins are now available in-game, our collaboration with Kung Fu Panda.
Do you want to make less mistakes? Are you part of RSG and you're thinking, like, how could we have cleaned things up? Well, don't worry. We have exactly that. If you choose one of these three skins, whether it's the Lord Shen Ling, which would have been cool, would have been really, really cool, the Dragon Warrior himself, what's it called? The Akai Kung Fu Panda, as well as the General Kai Thamos. All of it is waiting for you guys between the 20th of August all the way to October the 18th. And within the first week, you can get a 50% off these first daily draws. You want maximum discount, go for the 10 pull. And if you go for the 10 pull, you're guaranteed General Kai within this week alone.
With so many rewards, what are you guys waiting for? If you haven't rolled on it just yet, make sure to take advantage of that free 50% off on your first roll of the day. But now that we've mentioned that, it's time to go back to mentioning about the game that just happened. We're going to be looking at the recap for game number 1, seeing how much damage all these players did.
Wow, I did not expect Jenny to be doing that much damage throughout this game. 88,000. I mean, Abuban was doing 100,000, sure, but 88,000 on Farmus, you don't get to see that too often, especially considering that Siti Nwasana and Razin were fighting pretty often.
I think we have to note that Farmus as a hero, although a lot of people see him as a utility mage because of the cult altar, he actually has really good scaling values. The Ghost Bursters does a lot of damage in that late game once he's got a few items. And the reason why a lot of people are surprised to see this damage is simply because it is one of those abilities that doesn't have a very obvious visual. It's very difficult to see when that damage is bouncing around, but it is, and it's doing a lot of DPS.
Yeah, it's similar to Odette with her little music note thing. It is not visually appealing, and it's very hard to spot sometimes.
I kind of hate that, you know?
I agree.
Like, I'm in a fight, I'm fighting, I see, okay, I need to get out. I get out with a sliver of HP, I think I'm safe. Then a music note bounces on my head and I'm dead.
Yeah, that's not fun. I really hope they do change those visuals because we need that. We need to see what's coming at us here. We need to see it. But speaking of which, if we look over at RSG's side, it does show you. Again, this is one of the few matchups where we see 1-1 against Farmus. It doesn't happen too often because these are two highly prioritized picks as well as bans for a lot of teams here in the MPL or across the region so far. But I do think that RSG had a good plan around it. Usually the counters are the usual answers or solutions to specifically the Farmus, the Diggy, the Atlas, pull them all together. Yves, a great way of doing so. And notice how Izanami is utilizing the real-world manipulation. Either he's starting off those fights early with it, and as soon as he gets cancelled, the whole team backs away, or they engage, look to get the I'm offended, and then drop the real-world manipulation.
Yeah, Izanami definitely doing a good job there, but of course we also have to mention Lolils on the 1-1 in that last game was having a very good time towards the early and mid-game, positioning himself correctly, getting the good crossbow of tanks. So far, he has had 4 unique hero picks, most played being the Beatrix. Understandable, we wouldn't see the 1-1 up on here simply because the hero is banned so often, but this is always a gold laner that other teams have to be wary of.
Yeah, it's just obnoxious to deal with, obnoxious to play against, but Beatrix specifically just seems to be the go-to. It's such a powerhouse of a gold laner pick. It's great early, it scales towards the late game, it 100 to 0s your backline if she flickers forward with Wesker. Oh boy, gold laners, they're having all the fun here, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm just personally wondering how you can possibly balance Beatrix. They've had to nerf the hero so many times, still strong. And we can see as well the stats for Lolils. His average KDA so far is 3.8, pretty good, but not particularly outstanding. We know Lolils tends to get caught out a lot because of how aggressive he plays sometimes. His GPM, pretty average, but that is a very high DPM as well for a gold laner, and this is because, like we mentioned, Lolils likes to fight.
Yeah, he does like to fight, and he likes to go out of position just to make a play. Things like Wanwan, things like Claude even, he goes pretty deep in for those kills. Oh, obviously the Beatrix with Flicker.
Yeah, of course. The Wesker shots in the face. So far, still not fun to play against. But it is nice to see that more and more people are experimenting with Beatrix, right? It's not one obvious style with 2 guns. You can try out everything. Everything works. And I want to see more of everything here in game number 2. Show us a different draft that allows SUHAZ Esports to take better advantage of these mistakes that RSG has been making.
All right, let's jump into this next draft here with RSG MY on the blue side this time and SUHAZ on the red. It's going to be Ling, followed up by the Valentina on either side. RSG now holds priority. Do they care about the Farmus? Maybe.
That is the good question right now. I feel like RSG, since they are on the blue side, they're in a good position to actually pose the question over the SUHAZ themselves. If they let the Faramis and the 1-1 through the draft again, they already know that Apuman's not very comfortable with it, so they could grab the Faramis and either force the enemy gold laner into a hero they're not comfortable playing, or get both for themselves.
It is a very good idea. However, one of the few matchups that we haven't seen just yet is the Akai as well as the Faramis, right? On opposite teams. When you're using the Call Altar, you can just disengage with a heavy spin, and that's something I would like to see from Kuja in particular this game if he's looking to draft for it. I'm not sure whether Link Eza actually has it in his hero pool. I think he's way more comfortable with the Balmon more than he is on Akai. But let's see how SUHAZ Esports responds. Bans out the 1-1.
Yeah, SUHAZ don't want to be put in the position that I described earlier. They don't want to be forced to choose. They already know that they're not going to pick the 1-1 even if it gets let through. Better to ban it out so that doesn't have to become a question mark down the line. So now RSG want to decide. Do they want to ban out something like the Faramis, considering they're on the first pick? Probably not. Do they want to preemptively ban the Diggy to prevent SUHAZ from having access to utility supports that would render big teamfight ultimates useless?
I think it's either Akai, Faramis, or Fanny. One of these three here. Because if you get rid of one, it's guaranteed that the other is going to get banned out, which most likely means that Fanny is going to get let through this particular draft. SUHAZ Esports, they see Faramis. They played it last game. They understand how strong it is. I don't think they're going to let it through.
But then they also have to think about dealing with the Fanny. That is the problem right now. That's how RSG has drafted in this way to put the question over to them. Do you ban the Faramis, give the Fanny away? Do you open up the draft and take the risk of picking up whichever hero is let through anyway?
Oh, that's a tough call. That's a tough call here. What's SUHAZ going to do? Do they care about Fanny? Do they care about Faramis? And if they do, which is more important to them? 10 more seconds as we do see that Beatrix, they're going to open up this draft here as they ban out the Beatrix.
Okay, so now SUHAZ are posing the question to RSG. It's like, okay, we see what you're doing, and we're going to bite onto the bait. You can pick one of these heroes, we will take whatever is left. So this is a very good chance as well to see which of these two highly prioritized heroes is actually the priority for RSG MY. Do they want to give Link as a Fanny, which personally I would love to see again, or is it safer to bet on the Cult Altar?
I think Call Altar is a little too good here, right? Yeah, Faramis, they're going to be locking in Faramis for the side of RSG MY. SUHAZ Esports have an opportunity to play Fanny here, and this could be big for them.
Yeah, but have we gotten the chance to see Razin play the Fanny yet?
No, not yet.
The hero has been banned so often, we don't know if we can play it, but SUHAZ are going to try. They pick the Fanny, and also quite smart of them here, they pick up the Kufra to prevent giving it over to RSG because it is a good Fanny counter, and also because the hero could be a solid disengage tool against the Cult Altar as well.
I think this is good. It pretty much deters Link Eza from picking up Ling, so this is not too bad. The Fanny though, 4 picks in the league so far, 75% win rate. It's looking good statistically, but SUHAZ Esports, I really hope that they've got the mechanics to pull this off. This early game that they got in game number 1 could repeat itself again, and they really have to press their advantage.
Yep, that's why it's now up to RSG to determine whether or not they want to respond to that. Do they want to pick heroes that will have a solid early game to make sure that they are not bullied too hard there, or vie for late game? It does look to be the former here, as the Ruby will be drafted. Good counter to the Fanny, but also kind of weak to the Kufra. Hopefully that won't be a big problem.
We'll see if this is going to start some trouble here. SUHAZ Esports need to finish up the first round of picks. What do they go for? Do they go for a flex pick Cho or Paquito? No, they can't. They already showed up their jungler, so it's a mid laner, potentially even gold laner. Gold laner has been shown by RSG MY. I think they go for mid laner, right? Yeah.
Yeah, looks like they will go for the mid laner. They're going to be prioritizing that. Eve with the real world manipulation is going to be, once again, a very good way to control people on the Cult Altar. So SUHAZ are flipping the coin against RSG. They're giving over the Faramis, but taking one of their counters from Game 1. And they have the Kufra as well, so their team fight is going to be very strong as long as they don't allow the Ruby to reach the backline and stop the Eve ultimate.
Well, I don't know here. I think now SUHAZ Esports need to figure out more ways to stop RSGMY for picking up heroes that can deny the real world manipulation, because they can't just, I mean, RSGMY is definitely not going to just depend on Ruby to do so, because she needs Flicker to close that distance. So Benedetta, okay, that's not a bad ban coming in from SUHAZ Esports, denies EXP and as well as jungle. RSGMY, do they double down on gold laner matchups? Are they going to ban out Claude here?
Do they want to ban out Claude? I think banning out Claude is not a bad choice considering that they are playing the Brody, and that is what they've decided to ban here. As for SUHAZ, right now, I am currently contemplating in my head over the idea of a potential Phoveus pick for SUHAZ Esports, right? Because they're going to be up against a Ruby, very easy to proc the Demonic Force. We know that HYHY likes playing on heroes like the Cho, like the Paquito, and ordinarily, I would say they should ban one of those here. But if they want to grab Phoveus, they can actually let those through as a way to misguide RSGMY.
But I mean, if they do decide... okay. That's actually a good point. It might work. It might actually work, but it could easily backfire as well. If they pick up Phoveus, RSGMY guaranteed a winning lane with Esmeralda on the EXP side, right? So I think that SUHAZ is probably going to go for the safer bet. They're banning out the Cho. Okay, fair enough. They want to make sure that there's no single target lockdown to cancel the real world manipulation or even lock down the Fanny. RSGMY here. What are they going to go for?
That is the big question right now. They've already banned out Claude against the Brody. If they want to continue giving Loliels a good lane, they might want to ban out something like the Clint, maybe something like the Povel and Koopa. I still don't know why the hero is not as popular as I feel like it should be nowadays, but that is a solid choice for them. Otherwise, SUHAZ are still looking for an EXP laner.
Yeah.
They're still looking for a gold laner. Do they want to deny something like maybe the Dirov or the Khalid early on to make sure that SUHAZ doesn't have an easy early game advantage?
I think they just take Yuzong here, right? Clint gets banned out for the side of RSGMY. I would have suspected maybe the ban on Phoveus for the side of RSGMY, but I guess they're confident in Loliel's capabilities and just dominating the lane with the Brody. Popo and Koopa is still up, and I do think it's one of the better picks for SUHAZ Esports.
I think it would be better for them to go for... Oh,
what? Esmeralda is open, though.
wait, what?
They decide Uranus over Esmeralda this time around. Okay. Let's just pull this back a little bit. Uranus is able to dodge, is able to kind of protect himself against CC. Just purify himself with the consecration, kind of run around and slow down that backline. I guess they're looking for more ways to either play the side lane or to stop RSGMY for pushing an advantage, right? Because Esmeralda, she's good at kind of slowing down people, but compared to an Ionic Edge, which covers a larger area more consistently, that's not too bad.
I still don't know if it's the best choice though, as the Esmeralda is gonna go over to RSG now. They lock that in. Already an easy lane counter to the Uranus, and Link Eza will be reprising on that Karina once again. So a very good early game option to deal with this Fanny.
All right. I mean, it's a very classic combination of Artillery Mage plus Uranus. So I think that's okay, and in most situations, and I think most EXP laners out there, especially in the pro scene, know the matchup of Esmeralda versus Uranus. If the solo kill happens, it's on them, man.
Now the big question is, gold laner for SUHAZ. I'm thinking, honestly, right, I can see maybe a gold lane Lunox actually working here against what RSG has.
Oh, actually, Irithel. Okay, I agree with you with the Lunox, but I think Irithel is supremely better.
I was thinking about Irithel as well, yes. Very good way of kiting around RSG, but I'm a little bit worried because if the Karina jumps on him, then the heavy right clicks are still not going to make much of a difference.
Okay. So the heavy right clicks?
Yeah, heavy right clicks. Yeah,
the heavy right thumb.
heavy crossbow, heavy... Yeah, I know it's not a right click. It's technically a thumb click, you know? Would you call a thumb movement a click?
The heavy tap.
The heavy tap.
The heavy tap seems
the
more
heavy
like
tap.
I like that. We'll go with that one. We'll run with it. All right. This is game number 2 here. It's going to be really important. Before we talk about Irithel anymore, it's going to be RSG where their lineup is going to abuse the call altar to jump deep into enemy lines to take on that full 5v5. But we're talking about 5v5. SUHAZ Esports is ready with deadly combinations, great ways to peel, and more importantly, a better scaling composition. Let's see who's going to be coming up on top of this game. RSG MY at match point against SUHAZ Esports.
Overall, looking at these two teams' lineups, one thing is for certain, this is going to be a bloody game. These are all heroes that want to fight and are going to fight, and I am all for it. Hopefully, SUHAZ will be able to take advantage of this Fanny pick to gain that early game advantage.
Yeah, well, let's see how much impact this Fanny on Razin is going to do, right? I mean, the fact that it's been banned out pretty often is quite telling. Hawk, now it's he's dead. He's gone. He's gone. It doesn't matter. I don't need to do a play-by-play. He's just dead. He just took it.
Well, we were wondering whether or not Razin could play the Fanny, and in one fell swoop, he confirmed to us, yes, I can play the Fanny. I noticed the kill actually went to Jenny as well, instead of the Fanny, so that's actually helping with the gold lead on the mid lane too.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Hawk didn't decide to help push out the mid lane and then look to rotate here. Instead, they are playing towards gold lane side. Even Ikemon is just hovering around, making sure that he has the intel on where Hawk's positioning is going to be. Could be a could be another punish here, but Ikemon now in some trouble as Linkeza hits 4 at the perfect time. They are commit to it, go for it. Shadow execution gonna be more than enough, but Linkeza so far out, he can't really do too much. Can he take out Abumon? Oh my god, he got so close to taking him out. Hawk is the one who does at the end of the day. Abumon goes down. It's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of RSG MY.
That was a little bit unlucky for Linkeza. If Hawk arrived just 1 second earlier, he might have actually been able to save him and get the kill on the Irithel with Linkeza surviving. But it is still a pretty good trade. Going for that gold laner right now means that Abumon will be behind. And we know that Lolios, if he can get a gold lead in the gold lane, he will have a pretty good game.
I'm more surprised that Linkeza didn't get the reset there. Razin now getting on top of it as a call altar is going to be drop falling. Star Moon hits off the CT Noisana for Shadow Execution once again, but now the combo. Ikemon trying to slow them down as the real war manipulation pelts them again and again. Not enough damage this time, even with Mystery Shop. It's too early to say as RSGMY backs away.
A little bit unlucky. If Ikemon was level 4, that would have been a beautiful Tyrant's Rage setup into the real world manipulation. But alas, he was only level 3. Linkeza just barely surviving, getting out of the Eve ult as well. And HYHY dancing around to make sure that Jenny's attention is on him, allowing the rest of his team to escape too.
Yep, speaking of which, Ikemon using the bouncing ball gets pulled back by the Shadow Stampede. Razin, does he want to go back into this fight? Ikemon looking for an engagement, doesn't find it, but opens up the map a little bit more, spotting out Hawk and Izanami. Things should go back to normal here, but now it's the 50-50. Razin level 5, Linkeza level 5. Who is gonna get it? 2v2, about to be a 3v3 with the mid laners getting involved. HY looking for this flank on towards Razin. He's backing off. The engagement fails from Ikemon and Razin. He's gonna go into the middle. Fight gets hit by the Arm Offender. Ikemon goes for the Titan's Rage. He ends up dying too to HY. Falling Star Moon to lock down onto the mid laner. Yves is down. Linkeza should get this turtle, no problem. Citino Sana says hello, but it's too late. The damage has been done.
Beautifully played by RSG MY, baiting the engagement from Ikemon right into the well-timed stun from Hawk.
No.
Linkeza, he's actually targeting Abumon here. 4-man dive. Lolios flickering in to get the stun. Ult altar as well, just for the cherry on top. Abumon will fall. This tower may as well.
Yep, it's gone. And real world manipulation comes out. Can he get the kill onto Hawk? He gets very close, but not enough just yet. That was so very sad for Abumon. I think Abumon just needed to run off there. He didn't recognize the dive angle because Lolios was just hard shoving that lane. And as soon as you see that lane collapse, you know for a fact that RSGMY is going to dive it.
That they were taking advantage of the gold laner's instincts to defend his tower. And it just didn't quite... Wow, that is a lot of sub-evidence on Hawk.
That's
Wow, okay. I think that's a new record at this point. Literally 1 point in almost everyone there. An interesting coverage. And I suppose that's just to make sure that his Ruby is going to be as tanky as possible against as many types of damage as possible.
I don't know there. I think he should have just gone for early armor and then looked to optimize. But HY, he's taking a lot of damage as Abumon is going to try and run him down. And he does. HY with a Frostmoon shield is enough, but Yeeve ends up dying on top side. And now CT Norsana, he may be a little tanky, but Lolios, he doesn't care. He just wants to get that free gold as he slowly cuts down and sieges top tier 1. Razin going to use the man advantage here as HY is only one man. Falling Star Moon comes down as to protect mid tier 1.
I think we could take this opportunity to talk about how much money RSG are making. They've taken 2 full tier 1 towers, 2 full gold shields, and their entire team was there for both tower takes, meaning that gold is being distributed to all 4 members at once. They have a 3.7k net worth lead 5 minutes in.
Well, I mean, this is not the biggest lead we've seen this week, but now Hawk tries to catch onto Ryzen. He does find one into Abumon as HY falls on top of him. The falling star move called Altar to ensure, but Ikemon drops down from above, and even Razin can't capitalize on his Tyrant's rage. They have to back off. Jenny's so far away from the fight. It's too late. RSGMY continue to press the lead 4.3k ahead.
RSG, not even the gold lead to consider. They've already taken down the top tier 1, the bottom tier 1. The map is completely open for them, as well as the fact that Link Eza has so much kill pressure on this Karina. HY jumping in, buying time against 3 members of SUHAZ. Still not dead. Here comes the rest. Real world manipulation comes out. Hawk gonna be stopped by Ikemon. Will he die to the real world? No, he doesn't. It's the monster kill being given over to Link Eza. They almost find Abumon, but he's able to run away from the torn apart memory.
Wow. Izanami, very disciplined fingers there. If I was in Izanami's position, 100% I would have tapped the Cult Altar much earlier, and Hawk walks away with literally a sliver of HP. So they save a cooldown there, but now it's going to be 81 seconds until the next turtle spawns, and SUHAZ just really far behind. And when you do see a team this far behind, 5k, 6 minutes into the game, hopefully they hold out to about 8 minutes and only maintain this amount of gold.
Yeah, but when we see teams at this stage as well, the other team isn't gonna give much away. I'm seeing a very interesting item as well. Lolios has a Blade of Heptases on the Brody.
I guess he wants to ambush to win his lane a little bit harder, but I mean, as soon as he got out of the lane, I don't think that mattered. I feel like the Blade of Despair would have been a more value buy here.
I think what he's doing is he's baiting it all on that very first skill 1. He wants Hawk to pull a bunch of them together and then cast a big skill 1 to do as much burst damage to start the fight as possible. Because right now the team is so strong, they can go for those sort of strategies.
All right, let's keep an eye out here. Let's keep an eye on Lolio specifically, and he's sitting in bushes on purpose. He knows that a fight could break out here, but Link Eza and Hawk, they're going to back away. And even SUHAZ don't want to take this fight just yet. It's not in their favor, but tier 2s are starting to fall. HY now all by himself as Abumon is going to get some free hits off of him. Tyrant's Rage going to be used onto HY, but the sprint is called. Altar is called, and they find it. Godlike coming in for the Karina as they chase the rest down back into their base here. Nicely played by RSGMY.
SUHAZ was not prepared to respond to that kind of aggression, and Hawk was able to pick out Abumon out of everyone there. Razin not going to be forced into split pushing duties here. HY here to stop him. Won't get the kill. He does get a tower, but that's kind of a... Lolios! Yeah, he got it.
Instantly. That's the value. He touches the brush, flickers forward, and gets max damage straight away from the Blade of Heptases. Wow. This is quite the lead for RSGMY. 8,000 ahead. Next objective already falling into their hands here. This is looking great for RSGMY.
Yep, even the AI agrees here. 73% RSGMY will secure the victory. And with Lolios getting some free frequent flyer miles there with the kill onto Razin as well, you can tell that there's a lot of pressure on SUHAZ right now. We've already seen in the past, when they are under this sort of pressure, it's very difficult for them to make a comeback considering their inexperience here on the MPL stage.
Yep. Oh, Hikimani's now in trouble. Gets pulled back, but forcing to use. But Link Inza jumps in with the Shadow Execution and secures the Izanami to back him up with the Cult Altar. As now the re-engagement coming in from SUHAZ Esports might be enough, but no, they realize they don't have the damage. They back away. Tier 2s have fallen on all lanes, and RSGMY want to crack open the base.
The Lord is still alive. Abuman pops the heavy crossbow. Should be able to do a lot of damage here, but RSG want to take this inhibitor with this objective. Razin is busy clearing up top. They might get his I'm Offended onto Senior Sana. Loliel's jumping in, doing a lot of damage. Torn apart memory, gonna find the kill onto Abumon. Killing spree to Loliel's. Legendary to Linkeza. Double kill on Senior Sana. Triple kill on Ikimon. The crystal is exposed, and the game is over.
Redemption for RSGMY. Game 1 wasn't clean, but Game 2 was gonna be flawless.
Ooh, a beautiful victory from RSGMY there, proving to us that their sloppy play in game number 1 was all it is, just sloppy play, and they are prepared to get back their focus, get back that discipline. A beautiful victory, 2-0 going to RSG.
Cole Hands was all it is to it. GG, well played to RSGMY. Taking a 2-0 against SUHAZ Esports. That's gonna help them in the standings for sure.
Yep, gonna be real good about that. Let's see what the host can dig up in their interview with RSG.
Tanya lagi sekali kepada pasukan RSGMY, berikan tepukan gemuruh kepada mereka. Terima kasih banyak, tapi yang menang ni adalah mereka, di mana Izanami, sebab awak punya muka yang paling happy bila menang, pegang mic. Bagi tepukan kepada Izanami, di mana dekat dalam game ni, saya nak tanya, berdasarkan draft, beberapa kali game pertama lepaskan 1-1, tetapi pasukan SUHAZ tak ambil 1-1. You guys ban Beatrix. Adakah korang ban disebabkan dah bersedia untuk lawan dengan 1-1, ataupun memang tahu SUHAZ tak akan ambil 1-1?
Kami memang dah memang confident lah untuk lawan 1-1 lah kalau kami dapat Faramis, tapi disebabkan dong ambil Faramis, kami ambil 1-1 tu.
So dekat dalam game ni dah memang prepare kalau 1-1 sekalipun boleh lawan. Dan boleh tengok pada game pertama dan juga game kedua memang betul-betul paksa SUHAZ Esports untuk start lawan terlebih dahulu. Jadi ada ke waktu training dah plan awal macam mana nak ada team fight lawan dengan pasukan SUHAZ?
Plan kami mungkin kalau kami dapat Faramis, saya cakap je dengan teammate-teammate lain, maju je, saya akan backup.
Nampak tak guys, bila Izanami cakap maju, semua ke depan je berjaya untuk dapatkan kill. Dan kita boleh nampak performance pasukan RSGMY makin hebat bila semua fans datang, semua bagi sorakan. Jadi ada tak apa-apa yang Izanami nak cakap pada semua orang yang hadir hari ini dan tengok kat rumah?
Kepada semua yang datang, terima kasih sebab sentiasa support kami, dan terima kasih banyak-banyak lah sebab datang.
Lagi sekali berikan sorakan kepada pasukan RSGMY. Dan yes, mereka punya performance main dengan sangat-sangat baik. Kali ini Izanami senyum tu bagilah lebih sedikit. Sekarang mari kita dengar mic check pasukan RSGMY dalam kemenangan mereka.
Alright, mantap. Ambil mid, kena flail. Try mid. Tarik je pasal. Go. Dawan. Alright. Menang. Menangkan war. Ini. Menang. Go. Wow. Ngapain? Dah boleh. Boleh kan? Boleh. Tahu. Ambil tahu. Nice. Kali ni. Ini, Razen. Mati dia. Go front. Go jaga. Penalti. Yang aku dapat ni. Makan je. Nice! Ya, ada Fendi. Makan dia. Fendi tak ada guna tu. Wah, mantap. Mantap. Alright, reset lo. Mantap guys. Teruskan momentumnya. Alti aku 10. Kita boleh. Mantap lah siap. Boleh bantai. Okay, no play. Nice! Ujang mudah.
Well, what a game this has been. RSG starting off a little cold, but as soon as they warmed up, it cleaned itself so very fast. What a brutal game too.
One thing they say, you know, when you're fishing, a little patience goes a long way, and it looks like their fishing adventure today certainly bore fruit for RSGMY. A 2-0 victory here in Season 10, their second victory overall of the season, and that's going to be 3 points to allow them to really boost their spot in the standings. Looking forward to seeing how RSG will continue to develop here, and unfortunately for SUHAZ Esports, it is once again back to the drawing board.
Let's talk about some of these post-game things, right? Number one, the item builds, I'm rather curious because we already saw during the, what's it called? The emblems, the lesser emblems,
The sub-emblems.
The sub-emblems, that's the one I was looking for. Sorry, I was thinking like Dom emblems, but I couldn't get to that second bit there for some reason. But now looking at the items, right? Again, rather interesting that we do see that, you know, Link Eza didn't want to go for just like instant raw gratification. He did decide to go for a Clock of Destinies first before going into the Calamity Reaper. And I know this is one of those builds which takes a little bit of time, especially for a Clock of Destinies to scale up to that damage, but the payoff is so very worth it.
Yeah, it's very risky for Karina to go for that first item Clock of Destiny because you expect that your damage in the early game is not going to be as high as it could be because of it. But it didn't deter Link Eza. He still ended the game 12-1. So we can see that he's very comfortable on the Karina. A lot of junglers we've seen are not picking up this hero very much. So this is already becoming a Link Eza signature here for Season 10. And of course, we already mentioned it during the game. But again, the Blade of Heptases on the Brody for Loliels, I start to see why he was kind of going for it, because his team has so much damage. All he has to do is get those first 1 or 2 auto attacks in, and basically half the enemy's health is gone, sets up for the Karina.
Yeah, absolutely. Or better yet, he doesn't even need to touch them. He just presses his alt, and play the Heptases plus Torn Apart and Memories. I'll let you do the rest of the work. Honestly, I do think that it is a little bit more... I don't want to say greedy of Loliels, but I do say it's instant gratification when you have the Blade of Heptases, right? It's comparable damage to almost comparable damage to a Blade of Despair, but just significantly cheaper in cost. And it worked out for him for a large majority of the game. It made it really difficult for Abumon on Irithel to walk up into lane without just taking a huge hit to the face.
He was just going for those short trades because he knows long trades Irithel will win. So Blade of Heptases, hit them once, you win the trade, you back off. I think it's a very smart idea, and it's very classic Loliel style.
Oh yeah.
But if we look at overall the stats for this game as well, the damage done by RSG is just completely eclipsing the side of SUHAZ, doing 50k more damage total.
Yeah, I mean, the snowball coming in from RSG, this has to be one of the fastest matches we've seen so far. 9 minutes and 53 seconds. I'm not entirely sure about that. I'm kind of just pulling figures out of my head, but it feels like it was really quick. I don't know if there was a match quicker than this one so far in the league. 18-2 as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have to check that to be sure, but I would agree with you if you did say this was the fastest game we've seen so far. RSG secured a very clean victory. They knew that they made some mistakes, got a few hiccups here and there in game number 1, so time to refocus, time to group back together and show us what RSG can truly achieve. And we definitely got to see that today. Link Eza, he still got that 800 GPM, even though he died really early on after that gank on Abumon, and he was just fighting all day.
I think it's worth it. At the end of the day, your gold laners are going to help you out, and I think the trade-off 1-for-1 to allow Loliels to really start hitting the tower gold shield really early on allowed RSG to snowball out of control, because they did it on bottom side, switched over to top side, clean rotations all the way through, dove bot side, and then re-dove top side as well. Breaking both of those turns put them in that 3.8k lead.
I think what's unfortunate as well is the fact that Razin did less damage than Ikimon.
Yeah.
That's not a good look, but what is a good look is our MVP for the game. It is gonna be, once again, Link Eza on his now signature Karina pick. 89% kill participation, 12-1-4.
Yep, he's been having a tremendously good game. And when you have a snowball on Karina, you get results. A game GP of 820 with a mystery shop. He didn't opt to go for that raw damage. He didn't want to go for magic worship, did not want to go for impure rage. It's all about getting those items as early as possible and as fast as possible.
I think we have to know, Link Eza, he's well known as the power farmer jungler, but at his core, Link Eza EZA is the ultimate snowball jungler. If he gets that early lead, if he gets a few kills under his belt, he is going to run away with the game. And that is what we saw today. Things like the Clock of Destiny, things like the Mystery Shot are all factors that allow Link EZA to make use of his best trait, his ability to snowball and use that momentum to completely steamroll the competition.
Let's check out this momentum once again from the highlights, because I thought, you know, we instantly saw, okay, Ryzen knows what he's doing on the Fanny, but RSGMY made it so difficult for Ryzen to actually get a snowball of his own. This cult Altar is rather frustrating. You're about to go for that deep cutthroat. Instantly, cult Altar comes out, denies you the kill.
You can see that Izanami, his trigger finger was really solid here, making sure to use the Cult Altar at the perfect time, because there is a very delicate balancing act there. You have to use it early enough that your team isn't put in a vulnerable state when that extra health is gone. But you also have to use it late enough to bait SUHAZ into the fight and not just make them run away from that ultimate overall.
Yeah, time and time again, Abumon, you realize very quickly that not only does he have to deal with the rest of the team of RSGMY, but specifically HY who keeps getting in front of his face. And when you think, oh, all his big cooldowns are down, especially with the Queen's Roar, Link EZA suddenly with the Shadow Dance comes running past HY to finish him off.
And again, not being able to break through the Karina because of the immunity to auto attacks makes a big difference here. Having a look now at the standings after that victory from RSGMY, we can see that unfortunately their spot in Group A has not yet changed, still in 4th place, but that extra 3 points is putting them that much closer to catching up to Team SMG.
Notice that Team Hawk has played 6 games and Team SMG has played 5 games, with both Torak and as well as RSGMY both playing 4 games. There's a lot more room for RSGMY to actually overtake Team SMG rather soon. So it really depends on the results that they get, but getting those 2-0s are going to be so very important here.
Unfortunately though, on the other side, SUHAZ Esports remains in last place, and after 5 matches, their aggregate points are still 0, and their game win-loss is still 0-10. This team is not performing here in Season 10, and things are looking increasingly dire for them as the weeks go by.
It's getting really difficult here, and they're going to be ending week 3 0-2 for both of their games. So all I can say is hopefully week 4 things are going to start shaping up.
Well, we can only hope, and for all the SUHAZ fans as well, make sure you guys continue to show your support, because these players up on stage desperately need it right now to truly bring out their 100% potential. But with that, we have witnessed the end of our first series of today, a pretty quick series overall, thanks to RSG being able to pick up the pieces and assemble the puzzle they needed to truly dumpster the opposition in game number 2.
You know, speaking of these puzzle pieces, the one thing that we have kept in mind throughout this game are the keys to victory. Let's back it up with some stats here, because throughout this game, to kick things off, is going to be protecting and controlling the gold laners. Half the time, we are seeing both Ikemon as well as Hawk kind of hover around the gold lane very often, most of the time not even going up to the top side of the map unless they want to initiate a dive.
Indeed, we can see that the style of RSG that likes to play is that they will focus a lot more on the gold lane in comparison to the EXP lane, because HY is usually capable of going even in the lane because he does know a lot of those matchups. He has a lot of experience in that lane, so they're fine leaving him, and they know that if they give Loliels a good lead, he will become very strong. He's very snowballish in the same way Link EZA is.
I mean, that's not all. Let's not forget about the mid laners who follow up with it. Izanami dropping a 70,000 bomb on the enemy team. With the real-world manipulation, it's understandable. And then you see the drop-off with Farmers because he brings a completely separate angle.
Yeah, you can see that Izanami, overall as a mage player, is so flexible. He is basically the Swiss Army knife of RSGMY. You want him to do something, boom, he's going to do it for you. He will do it well. He can play so many heroes. And of course, we can see RSG understand their own power spike a lot more effectively as the game went on. We can see in game 1, and once they hit their power spike, they started taking objectives and pressuring. But in game 2, once they hit their power spike through early game advantage, they just non-stop, let's fight. fight pickoff after pickoff and end the game before SUHAZ can do anything.
I mean, it really shows that Linkeza is comfortable on both Balmond and as well as Karina. More in comparison to yesterday's games when he played Julian. That's where he felt a little bit awkward and kind of just, he knew the combos, but other than that, snowballing made it seem a little bit more difficult than it should be. But with that being said, these teams, they need you, they need your support. And for those who participated, our winners are listed down below.
Make sure you guys check and see if your name is up on there, because if it is, you guys have just won a gift. We're not too sure what it is, but we're pretty sure it's going to be something that you will enjoy grabbing for yourselves. And for those of you who didn't end up winning, don't worry. We're going to have many more of these segments, so continue enjoying MPL and maybe scan this QR code as well to join the official group and participate in the discussion and sharing your own thoughts with fans from all over the country.
Honestly, some of these comments are really, really good. I was reading it, it's a lot better compared to week 1 and week 2 where it's super simple. But it's time for our favorite segment here at the caster desk. It is going to be Guess Who?
That's a bit hard to look at. That's a bit... It kind of looks like we're looking at a screenshot of some kind of in-game character creation.
It looks like one of the paintings in Minecraft. Does it not? Tell me it doesn't look like that. Okay, let's break this down. First of all, hobbies and trivia, loves eating delicious food. Who doesn't?
Yep.
Real basic there. Featured heroes, Lancelot, Lunox, and Thamus. Team name SUHAZ Esports. Lancelot, Lunox, that's
such an interesting combination of heroes here. I actually have no idea. It could be like anyone here. We have Abumon, Razin, and Amski as a choice. Typically, right, when we have these Guess Who segments, we rely very heavily on featured heroes to tell who is the person in the image, but in this case, it's a bit tricky.
I think I got it. And it's not because of the hints that were given. It's basically off of the MCQ, it's process of elimination. That's how I figured it out.
I see.
Because Lancelot, Lunox, and Thamus, that is very different roles, but they do have something in common all amongst each other.
Oh?
Yeah.
What might that be?
They can all be used in the jungle.
Okay. I mean, I think it's a bit of a stretch, but it is technically true. Let's see who the answer is going to be. And
oh no!
Oh,
I was wrong! No!
It's Abumon.
I'm so mad here. You also got it wrong? Okay, so I made eye contact with LaFell across the room. We both got it wrong. I'm guessing he also went for Razin as well. I didn't know Abumon was so into Thamus, Lunox as well as Lance.
There's literally not a single marksman in that featured hero list. Right? What is he doing in the gold lane?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Oh my goodness, that is infuriating. Me and LaFell are not happy about it. That ruined my streak. I was doing so well with the Guess Who segments.
Vigadian definitely a little disappointed with that, but make sure you guys use this redemption code so you're not quite as disappointed as he is here. Guess Who? They're definitely upping the difficulty here.
Yeah, it's making it harder and harder every single time here, but hopefully it helps you guys get to know some of the players that you know and love from these teams, because M4 is getting real close here. It's just around the corner.
Yep, M4 gonna be coming up pretty soon. Make sure you guys keep out for news of that, because I'm sure it's something that all of you want to catch. But speaking of things you guys want to catch, you guys are not going to want to miss the next game. It is going to be between the HOMEBOIS as well as Team LUNATIX for a second series of the day.
Yep, this is going to be their second round robin, so they're going to face each other off once again. The HOMEBOIS are looking a lot better as they're picking up steam. Team LUNATIX, they don't want to end this week at a 0-1. They want to be walking away at the very least with a 1-1. So keep your eyes out there, because LUNATIX, they're not a team you want to miss out on.
Speaking of rematches as well, our last match of the day is also going to be a rematch between the colors. RED Esports, Orange Esports going to be squaring off once again on the land of Dawn for a grudge match to once again determine who is the king of the palette.
Well, that's going to be an interesting one. Is it going to be prime colors or mixed colors? But before we throw over to the break, 500 shares have been achieved. Thank you so much for everybody who's been sharing on the English broadcast. We really appreciate you guys. So please take this code, and there's multiple tiers that you saw earlier. So Just keep on hitting that shares. We'll slowly hit it by the end of today.
Yep, if you guys haven't clicked on that share button at the bottom of the screen, make sure you guys do so. Again, we are sharing some amazing MLBB gameplay from the pro scene here in Malaysia. So if you guys want to make sure your friends and family don't miss out on the action, click on that button, share it out with them, and we'll see you guys there.
Yep. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the show as much as we have here at the desk. Our second best of 3 is just around the corner. They're going to need some time for preparation. And so do you guys. If you need to go to the bathroom, if you need to go grab a snack, do it now while you still can. For us here at the desk, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, you're going to be watching the second best of 3 of today. Hopefully, we'll see you then.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices kung fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices kung fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
I'm the Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyper Blend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices kung fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices kung fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this. I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices kung fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
I'm the Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this. break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light. May the holy light I am the chosen one.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik, ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. And the air conditioning here is working pretty well, so the stage is set for our second series, the rematch between Homeboys and Team LUNATIX. You're watching MPLMY Season 10, the English desk with me, Staffa, as well as Gideon.
Good to have you guys tuning back in for another best of 3 here today between the Homeboys and as well as the LUNATIX. And so far, this rematch is going to be rather interesting. We did see the last time that HOMEBOIS was able to get their first win. It's happening rather soon, so the wounds are still fresh for the LUNATIX.
Some of you may be surprised that this matchup is happening again so quickly. Trust me, we feel the same, but sometimes things happen here, and these teams seem to have been fated to encounter one another yet again, perhaps a lot sooner than they would have thought, and that also means that they need to prepare a lot more quickly.
Yep. With that being said, I mean, the LUNATIX so far are starting to show some holes in their gameplay, mainly when it comes down to the draft. They are a kill-oriented team, and don't get me wrong, they're really entertaining to watch, especially on their comfort heroes, and they're willing to brawl, but especially in a professional league, any advantage will be utilized, and it's going to be tough.
It really is going to be tough, but they're going to be walking up on stage very soon, so make sure you guys show your support because this is HOMEBOIS and Team LUNATIX.
Team LUNATIX.
To kick things off, Team LUNATIX makes their way onto the stage for the second time this week. Their fans are up and about, but so far, they are going to need to get more points if they want to remain or even contest for the top of the standings.
We're definitely seeing some vulnerabilities in this new team joining the MPL. Will they be able to maintain their momentum and go for their high kill pressure playstyle, or will HOMEBOIS put a stop to their plans? I am very excited to find out.
HOMEBOIS.
HOMEBOIS already building up that confidence this time. It's not going to be the jackets, it's going to be the green jersey. Sabat leading the crew back up on stage with their new addition of Zach, as things have been looking up. The communication has become cleaner. They're playing more together, and more importantly, they've got the momentum.
Ever since HOMEBOIS got their first victory of the season against none other than Team LUNATIX themselves, they have been looking more spirited, more energetic, and with Zakas now joining the ranks of the HOMEBOIS, they are looking to make sure that this is their recipe for success.
Yep, now both teams can show each other respects before the game even begins, but this is where it's going to get concerning for Team LUNATIX. The HOMEBOIS getting this win, starting off the week 1-0, look to close it out 2-0.
Yep, they're going to be making sure to do so, and supporting them in that endeavor is going to be their coaches on both sides. They're going to have none other than Saiful, once again, the coach for the side of the HOMEBOIS. Whereas on the opposite side, Team LUNATIX, we got Ayman as well as Sunfrost as the analyst.
The Brains and the Baron now up on stage, ready to battle it out. A lot of this battle is going to come down to the draft. The gameplay, well, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Ooh, waiting and see. I honestly already cannot wait a few more minutes before we go on into the game. But first, let's have a look at this head-to-head. As we've mentioned, these two teams have already met up once before last week, with HOMEBOIS taking that first victory.
Yep. So far, their stats are looking great, right? When it comes down to game win rates, 55-55. Average KDA is only a 0.3 difference. They have the exact same first tower rate. However, the first Lord rate is being dominated by Team LUNATIX, while the total damage dealt being topped off the charts by the HOMEBOIS.
Team LUNATIX, as we know, has a very aggressive early to mid-game playstyle where their players are going to roam around and group up as 5 very, very quickly, which is why you can see that they'll usually be able to take the first Lord. But HOMEBOIS win out in total damage dealt, and that is because they focus towards their strength throughout most of the game. They like to fight, but they also take good advantage of enemy teams' weaknesses to control the battlefield and ensure that the flow of the game goes in their favor.
The thing is, when we see LUNATIX take these fights, it's usually extremely one-sided in both ways. Either they are winning really, really hard, or they're losing really, really hard. Let's look at the keys to victories for both of these teams.
Starting off, the jungler has to go wild. Well, we already know that both these teams are really, really aggressive teams. They like to fight very early on, and the junglers on both sides are similar in that sense. Amal as well as Chibi will participate in skirmishes even during the first few minutes of the game.
Yep, it's going to be important that they actually take advantage of the early stages of the game, but the roamers are the one who set the tone, feed that information. They've got to be the vanguard here, because so far, with every single time we've seen these big tank picks, they make such a huge difference.
Yep, we have to point out this is going to be a matchup between Zakus as well as Yamichi, meeting up for the first time since Zakus was not part of the Homeboys lineup last week. And we both know that these are really aggressive tankers as well. They like to catch people out. They're not the defensive style that we're seeing other tanks go for. They want to fight, which is similar to the way their teams like to play. And that is why both teams need to make sure that they only go for beneficial team fights and not just throw bodies at their opponents.
That's what I'm scared of here, because beneficial team fights is the name of the game for the Homeboys. They like to play these 50-50s, and when they do coin flip, whether it be a Lord, whether it be Turtle, whether it be cross-map plays, they usually come up on top if the conditions are right. Team LUNATIX, on the other hand, they really can force a losing situation and turn it into a winning situation honestly at a coin toss.
Yeah, that's just how this sort of matchup works, right? And that's what makes it so exciting. We already had a really good match the first time these two teams interacted. Now that they've had a little bit more time under their belt, I'm interested to see how they will develop, and I'm sure you guys are as well. Looking at the audience predictions, the Homeboys are going to be monopolizing quite a bit of our audience today.
Yeah, not only in the audience, but online from their seats at home too. An overwhelming majority going on for the Homeboys here. Let's see if LUNATIX can actually commit to this upset.
Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate as well, because I remember in the first couple of weeks, Team LUNATIX were actually dominating a lot of these audience predictions. A new team that no one would have expected to have that many fans, but their gameplay, their bombastic style of just rushing in and taking people out is definitely very entertaining, and you just kind of want to support them.
Honestly, it's hard not to fall in love with Team LUNATIX. Their playstyle is super entertaining. They're extremely creative with the way that they actually take a snowball and run with an advantage. But more importantly so, their picks, they play comfort. You don't get to see a lot of these picks half the time in professional play. How many times have you seen Edith?
Yeah, who would expect that? But let's hope that we will be encountering more unexpected things today as we enter the drafting phase for our first game, because recently we have been seeing Team LUNATIX at vulnerability exposed in that their hero pool does seem to be a little bit small. They may be overly reliant on these comfort heroes.
All right, let's have a look here as Homeboys begin their attack. Kai going to be the first ban as Team LUNATIX on the red side, banning out the farmers. Very standard bans so far, but let's see if Homeboys are going to focus on these big meta picks. Yep, they're attacking the comforts instantly. Goldilocks comfort pick of Khalid is taken away.
Now, Khalid, Goldilocks has been tearing up the Land of Dawn with this hero, but I think teams are realizing that if he doesn't have access to it, his performance is a little bit more inconsistent here. You can see players a little bit impatient on the stage. You know, you want to top into the game, but the draft phase is just as important. The 1-1 going to be the next ban from LUNATIX.
Yeah, being on the red side, it's kind of unfortunate because you have to always get rid of these top big priority picks. Homeboys, on the other hand, get rid of one that you don't want to deal with and then start going through the rest of them. If they want to get rid of another comfort pick, Brody is a good shout out here. Beatrix, honestly, if they want to get rid of Julian, that's not too bad of a shout too. Rain had a great performance yesterday. Didn't get the win, but it's still, his mechanics were almost flawless.
Julian, I think is a pretty good shout here. I don't think they have to bother too much banning on Min's heroes because they can deal with that just from drafting better matchups. They might want to ban stuff more along the lines of Amal or Yamichi, but actually, they're going to be continuing to focus down on Goldilocks. They want to see whether or not they might be able to empty his pockets.
I think they're going to force him on Thamus, who's going to have a lot less impact compared to the scaling of Phoveus and just the sheer lane dominance and hard engage with the Khalid. I think that's totally fine here. I do suspect that SUHAZ is looking to play Benedetta up in the EXP lane again, most probably with Petrify, and also most likely full damage.
He's been doing a pretty good job with that. We know that SUHAZ as well as Goldilocks are both EXP laners that like to achieve very similar things. They want to distract, they want to force themselves to be the focus, the center of attention from their opponents. Fanny going to be the final ban from LUNATIX. meaning that options like the Faramis are going to be let through.
Not just the Faramis, even Masha is available.
Ooh, true.
Let's see whether Goldilocks actually has access to it, because Valentina is a must pick. The ruined win rate. It used to be 100%, now it's at 83. It hurts to see, but hey, Valentina still good. Team Lunatics now take priority.
Man, I see Valentina banned out so often that I completely forgot about her. It's so rare that we actually see it let through the draft. Especially if this was last season, you would never see it. But recently, we're definitely seeing teams shift in the way that they want to draft, allowing Valentina to see a little bit more of the light of day. This means that Team Lunatics now have to draft heroes with ultimates that won't be a big deal breaker for them in team fights. We've already seen them deal with this in the past, going for heroes like the Julian, like the Edith, stuff that isn't too dangerous to be stolen by the Valentina.
Speaking of which, Benedetta as well as Irthel going to be the first pickups from the side of Team Lunatics, and this is why it's so hard not to like them. They get these flashy heroes. They like to be a little unorthodox here. Most of the time, most teams will go for Ling Benedetta.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, not Ling Benedetta. What am I talking about? Ling Beatrix.
Yeah, I get what you mean here, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from. But I think what Team Lunatics are doing here is that they want to not take too many risks with those, because you would think Ling Beatrix would be pretty safe, but Ling right now, we're definitely seeing teams be able to adjust to that a lot more. HOMEBOIS though will actually still lean more towards that safe style of play. They grab the Beatrix for themselves, and the Paquito, again, right now, a very strong flex pick.
Yeah, HOMEBOIS has been using this third pick Paquito pretty often, whether throwing it into the jungle or giving it to Supat in the EXP lane. Either or, it's still very effective. Team Lunatics now in the second part of the ban phase. They're most likely either going to limit the jungle options or start thinking about supports. Mid, with Valentina, I don't think she's going to go into the support, into the roamer role anymore. But here we go. It's going to be Esmeralda, the final lock-in for Team Lunatics.
I think that's pretty smart from Team Lunatics, considering that 2 of Goldilocks' heroes have already been banned out in the first phase. They're suspecting that HOMEBOIS might just continue to lock down on that if they don't pick it up here. And the Esmeralda is still a very safe choice, considering what the HOMEBOIS have shown so far. An ultimate that's not easy to be stolen, has a pretty okay matchup into the Paquito, and will scale up very dangerously. Now, we enter the second phase of bans.
All right, Team Lunatics, they're going to kick things off in the second phase, banning out the Ling. So they're attacking the jungle side. Is there anything? I guess they want to make sure that Irthel is going to be fine and not chased down. However, HOMEBOIS is going to be banning out comfort picks once again. Edith get cut.
Yeah, this is going to be something that I'm a little bit worried about for Yamichi. Typically, the types of tanks that he plays are those with really big ultimates. He likes to play the Kufra. We have seen him play on things like the Ruby, things that will be able to set up. And HOMEBOIS wants to give those over because it allows them to steal it with the Valentina, which is why they're going for the Edith ban rather than one of those other options, because the Primal Wrath is usually not something you want to take away.
Absolutely. I mean, Team Lunatics did this yesterday where they let Valentina through and then gave them a bunch of heroes in their composition where their ultimates aren't exactly high value for Valentina, except for maybe a Khalid, but that's about it. Natalia going to be the follow-up ban for the side of Team Lunatics. Very understandable. However, Franco is still wide open, and that might be an issue if they plan on playing Assassins. Kufra, wow, HOMEBOIS, they've done their homework.
Yep, but admittedly, this homework assignment is not so difficult because other teams have already been kind of figuring out the style that Lunatics drafts. They have a very limited hero pool because of their reliance on pocket picks, because they know that they're comfortable with it. And because of that, it's very easy to decide, okay, who do we want to ban? We want to ban Yamichi. Let's get rid of these 2 heroes. We're basically done. That's something that Team Lunatics definitely needs to work on in the weeks to come.
All right, let's see what they're going to go for here. First pick for the red side this time in our second pick phase. Team Lunatics, they've got about 10 more seconds. They can go for Julian here, which isn't too bad, but Matilda is going to be the lock-in for Team Lunatics. Okay.
Well, that's very interesting. Like, I literally just said we need to see some different stuff from Lunatics, and instantly they show, okay, here's our different stuff. Matilda going to be the choice here, most likely Yamichi's hero as well. So far, we have only seen this player play bulky frontline setup tanks. We have not yet seen an Enchanter style support on the side of Team Lunatics, But if we're talking about enchanter support that supports their aggressive team fighting, Matilda is the obvious choice.
If you want to bring along the squad for a ride into the backline, Matilda is capable of doing that with a Circling Eagle. Homeboys, on the other hand, they're looking to finish off their composition so far. We need to figure out whether this Paquito is going into the EXP lane or the jungle. And it looks like Masha is going to be the EXP, which means Paquito goes into the jungle. Grok, the final lock-in for the Homeboys.
Okay, now that we see Homeboys' lineup is complete, I'm actually kind of surprised at how far the Masha ended up going. And this does worry me a little bit because Supat on this Masha is going to be causing havoc. He's going to be split pushing one side of the map forever, basically never allowing Team LUNATIX to take the 5v5 fights that they want to take. Zakus on this Grok as well is going to be a pretty effective counter to the Benedetta, to the Iritel as well, simply because of his natural tankiness against physical damage. A little bit worried about the early game though, because Matilda will be dishing out a lot of damage to this pick.
Well, for now, I don't know. I'm thinking about Irthel, whether or not it's going to make it. Ooh, Karina for the side of Team LUNATIX. Okay, this just got significantly better. If they decided to go for a double marksman composition, it's not going to be that great against the Masha on top of the Grok, but going for Karina makes sure that Masha isn't going to get as much value and still threatens Beatrix as well as Valentina, who have very low health pools.
Yeah, I like this. I think the Karina pick is basically the best jungle option that LUNATIX could have gone for at this point. Again, another source of magic damage that would make it difficult for Zakus to really hold the front line as well. So, Team LUNATIX has definitely shifted up their style just a little bit to be able to deal with the Homeboys. They want to get revenge for that loss after their first meeting last week, whereas the Homeboys, looking at their lineup, this is pretty terrifying. Lots of early game, lots of mid game, lots of late game. Team LUNATIX, they've got an uphill climb to go for, but if they can pull off this lineup, it is going to be bloody battlefields between both of these squads that I am truly excited to bear witness to. So without further ado, it is time to enter the Land of Dawn.
Welcome back to the Land of Dawn here as we see Benedetta going into the mid lane. Homeboys on the blue side, LUNATIX on the red side. Let's see how this plays out for Rain specifically, because again, this matchup, Valentina into Benedetta, it's about trading while pushing the lane at the same time. Obviously, Rain is going to be at a range disadvantage, so he has to be very selective of when he jumps in and out.
You can see here Zakus is going to be annoying Amal. He wants to force him to use the red tree, and he is successful in doing so. So that's going to be a small success for him. Chibi already cleared up his first jungle as well. So a slight lead for the Homeboys, which means Amal will not have the battle spell up for the Litho fight.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Goldilocks actually bothers to go down to the purple buff side to try and invade, just to get that information, knowing that he's cleared his wave. However, mid is just heavily contested here by both sides.
It's understandable that they would want to focus a lot on this mid lane, because as we know, teams that will be aggressive in the early lane require that mid lane priority to be able to roam around the map more comfortably, which is why that both these teams, we know they like to fight, so they want this mid lane control.
Yep. Now, they were able to trade out against Rain pretty quickly here. They're going to force him to stay in lane as they rotate to the bottom side of the map. It looks like they might be setting up for a potential dive, and yes, it is going to be a dive. Team LUNATIX read this. They're making their way down. They need to push this faster, but Homeboys going to hold off on this dive. Just focus on sieging and getting that gold shield.
It looks like the Homeboys, realizing that both Yamichi and Rain are here as well, are going to instantly back off. I think that is a good choice. We already saw in their first meeting, game 1 of their first match last week, when Homeboys wanted to match Team LUNATIX's tempo and just fight and fight, LUNATIX came out on top. So they're playing a more disciplined style to ensure they don't fall for any traps.
Yep, Sapat. Oh, he's chasing Goldilocks down, but he already used his sprint. He's going to turn back to look at Emal and try and chase him away. He doesn't want to waste any more time, as Sapat is trying to maximize his HP and time. But here comes the Electro Final Blow coming in from Rain. The Wild Charge comes off. First Blood, Achieva double for Chibi. Nicely done. And he gets the turtle, making a triple no, going over the Subbot. Huge win for the Homeboys.
Yep, beautifully done for the Homeboys. After all, this disciplined style of play has worked for them in their previous meeting, and it's going to work out again. Not only are they able to chase LUNATIX off of the turtle, they zone out Goldilocks, taking his health real low, forcing forcing the EXP laner to have to back off and then just completely surround LUNATIX because they know they have a strong early game with ZAHZ and Chibi.
Yep, looking at the sub emblem so far, this is what I was expecting to see compared to last game. But the only real difference here is going to be Goldilocks build. 1 point into movement speed and 2 into cooldowns. Yamichi and Min do see ZAHZ. He's not going to get a lot of value and a lot of free hits are coming through.
Yeah, ZAHZ will be able to tank most of Min's damage here, and Yamichi, because he is playing as a support, is not going to do too much to the Grok as well. So this is going to give ZAHZ quite a bit of impunity to just walk around the map comfortably, something that Team LUNATIX needs to be able to prevent because they want information to be able to catch Homeboys off guard.
Yep, with 3 members here ready and rearing to go. Homeboys play defensively, and ZAHZ is trying to bait some movement out from the LUNATIX. Emal getting ready to join for this dive, but Homeboy's already there, trying to hold on and defend. ZAHZ, is he looking for an engagement here? No. The snipe comes on through towards mid side. They're going to try and block him off. The wild charge almost connecting. Electro final blow. Rain is in the middle of the damage. Eye for an eye to get him out of there, but that's just going to be it. Nothing more, nothing less. Anip clears up the wave, and they are going to try and siege this once more.
Now that was a good disengage from LUNATIX with Michi being able to flicker over the wall at the last minute to try and waste the wild charge. Homeboys now want to use this opportunity to take the tower. Here comes Chibi, 2-man knockout strike, killing spree, and Vince picks up Amal as well.
That's so sad for Vince because it looked like he wanted to go in, but tower aggro shifted on him. But now ZAHZ is getting attacked by Goldilocks. Rain, he wants to pick up the kill, but instead he has to back away. He can't afford to die anymore. He's already fallen behind against Vince, and this is now a problem for Team LUNATIX.
Instantly, 4 minutes in, Homeboys have already amassed a 4K net worth lead. This is one of the unfortunate weaknesses of Team LUNATIX's style. Because they roam around together so much, they give away farm by leaving parts of the map empty, something that Homeboys have taken full advantage of. We can see they've already shifted a nip up to top lane to get more farm. Sabat, already winning out in his match, has now rotated down to pressure Min.
Let's see how this dive on the bot side is going to go. 3 members here ready to push that out. Turtle falls into the hands of the Homeboys as Anip and ZAHZ will easily clear up this wave, but no, it looks like Sabat is just going to back off here. They sacrifice bottom tier 1 as they invade the jungle and steal away the buffs.
Sabat fails in defending his tower, but because of how much time LUNATIX and how many people they had to send to actually take that, Chibi got so much farm just from stealing their jungle. LUNATIX now pushing in mid lane. Electro final blow. Sabat jumping in, thunderclap on top of Mint, instantly taken out by ZAHZ. Yamichi forced the flicker away. The rest of LUNATIX have to make a quick retreat, but not before Chibi finds the mega kill on Amal.
I'm surprised Mint didn't instantly use his sprint there. They find that kill. They're winning out 2 sides of the map. Rain about to die here, but Vince unable to pick up the kill. He wants to go back in. He's creeping forward. He sees Goldilocks as well as Yamichi. 2 ultimates he does not want as mid-tier 1 should fall. Goldilocks gets hit on knocked up by the wild charge. A quick chain and fastly executed by the unstoppable GB here as the rest of TL get pushed back by Nibiru's passion.
Team LUNATIX unfortunately tunnel visioned a little bit there. We could see Goldilocks jump in. He got the catch onto Chibi there on the side. But we have to note, this Paquito is really farmed. He does so much damage, and because they spent a lot of mental capacity thinking about how to deal with Chibi, they forgot about the rest of Homeboys pushing in, taking the tier 1 ZAHZ, flickering in with the wild charge, setting up for a beautiful fight for the Homeboys.
Let's see whether or not they're going to steal away this purple buff as they hold on to it, trying to bait LUNATIX into a fight that they clearly cannot win as Anip tries to snipe it away. Yes, he gets the purple buff, and unfortunately Team LUNATIX don't fall for it.
We are now 7 minutes in, 7K net worth lead. Homeboys have been maintaining a 1,000 gold per minute advantage the entire game, and this is not looking good. LUNATIX, they have a lineup that needs them to be able to get some sort of early game lead, especially with this Karina pick.
Yep, as they push them away from the orange buff, Karina makes her way down towards purple side. This turtle falls into the hands of the Homeboys. It's not looking too good for Team LUNATIX. An 8K gold lead 7 minutes into the game. They ramped up from 1,000 GPM to now 2,000 slowly. Wait, no, that wouldn't be 2,000. It'd be 1.5 thousand GPM at this stage of the game.
And that's just not good when you're able to think about it in terms of 1K per minute. advantage purely. That's not even like their net worth total. This is just not good. LUNATIX already forced into their base at this stage of the game. Only one external tower left, and I'm pretty sure HOMEBOIS, they want to take it down pretty soon.
Yeah, Chibi is 3 levels ahead of Emal right now. Anip is currently 3 levels ahead of Mint as well. There's just such a EXP disparity, and I don't think at this stage of the game that Team LUNATIX can actually keep up with this snowball. HOMEBOIS has full control, gets the snipe onto Matilda, doesn't stand a chance as the Nature's Barrier prevents her escape.
2 shots, 1 kill. Yamichi literally not able to do anything here. He's more used to being able to tank the front line for his team, but Matilda is way squishier than the heroes he is used to playing. We are now at a 10k gold lead by the HOMEBOIS. 8.5 minutes in, 10 kills to 0. Team LUNATIX are completely out of their element.
It's not looking good so far. Goldilocks forced to use the Falling Star Moon to get on out of there. They're trying to clear the way for Raid. Eye for an eye, but it's too late. Anip times it perfectly to make sure his iframes won't matter.
HOMEBOIS are on point right now. They're on fire. They're running away with this victory, and there's not much LUNATIX can do about it. 2-man knockout strike, 2-man jab finds Goldilocks. Yamichi just barely escaping, and the HOMEBOIS are relentless in their assault.
Yeah, this is about to be a flawless game coming in from the HOMEBOIS. They're looking to end this right here, right now. Inhibitor is about to fall, and now with this one wave, do they back off? Are they going to play Discipline, or are they just going to move over to the next inhibitor? It looks like they're going for the next inhibitor. Chibi may have bitten off a bit more than he could chew as they slowly start pushing up. He sees Emal and he realizes that he's a bit low. Electro Final Blow does come out from Rain, but Anip is just going to slowly chip away at this, and they will get all inhibitors off this push.
There's not much even Goldilocks can do about it. He jumps in to try and stop that last shot, but has to instantly back away. And the tower gets taken down anyway. Rain nearly dying as well. Vince not quite able to finish it off. But this is just not good. They can't even chase these final members of HOMEBOIS out of their base. They are absolutely fine.
Zakas still opening up the map and taking the damage. Supa just waiting for the right opportunity to jump on a squishy target. He doesn't care about Matilda or Esmeralda, so he's just waiting patiently for either Emal or maybe even Mint.
At this stage now, the question is no longer what can Team LUNATIX do to come back into this game, because there really isn't much. HOMEBOIS are in complete control. Even if they were to make a big mistake right now, which honestly I doubt they're going to do based on their gameplay so far, I don't think LUNATIX has much hope here.
Yeah, it really isn't in their hands anymore. HOMEBOIS, Goldilocks unfortunately getting hit with the full combination, dies over a double kill going over to Anip. He's just too far ahead. This game is done and dusted. Monster kill and a killing spree with the Lord pushing right at the end. GG, well played. A flawlessly clean game coming in from the HOMEBOIS.
An unstoppable, uncontestable force of nature. HOMEBOIS comes in charging into the LUNATIX base like a tsunami, and there is nothing they can do to stop them.
They did not stand a chance in that matchup here. The mid lane just fell so far behind. These early rotations did not profit, but GG, well played to the HOMEBOIS for game number 1.
We've been seeing some pretty one-sided games here in this recent week, but this is very clearly the most one-sided of them all. And it's gotta feel bad considering the kind of performance we have been seeing from Team LUNATIX so far. Has their secret code been broken already?
I think it just shows like a very clear weakness for this team, that their draft is going to be, again, not exactly the most meta in the world. Their hero pool isn't as wide as some of these teams that we have here at the MPL, and HOMEBOIS, again, taking full advantage of that fact.
I don't think it's just the HOMEBOIS as well. We saw from their game yesterday against Orange Esports, it's that one singular factor that teams are taking full advantage of, the draft. Team LUNATIX, they're losing out in their lineup, and this is such an important factor of determining victory in the game. We've already mentioned it several times in previous weeks. In this meta, the draft plays such a big role.
Let's have a look at the item build, and honestly, with a 16-0 score, barely getting their first items done for the side of Team LUNATIX. HOMEBOIS already with 3 already completed for their main heroes and all their solo laners. This, again, an absolute slaughter here.
This is just quite terrifying to see here. If we look at Anip, he basically has the same amount of gold as 2 members of LUNATIX put together. He is nearly full build 10 minutes into the game, and as you highlighted, most of LUNATIX have only just gotten their first item. This was an absolute dumpstering. There's not much more we can say about it.
Honestly, I'm surprised. When I saw Benedetta, I thought, okay, that's going to be the EXP lane. No, instead Goldilocks decides to lock in the Esmeralda. I don't know what the communication was there. Why couldn't, if they were going to do something like that, why didn't they use Julian as a flex pick? Is this what Goldilocks is capable of? Just Esmeralda, Khalid, and Thamus?
It is definitely a point of concern, and teams are definitely honing in on that. They're realizing Goldilocks' hero pool is not that big, and if we can disable him from playing at his 100% potential, then it is an easy victory for us. You can see HOMEBOIS, they were confident enough at this stage that GP actually went for the CD shoes on Paquito. He didn't go defensively. Nope, he's just like, oh, I can take over this game completely. Just give me more CD so I can kill people even faster.
I wanted to finish off that sentence after this on the cooldown shoes, but I'm gonna refrain. I'm gonna refrain from that. And it looked like he was gonna go for the Blade of Despair as well. But with that being said, our MVP of this game most obviously is gonna fall into the hands of Chibi himself with an 88% KP, a flawless KD of 6-0-9, and a game GPN of 917.
I don't think these statistics need any further explanation. This was just such an easy game for the man. No deaths at all. An amazing game damage per minute. You could see that he went for full damage items as well. Like we mentioned, CD Boots, Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Bloodlust Axe. No defensive options. He's going for BOD next. Chibi was just having the time of his life.
I feel like you are just setting up for a D's nuts joke. Every time you mention those boots. And I'm just like, is this a bait? Is this a bait? How many of you guys in chat fell for it? Anyways, coming into this game, I do think that HOMEBOIS have the right idea. It was an absolute stomp, but again, it's so dependent on Team LUNATIX to try and dominate the lanes. And I think that was the hardest point for them, because it is just a pillow fight up in the EXP lane. The mid lane was highly contested, and if you look at the highlights, we're just going to see it all over again, that this first initial team fight went so very wrong for Team LUNATIX.
If you're able to give Chibi a double kill to start off the game, one of those being the enemy jungler, and then because Team LUNATIX is always grouping together, they want to fight as a team, it sets up so easily for HOMEBOIS to catch him out in AoE, multiple people in the wild charge, multiple man knockout strikes. It's so easy for HOMEBOIS to engage on that.
Yeah, and Anip, he had a free game. He was just free shooting these turrets one by one, and there was nothing Team LUNATIX could really do. Nobody could really tank the damage, and more importantly, they didn't have the items to do so at the same time. Zakis, every single time Team LUNATIX find an opportunity, a window to actually initiate on the HOMEBOIS, that wild charge just shuts them down.
And yeah, HOMEBOIS are looking better than ever. The coordination, the communication that we felt like was a little bit lacking from them in the first 2 weeks has all but been made up for with the addition of Zakas into their ranks, and they're looking much better for it. The problem now is that Team LUNATIX, you could say the exact opposite is happening for them. Now that their recipe has been discovered, now that their secrets have been uncovered, people are realizing that, yes, they like to fight, they fight really well, but you just gotta take certain factors away from them.
For sure. But thank you so much to everybody who's watching the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 10. Here is your code. You've helped us hit our 800 share milestone. We still have the 1,000 and Tier S, the 1,200 still up for grabs. So please keep on sharing while you still can.
Yep, thank you very much everyone for joining us here at the MPL MY stream. Hope you guys are enjoying the game so far, but there is more to come. So if you're one of the people who haven't clicked on that share button, you know what to do to contribute to the cause. But with timer back up on screen, we're going to be going into Game 2 very soon. The players have refreshed, they are prepared, they are walking back up on stage. The big question now is, what does Team LUNATIX need to do?
Honestly, they need to change up their draft here because the ideas are there, but they're not doubling down on a particular plan. Like, yes, they want to play for the early game, but they don't have any dominant lanes at all. Like, the Benedetta might have been a way to deal with this Masha, just a quick push and then look to rotate as fast as you can. And if things are not going well, rotate back, match up against the Masha once more instead of the Esmeralda.
I think we also have to know, right, if we look at this game recap, the damage dealt by these teams, Amal on a Karina did less than 3,000 damage. That is 4 digits there, and not even in the high number range. Basically, Homeboys were playing in such a way that there was no chance for Amal to be able to jump into the backline and pick off a Nib or Vin, simply because that discipline, their style of identifying, okay, we're gonna force them to fight into us and then take control of the situation, works so well.
It really does, and I think that it's unfortunate because Emal was just trying to power farm to get to his first item at the very least. Maybe he could have just, I don't know. Definitely think that the LUNATIX really need to change up their draft. At least get lane priority. They need a way to force lane priority.
Yeah, typically they force lane priority by means of giving Goldie luck heroes like the Khalid to allow him to take control of the EXP lane, then transfer that lane advantage into the rest of the map. But teams have already started picking up on this by making sure that Goldie luck doesn't get that initial advantage. They're not only disallowing him from being able to roam and help out other lanes, they're forcing the other lanes to have to come and assist him instead.
Now let's have a look at SUHAZ coming in from the Homeboys. So far, on the 3 games that he has played on Benedetta, he has been able to achieve some wins for 25% of the time. Of his total 7 games, he was able to, 12 games he was able to win. 7 of them he was able to get them. And honestly, I think he's just a all-rounded EXP laner. He likes to make these plays, which sets him apart from a lot of the EXP laners we've seen so far in the league.
And I still remember as well, from the time when Homeboys first debuted here in MPL, SUHAZ was always that guy, the Paquito player, the Sepaquito himself, absolutely tearing up the backline with the hero. It is still his signature, but we're seeing him shift more towards other styles. He so far had 6 unique hero picks, with the Cho and the Benedetta being his most played heroes so far. And his goal now has shifted from going for those kills and dismantling the backline to just being the utility EXP laner, split pushing, dragging attention away, making it difficult for the enemy team to fight against his own teammates. And I honestly think that's what EXP laners need to do nowadays.
Yeah, I think EXP laners need to have some kind of versatility, whether it's just winning your lane, but also providing for the team. You need to have both of these aspects. It is a little mundane, I'm not going to lie, but SUHAZ has a very fresh take on it when he does play the Benedetta with his Petrify, or even with Paquito, or arguably even Cho.
Yep, it's honestly very entertaining to watch, and you can definitely tell that he knows what he is doing. On the opposite end, and I feel like we can also talk a little bit about Goldie luck. When he has access to that Khalid, when he wins his lane, he is very successful in doing the same thing. He is much more aggressive in comparison to SUHAZ. He will just dive right into the front lines and buy as much attention as possible. And typically, that does work when he has the lead, because he will tank it all. But if he doesn't, you start to see a little bit of gap in his gameplay.
Well, it's time for game number 2. Let's jump into the drafting phase and find out whether or not he is going to get access and be able to do what you've just mentioned. Team LUNATIX, wow, that's fast. Team LUNATIX on the blue side already banning out the Paquito as well as the Akai, while the Homeboys on the red side banning out the Fanny.
Lots of respect for this Paquito pick. We've already seen Homeboys can make a lot happen with this hero. SUHAZ, it's his signature hero. Chibi has already shown he can make wonders happen with it as well. Understandable they would want to get rid of it. The Khalid is still going to be permanently banned out by the side of the Homeboys. They've already recognized as long as we can control the EXP lane, we will be fine. So we're going to continue to ban out Goldilocks heroes as long as we need.
Yeah, I think at this point of time, Team LUNATIX, do they really want to let go of the Valentina? I don't think it's a good idea. They might want to consider banning out Wanwan on top of it all, but we'll see. We never know with Team LUNATIX.
I think most likely they will ban the Wanwan just because we've seen that Mint typically leans away from it, but interesting. They will actually ban the Faramis this time. leaving it to Homeboys to question which hero they want to get rid of.
Okay. Well, boys, they're thinking about it. I think getting rid of the comfort picks is a good idea, but these power picks like Valentina, as Zacchus is hovering over, definitely understandable. Like, even if you have a comfort pick in other places, Valentina is just that good.
Yep. Valentina right now, we've already been seeing a lot of gameplay from this hero, which was basically 100% banned in the previous season. And every single time a team lets it through, they immediately understand why they should not let it through. Thus, it's going to be the choice of the Homeboys. That's the final ban of the first phase. LUNATIX do have the option of grabbing 1-1, but so far, every time they've been on blue side, they have banned the 1-1 themselves. Will they finally pick it?
I think... I don't know. Honestly, they go for the Ling instead. All right, not the first pick I would have imagined it, but considering that they are a fresh team joining the MPL, the biggest habit that we've noticed is that after every single game 1, game 2, if they lost game 1, go back to comfort picks. Go on to something that you're feeling confident on.
I can understand why Team LUNATIX would go for the Ling here. As you mentioned, it is their comfort pick, it's their fallback plan, and they don't want to give it over to Homeboys because this is one of Chibi's traditional signatures. But revealing the Ling at this point makes it so easy for Homeboys to go for the counter play. And they're going to start off by grabbing the Beatrix as well as the Franco.
Yep. Last time you saw Zacchus play Franco, he did die a couple of times, but the iron hooks that did land to save a team fight or just able to land it into one of the backline cores is nuts. So I think Team LUNATIX, they got to be a little careful here because Franco will start to disrupt the early game.
Yeah, LUNATIX needs early game options. They need to be able to match any early game rotation that the Homeboys throw at them, not only to defend the purple buff for Amal, but to potentially disrupt Chibi as well, as make sure that Zacchus won't be able to easily land pickoffs. These are going to be very important picks for them. Let's see what they go for. They go for Eve and Lolita.
Okay, I can respect that. With Eve and Lolita, you have some disengage, you have a way to block the iron hook, and with Eve, you can outrange. But now, Homeboys, instead of going for, if Paquito was still available, then you would get the Paquito third pick, but instead it's going to be Benedetta, which gives me hope we're going to see full damage Sapat all over again.
Yeah, but the thing about Benedetta as well is that I think that for the Homeboys specifically, this is actually still a very flexible hero. Yes, Sapat will usually be the one playing it, but I would not be surprised at all if Chibi could play a jungle Benedetta. Team LUNATIX, they're going to ban out the Lancelot while Homeboys get rid of Phoveus.
Banning out Lancelot, is it necessary here? I don't think it's too necessary to ban out Lancelot from the side of LUNATIX. Wait. A little bit. Once again, shout out to Daddy Hood. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's one of the boys from Homeboys. they love their dad.
They're just piling on the praise right now. Why not? You know, just take advantage of the medium to show your love for people supporting you. But yeah, moving back on into the draft here. Homeboys, they're looking for this final ban. Looks like they're going to be focusing on the Masha. Makes a lot of sense. Again, I'm kind of surprised at how far this hero is going through the draft. Homeboys don't want to give that option over to Goldilocks. And again, a lot of EXP laners being targeted by the Homeboys.
All right. See how they're going to play around this. Team LUNATIX, are they going to stick to just banning out jungles and forcing this Benedetta in that direction? It looks like they are. They're going to start banning out the Hayabusa. Ooh, do they want... Okay, if they give Benedetta to Chibi in the jungle, that means Sapat... My guess, my best guess, it's either going to be the Esmeralda or it's going to be the Yuzong.
I personally still think this is Sapat Benedetta. I think Homeboys can just easily give Chibi something like the Balmond.
Or Julian.
Yeah, and then the early game will be so easy for them. He can secure objectives. They can run into Team LUNATIX's jungle because they'll have multiple tanky heroes. I think Balmond is good. Julian, as you mentioned, still very good. But I don't think Homeboys will go for their jungle hero right now. They're going to be targeting the mage first. Yep, going to be giving Vince his signature Kagura.
Kagura, not bad. Numenon Blast, just get yourself out of there with an inbuilt Purify. Same goes for Real World Manipulation. You can cover a lot of distance. If you get the knockback, you can also cancel it too. Team LUNATIX now looking to finish off their composition. They are still missing. Oh wait, the lock-ins are coming through. The Ruby as well as the Wanwan.
I can't believe 1-1 made it this far in the draft.
Hey, man.
I completely forgot she was still there.
The moment I saw Beatrix being locked in by Anip, you just kind of know they're like, okay, we're looking to one-shot this 1-1.
Okay, let's see whether or not Mint can play on this hero, considering how often LUNATIX has banned it out. And it does look like this is going to be an EXP lane Ruby as well for the first time, which I personally am a fan of, because that is where I usually play Ruby. But I'm not sure if it's going to work out too well against a Benedetta. We'll find out. Homeboys now going to be locking in Chibi's hero. Will it be the Pullman? Will it be the Julian? What's it going to be?
Let's find out. They lock in the Natalia this time.
Okay.
Wow. Okay, Homeboys bringing up the Natalia jungle. 6 picks, overall 33% win rate. And the last time we saw this coming in from Chibi, they were able to net a win.
Yeah, this is very interesting, and it is obviously because of the recent changes to Natalia as a hero that enabled her to actually become a jungle assassin nowadays. I personally am very curious as to whether or not this will work out. That silence could be quite a big detriment to many of the heroes on the side of Team LUNATIX, and they desperately require this victory going into game number 2 to secure themselves a better position in the standings. As we recap the lineup, LUNATIX, very strong team fighting, lots of CC, lots of AoE. They got the crossbow of Tang, but Homeboys have a lot of damage, lots of comfort picks, and they are going to be the slipperiest lineup you could possibly hope to try and catch. Who will come out on top as we once again enter the land of dawn?
Let's find out who's going to be slipping and sliding. Is it going to be a 2-0, or are we going to game 3 for this match point for the Homeboys on the red side with Team LUNATIX on the blue side? Are they going to get this kill? They're about to get the kill. Zakas flickers out of there just in time.
It's been quite a long time since I've seen someone go for the buff reset, because it really doesn't work anymore, but Zakas just deciding to be a little bit cheeky here. He doesn't get the buff reset, but he is able to be a little bit annoying, though unfortunately at the cost of his flicker.
Yeah, I don't think that we'll be able to contest for Lethal Water. Yamichi is going to walk up forward. The first clear coming up for Natalia isn't the greatest, but Zach is taking a good brunt of that damage. Nicely played here by Rain. However, towards the bottom side, they really need Anip to hard win his lane against the Wanwan to slow her down.
We already know Wanwan as a hero, the most vulnerable point is before she hits that level 4 when she doesn't have the crossbow of Tang. He needs to bully her as much as possible in the gold lane, something that should be quite easy for a Beatrix.
Yep. And now with Franco running in towards lane here, going to shove out Wanwan. Mint holding his ground by bottom brush. It's the rest of the mid lane. Rain and Yamichi look to rotate here and hold control.
Yeah, I'm very curious, especially to see what Chibi is going to be doing here. It looks like he's rotating more towards the top side, meaning LUNATIX might be able to make this dive down here work. This is 4 members.
Are they going to initiate? No, they don't have a wave to really work with here, and Anip, unfortunately, won't be able to do too much. But so far, so good. They do deny the gold crab, but in the next 2 seconds, Turtle's going to come out. Level 4s are about to happen, and this is where it's going to get really, really dicey. How is Chibi going to do this? Is he going to just stealth his way and sneak the Turtle from under LUNATIX's noses?
Either way, this is going to be the objective that determines who has that early game lead. Yamichi already scouting out Chibi. Turtle dropping the 50% support in the backline. He wants to disrupt their formation as much as possible. Zakas misses the hook on Goldilocks. Chibi jumping in, nearly taking out Amal. Real world manipulation drop down, finds the first blood onto Suppot. Goldilocks finds a 2-man I'm offended onto Zakas and Chibi. Tempest ablaze, but the bloody hunt not quite enough to save Zakas. Amal though will be sacrificed. Vince finds that kill. Now he's getting chased down, stunned by Yamichi. Goldilocks right behind him, but escapes to the safety of his tower.
Yep. Oh boy, this is a good start coming in for Team LUNATIX compared to the previous game. Homeboys taking it slow, but unfortunately not getting any advantages just yet. Even the turtle being hard contested either way, but now I think Team LUNATIX, they could easily take this, and HOMEBOIS probably would dive bottom side.
Yeah, this is LUNATIX's best opportunity to go for this objective. HOMEBOIS ideally want to dive bottom side here, but since Mint has already returned to base, he's not at risk of being taken out, meaning that LUNATIX will gain a small objective advantage, but HOMEBOIS still actually have that slight gold lead.
Oh, Supa tries to steal away the gold crab, but Emal is able to take it just in time. However, Yamichi gets punished down by bottom side. That's what you want to see from the HOMEBOIS.
A Nip finds that kill. Normally, you would not expect that, considering Lolita has a pretty easy counter to heroes like the Beatrix. But mistakes like that can be fully taken advantage of. Speaking of, Chibi managing to drop Emal really low down here again.
Yep. Team LUNATIX once again back on the farming spree. Purple buff coming up in about 6 seconds with 78 seconds on the clock for the next turtle to happen. However, a lot of action hovering around that bot side, and I don't know. When I'm looking at specifically Goldilocks build, is this what you usually go for sub-emblems on a Ruby?
I'm not an expert in the matter, but I have definitely never done this sort of thing before, so I can only assume no. I feel like they're trying to cover as many bases as possible, but when you are like a jack of all trades, you are also master of none, so that is a slight worry there.
Okay. Support rotates in, but they find a particular catch here. Zakas nicely found the bloody hunt on towards Rain's side, ensures the kill. However, they dedicate a number of ults for this. Hopefully it comes back up just before the turtle spawns.
Now they're now rotating over to the bottom side. I'm liking the way HOMEBOIS are covering the map right now. You can see Team LUNATIX, they're wasting a lot of time trying to get pickoffs by grouping together in one lane. But because of that, HOMEBOIS, they're able to shove out their towers. They're able to take so much gold shield. And every time a lane is getting pushed up, they will return to guard it and avoid taking any fights.
Now, speaking of guarding it, HOMEBOIS just holding on to whatever structures they have so far. With the gold shields already down, now this is where they are vulnerable. Turtle is up. Let's see what HOMEBOIS decide. Mint finds the initial cash on towards Mint. Yin Yang overturn is going to hit, but it's not going to be enough as Emal gets on top of him with a Tempest of Blades. Anip is still alive. He's trying to take out Yamichi. Numenon Blast will land onto the Natalia, but that's about it. Mint is down, unable to get his ult. Emal chasing Chibi. Goldilocks finds the Armageddon onto Supa, gets the taunt as well, and they make it out just with a sliver of health. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of the HOMEBOIS.
A very chaotic team fight, but those are the types of team fights the HOMEBOIS will prefer in comparison to Team LUNATIX, who wants to be able to control it and fight together as a team. Because of the way they split up that fight, LUNATIX were chasing targets all around, allowing HOMEBOIS to use their assassins to cut off the back line. Admittedly though, it is not a big loss. They actually kind of traded evenly because they only lost Yamichi as the second person. Ooh, almost getting capped out there as well.
A nice kill, a nice hook coming in from Zakas. The flicker was kind of strange, I'm not going to lie. That might have been a bit of a mistake here, but Sabat, he knows what's going on around Turtle side. The fact that Ruby is there, he would safely assume that Ling is nearby on top of it. But yeah, he sees it go. He sees it going. Looks like HOMEBOIS doubling down on breaking the bottom tier 1.
Yeah. Will they give this turtle away? Here comes Chibi. Does he have the red tree? No, he gets spotted by Rain, so he's not gonna continue. Down at the bottom side, they did catch out Mint. Mega kill going over to a Nip, and they're just gonna walk it away.
Tier 2 is still up. They walk away here. HOMEBOIS with a 2.4k lead. Not as devastating as it was in game number 1, but Team LUNATIX really taking their time and really calculating these fights.
Yep, they have to be really calculative here. They already know HOMEBOIS will have a gold lead. Probably not too certain how much. It is, of course, right behind 3k. Sapat now in a bit of trouble. 1v3. Yamichi misses the stun, allowing him to just kind of walk away. Chibi coming in from the backline, aiming down Emal, forcing out the Tempest of Blades. Rain gets caught out by Vince on the side. Chibi gonna secure the kill on the Eve as now the rest of LUNATIX come in, but Yamichi is already dead. Mint is down as well. Unstoppable going to a name.
Oh, it's looking so good. The HOMEBOIS fans are chanting as the next tier 1 has collapsed, and now the snowball is in the hands of the HOMEBOIS. They're going to go look for a tier 2. Goldilocks with the I'm Offended is going to try and slow on him down to 50%, but it's too late. The Bloody Hunt comes on through. Goldilocks still is alive and gets the dominance. Ice Flicker is gone, and Subpot able to get the kill? How?
Subpot just won the 1v1 against LUNATIX's jungler. That's not good. Yamichi, he gets a nice 2-man Numenon blast. Real world manipulation gonna catch out TV. A kill going to LUNATIX.
Nicely done by the LUNATIX, looking to reply there. Oh, the combo worked out. It was clean, but HOMEBOIS still ahead by 4.3k. If you look at the items as well, cores are already accomplishing 2 full items.
Ooh, this is not good. 5k lead for HOMEBOIS now. It's a lot less than game 1, but still not ideal. 2-man, I'm Offended. Vince will escape, but not Zakus. And that's another pickoff for LUNATIX.
Oh, so far, it's getting a little tougher for the HOMEBOIS. I mean, Team LUNATIX is putting up a fight, and yes, it is getting a little bit more difficult to actually rotate as quickly as Team LUNATIX, but you gotta give LUNATIX something.
Yeah, now they're on top of the Lord. Here comes Subpot diving into 5 members. He's confident, but he gets pulled back. He's in danger. Vince, though, doing a lot of damage. Subpot still alive. He gets a double kill. What?
I don't know. I really don't know. Getting a double kill there, Subpot continues to be making these huge plays, and on him, he is just getting spoon-fed these kills. Lord is going to fall into the hands of the HOMEBOIS. Let's see how much of an advantage they can make.
Well, if we're talking about advantage for the gold ranking right now, it's basically split in half. HOMEBOIS in complete control. 6k gold lead after that one. I cannot believe Subpot jumped into 5 people, came out alive with a double kill. That is basically the ultimate flex.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse. The Iron Hook lands. Bloody Hunt to secure the kill. Rain is alive. No! Zakus! What? He manages to get away just in time. They don't finish off the kill. And now Purple Buff will fall, but here comes Imal willing to contest the Iron Hook on. He lands onto Yamichi, and it doesn't matter who got it. It looks like Jimmy is the one who did. Blade of Tempest comes on. No, Imal, he manages to walk away with the Purple Buff, and Subpot jumps into the middle of the fight. They are diving the tier 2. They want everything, taking away everything from Team LUNATIX.
A small mistake by HOMEBOIS resulting in not getting the kill on Rain, but they're still pushing anyway. All 3 waves now threatening the base of LUNATIX. The Lord pushing down bottom side. The Pulse is going to clear off a lot of lanes. Flicker forward to the Numenon Blast only finds Zakus. They're now engaging onto the Franco. Hook going to miss, and they're able to successfully defend for now.
Yeah, HOMEBOIS taking the safe route, opting to buy immortalities for themselves, knowing that they're so far ahead of the game. 7k here against Team LUNATIX. This upcoming Lord, it is going to be brutal, but they still have all their inhibitors, so Team LUNATIX, they don't have lane disadvantage.
Yeah, but they're going to be forced to stay in their base for a pretty long time, and if they don't have access to the purple buff, Amal can't do much. If we look at the damage dealt, Anip and Vince are so far ahead of everyone else.
They really are. They're getting so much damage done, so much work done for the team. But in the meantime, HOMEBOIS, they just need to starve out the LUNATIX and keep playing for picks and get whatever food comes your way.
Now I feel like we finally have a bit of downtime here to mention what exactly happened on that pickoff on Rain. Zakus got the hook, he got the bloody hunt, Anip got one snipe, then he missed the second because he auto-targeted and went for the gold crab instead. Otherwise, Eve would have died, but here comes Zakus. Instantly, they find the kill, double kill on Anip. GB finds Amal as well, triple for Anip. What happened? LUNATIX disintegrates Maniac for Anip. That is a team wipe. The base is exposed.
Listen to that crowd chanting the HOMEBOIS name. They're looking to put them down into the dirt. Team LUNATIX are going to be dropping this game. It's 2-0 to the HOMEBOIS, walking away this week 2-0 themselves. Daddyhood himself, a proud father of his boys.
We knew going into this series we were going to have a series full of bloodbaths, a series full of excitement, but who would have expected how one-sided the results would be? HOMEBOIS showing how it is done.
They have done well for themselves, truly well for themselves. GG, well played for the HOMEBOIS.
Oh, and that's gotta be rough for Team LUNATIX as well. It does look like their recipe, their secret ingredient has been discovered. You can see the homeboys looking really satisfied with their performance right there. Looking forward to seeing how they will continue to grow as well.
Yep, I mean, at the end of the day, there's still smiles on their faces for the side of Team LUNATIX. But let's have an interview with the winners, the homeboys up on stage.
Perlawanan yang hebat daripada kedua-dua pasukan, tapi marilah kita memberikan sorakan kepada Team LUNATIX sekali. Dan di atas pentas, kita punya pemenang, pasukan HOMEBOIS. Dekat sini, lagi sekali kita nak ucapkan tahniah kepada pasukan HOMEBOIS. Dan saya punya soalan sebenarnya senang je. Kenapa bila minggu pertama tak kuat macam ni?
Sebab kita orang saya nangis kot. Sebab tu tak confident.
Nampak tak? Bila nangis susah untuk kita nak perform. Tapi bila kita cerita pasal performance, pasukan HOMEBOIS game pertama tadi menang dengan markah 15-0. Saiful sekarang ni dia dah tak ada dalam line up. Jadi siapa punya tugasan untuk pastikan korang semua disiplin? Siapakah shot caller pasukan HOMEBOIS sekarang?
Okey, kalau untuk shot caller Zakus lah. Zakus
perform dengan sangat bagus. Bagi tepuk tangan untuk Zakus. Nak bagi mic kepada Zakus juga, di mana saya nak tanya. Okay, Zakus masuk dalam line up HOMEBOIS. Jadi Zakus yang kena adjust gameplay sama dengan dorang, ataupun dorang yang kena adjust gameplay untuk sama dengan Zakus?
Ikut dorang lah. Itu je. Sebab ikut gameplay Saiful.
Oh, disebabkan masuk dalam line up kena ikut gameplay Saiful. So dekat sini kita boleh nampak ini bukan full house dah. Ini dah terlampau crowded. Fan pasukan HOMEBOIS dan juga LUNATIX penuh dekat kita punya crowd. Daddy Hood ada dekat situ. Nampak Abang kat belakang. Nampak semua pasukan HOMEBOIS kat belakang. Ada tak apa-apa nak cakap pada semua yang datang pada hari ini?
Okey, untuk semua yang datang hari ini, saya ucapkan sangat-sangat terima kasih untuk family HOMEBOIS, untuk family LUNATIX. So saya terima kasih sangat-sangat lah. Untuk Daddy Hood, terima kasih Daddy. I love you Daddy. Woo! Woo!
Nampak tak semua orang sayang Daddy, dan dengan kesayangan korang semua pasukan HOMEBOIS perform dengan terlampau bagus. Lagi sekali tahniah diucapkan kepada korang. Dan mesti semua orang yang tengok nak tahu apa yang mereka berbualkan. Dan lagi dalam game pertama 15-0 tu. Jadi tak apa buang masa, mari kita dengar mereka punya mic check.
Ni.
Kelabak. Patut lagi. Lagi. Gas. Kurang. Retail low. Dapat defy. Kaya no skill. Sabar lu. Nice. Ini 12k tau. 12k.
Yang ni kita bantai sebab dorang dah kalau go teruk ni. Kill dulu, jangan fokus tower.
Alright.
Bantai fokus kill.
Aku cari retail Mati ni. Nice. Retail low. Nice. Retail low. Ini.
Kenduri balik. Kena. Kami. Gas balik. Perang. Kita leading. Ini kaya balai.
Dah postek. Ni memang di sana.
956.
Wow, kalah by one.
Ni apa ni?
Dalti.
Panik dek.
Bagian.
What a game coming out from the HOMEBOIS here, coming out strong and swinging after not so great performances week 1 and week 2. Week 3 has been astounding for them.
This is a real return to form right here, and it's really satisfying to see how the HOMEBOIS have adjusted, how Zakus has been able to fit into their lineup. You'd imagine it'd be a little bit difficult to adjust to a new player joining, especially one as important as the roamer, the shot caller for the team. But HOMEBOIS and Zakus, they have proven that it is possible, and like I mentioned before, excited to see how they continue to grow.
The integration has gone very very well. But unfortunately for Team Lunatics, you can see the pitfalls now. It is very clear for them what they got to work on. Hopefully in a week's time, before we get into week number 4, they're going to be ready for it.
Yeah, hopefully as well, because I feel like there's a lot of potential, a lot of promise in Team Lunatics, and we're hoping that they will be able to live up to that. But looking at the item build, looking at the final game stats, this game was just a little bit slower than the previous one, but still ended only 12 minutes in. Homeboys taking full advantage of their early game momentum.
Absolutely. I mean, Mint was having a really rough time here. He was getting taken out by Chibi, getting taken out by Subbot time and time again. And even when he had the final opportunity, he looks like he's about to get that last weakness point on him, completely shuts him down.
Anip especially here, 11,000 gold earned in 12 minutes. That is nearly 1k GPM on this Beatrix. Like, I feel like Anip as a player tends to be overshadowed often by the rest of the homeboys, but when he's able to have those solid performances, when he has that space to farm, he farms so quickly.
Yeah, no, he catches up very fast. He's not the flashiest player in the world, but if a job needs to be done, you can rely on Anip to take that path and run with it.
Ooh, and that's gotta be rough. Looking over on the side of Team Lunatics as well, most of them were only able to complete 1 or 2 items. Homeboys obviously had a much better advantage. Anip, again, only 1 item away from completing his build. Subbot, again, showing us what he's got on this Benedetta. That 1v5 coming out with a double kill is going to go down as a legendary play.
Truly, I mean, Benedetta is out there. There's a lot of outplayability. The fact that it started off as a 1v3 and the dive escalated even further was already kind of crazy, but well done to the homeboys. Overall, it's just been an absolutely good game. So very, very clean. It's not, you know, it's not a flawless game. Not every team gets a flawless, but this one was clean.
Yeah, it was a well-deserved victory, and now we can confirm how much GPM Anip actually had. 968, doing 50,000 damage as well. We can see homeboys, they won out in damage dealt. Unfortunately, Lunatics ended up winning out in damage taken. Not usually what you want to end up winning on. And they only did a few hundred damage to the towers, indicating that homeboys were in control throughout the entire game.
For sure, but let's not forget about Vince in these past 2 games. Even when he was on the Valentina, he could have used the Shadow Execute. He could have absolutely taken a double kill for himself off of the kill resets, but no, he likes to give these kills over to people who really need them. Despite being on a Kagura with Mystery Shop, accelerating her would have been great, but no. Let the other members shine. Let Anip do what he does best. Let Chibi do what he does best.
I think that's also because Vince is quite confident. After all, Kagura is his signature hero, but there can only be one MVP, and it is going to be going over to Anip. Again, that 968 GPM, a perfect 9-0-3 KDA.
Top in the charts here, Anip showing himself to be a solid Beatrix player in the gold lane ever since Season 9. He's still consistently performing. We haven't seen this pocket pick just yet, but so far, with performances on Beatrix like this, you have to give it respect.
Yeah, absolutely. The space that the rest of his team was creating for him in that gold lane allowed him to get that early lead, and then he continued to run with it. I'm really amazed at the way that he utilized the different guns on Beatrix as well. He has a pretty interesting choice of guns here. Renner, Wesker, Nibiru, you could see the way that he was kind of shifting between them throughout the game as well to adapt to the situation, which is something that Beatrix players need to be able to truly master. Other than perhaps that one little silly mistake where he shot the gold crab instead of Rain.
Yep, I mean, it happens. Let's check out the highlights here one more time, because these fights were getting very, very bloody. And unfortunately for the homeboys, yes, they did give away first blood. And it looked like, hey, it's actually going back and forth a little bit between the Lunatics and the homeboys. However, Zakus with these iron hooks applies a lot of pressure against Team Lunatics. And unfortunately, homeboys just faster on the rotation, punish them in these long exchanges.
Yeah, you can see homeboys recognize that if they are able to initiate the tempo of the fight, Lunatics will struggle to catch up. They will be stronger if they can control the fight for themselves. As you mentioned, there were definitely mistakes made where homeboys overextended a little bit, and Lunatics actually made some pretty good catches by extending in. But this is the play. Subbot 1v5, gets out with a double kill, and then after that, it is all Homeboys.
Yep, Homeboys, once they had that lead, as soon as they hit that 5K mark, it was so difficult to stop them. They just accelerated so much and really ran away with that gold lead. But let's have a look at the standings currently as Homeboys 2-0. They're going to be jumping up right to the top of Group B with 10 aggregate points.
Yep, they will officially be overtaking Orange Esports. But we have to note, they have one extra game. Orange will be playing later. We'll see how that turns. But for now, they are standing at the top of Group B. In comparison, Team LUNATIX, their position has not shifted, still at 3rd place. But with the points being much closer than ever, their positioning is starting to become threatened.
It was a rough week for Team LUNATIX this time round. Coming out 0-2 this week, and they were tied against the Homeboys initially. But hey, there's always got to be a winner and there's always got to be a loser. Today, Homeboys are going to be taking that W.
Ooh, this is really starting to shift up my personal power rankings of the teams here. Like in the past couple of weeks, we've been seeing some really impressive stuff from teams that otherwise we would have considered to not be performing quite as well. And that's just gotta be something you love about MPL, the unpredictability of it all, and the ability for these teams to adapt to situations, to take control, even if they have a bad start.
Well, that is the truth here. Whew, what a game that was. And again, these BO3s are just blowing passes. They are extremely quick this Sunday. Very different from yesterday, where it was just the full 3 games.
Some people are going to like the longer games. Some people like the shorter games. I think a little bit of a mix is good, but it's just been quite an unpredictable series of games here this weekend. Before we continue on, let's have a look, a bit of a recap over the keys to victory we mentioned before the game started.
Personally, for you, which one do you think really made that impact? Because we have B Wild as the jungler, and you can see just, again, overwhelming damage charts coming in from Chibi. The Roamer to be the Vanguard, the way the Zakus was playing it and participating, or the beneficial team fights there, where, again, won every single team fight there with only 1 loss in game number 2.
I think a lot of people would say that the key to victory that made the most sense here is beneficial team fights, because Homeboys controlled a lot of the team fights. But if you ask me personally, I actually think it's more of the Roamer to Vanguard key to victory here. Because if we just compare Zakus and Yamiti's performance in these 2 games, Zakus was having so much fun.
Absolutely. I think I totally agree with you here, because I would have expected more impact coming out from specifically Chibi in game number 2, but as you can tell by his average, sorry, not his average, but his kill participation in game number 2, 53% of the time, he's looking to get that side pressure, play for surveying and getting information to relay back to his team. It allows people like Zakus to actually fully capitalize. You know, you find a gap, you put a wedge in it, and then you just hammer it down until it becomes a gaping hole.
Personally, I'm just really happy that Zakus has been able to find a new home here. I'm honestly kind of surprised that he wasn't part of any team when the season started, simply because I always felt like he was a really solid, aggressive roamer. And I think the Homeboys has a playstyle that really suits the way he wants to go in, pick people off. They're able to follow up on him really quickly. I'm excited to see how far this synergy can go.
Yeah, me too. That's more for next week. And the Homeboys, they get to go back happy at the very least, ending this week 2-0, all winning their games cleanly. It feels real good.
Yeah, that is so many points, honestly. And you can see they instantly jump to the top of the standings. But before we proceed, they need you, and they have already sensed your support. These are the winners of our They Need You segment. You guys can see your comments up on screen, and if you are one of these winners, congrats, you have won some special gifts.
Yeah, if you guys want to participate in They Need You, all you gotta do, come up with that special comment, turn that feelings into words, and support your favorite team, but also include the hashtag 10Bersama so that we can see it, and don't forget to include your game ID as well as server ID so we can award you the prizes if you are selected as the names below suggest.
Yep, and if you guys want to participate in the community even more than just showing your support, there was a QR code up on screen there. Hope you guys were fast enough to catch it. But we have heard we have also hit our 1,000 share milestone. Thank you very much everyone for watching and sharing. Make sure you guys claim your rewards up on screen.
Claim it while you still can, because 200 more more, and we've hit our final share milestone. And considering how fast we got the 1,001, you guys are doing a phenomenal job. To everyone watching the English broadcast, thank you very much.
Yep, again, a reminder for you guys, when we hit that 1.2k share milestone, I have heard that the rewards have the chance of having skins. So if you guys want to go for that, we only need 200 more shares. Make sure you guys click on that button below.
Yep, keep it up, boys and girls out there. But so far, I mean, today has been great. The games have been extremely clean, really, really fast, but it's time to take a chill pill here. Let's relax to go to our favorite segment here at the desk. It's going to be, and we also have to get this right, I cannot take another loss here. It's going to be Guess Who?
So
oh, geez.
I'm pretty sure that is hair. I actually know who this is straight away.
Really?
Yeah, because this is a skin and I own it.
Okay. Weirdly enough, before I even got into the hints, I have a good idea because I know you don't own very many skins, and it's very particular heroes as well. So, gender female, the role is a marksman, age 17, developing weird inventions. That is a very big dead giveaway.
Yes, so your options are Layla, Melissa, Beatrix, as well as Mia. Now, all of these are obviously marksmen, but I think only a couple of them like to go into inventing things.
That's the thing, but they also have, I mean, this could be a little bit of a mix-up here. I'd be really annoyed if it's just an original picture of Mia, except they Photoshop Beatrix faces on it. That would get me, but I would say it's Beatrix here.
Yeah, I agree as well. Let's see what the answer is, and it is indeed Beatrix. Yep. So if you guys got that right, make sure you guys redeem this code, use the link below, and yes, that is a very nice skin. I grabbed it the first time it came out as well.
That makes sense. It totally makes sense. It's a great skin to have it. Oh, but guys, quickly grab the codes while you still can. Hopefully, you'll be sticking around for the next Guess Who segment that's happening after our third best of 3 here today.
Yeah, just still more to come, guys. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere because we did have some pretty fast games here. We're gonna have a slightly longer break than usual, so make sure you guys clean up anything that you need to do, clear up your tasks, your homework, your work, your assignments, grab a snack, go to the bathroom. Basically, make sure you clear up everything because coming up next, our final series of the day is going to be RED Esports versus Orange Esports.
Now, we have seen a little bit of Orange Esports already. The king of reverse sweeps. Are they going to break this curse? Is it just going to be a quick 2-0 or is it going to be a 2-1 this time round as RED are looking to try and grab as many points as possible against Orange Esports, who currently still is at 100% win rate.
Now, again, this is also going to be another revenge match. These teams have already encountered each other once before. That also last week, where Orange Esports were able to eke out a victory 2-1 against RED. So I'm pretty sure RED Esports will be looking to return the favor later today.
I'm excited to see how that's going to play out, whether RED is still going to be playing their same style of the gold lane or whether they're going to say, Zion, I want you to hard carry.
Well, it'll be very exciting to watch out for that as well, especially since Orange Esports, they've been having a pretty strange track record of losing game 1 and then winning the series outright. It makes you think that they have the ability to adapt to these teams' strategies, so we'll see whether or not they adapt to any new strategies RED throws at them. We'll be going on a bit of a break. Make sure you guys join us when we are back because there's going to be one final series to end the day.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices Kung Fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
I'm the Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one.
Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate. Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive. Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices kung fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? The guy knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light. May the holy light
10 adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate. Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive. Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices kung fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? The guy knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
I must break the code. I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd.
Monkey King. No good deeds go unpunished. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices Kung Fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
I must break the code.
the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed.
Triple kill has been destroyed.
Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices kung fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan tim SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Welcome to Stream Valley, a beautiful village hidden in the mountains of Cadia Riverlands. It is a home as unreal as a living paradise. Life here is simple, but fulfilling. Among the village folks, a panda named Kai is worth mentioning. He dreams to be a hero that protects people, just like his idol Ling and the panda warrior from his favorite comic book. Even though our chubby friend knows it may take him years of practice. People would tell his story by then, he thinks. For this very reason, he practices Kung Fu every day, believing that diligence would one day make up for his clumsiness. But how exactly should his story begin? Maybe... I wonder what happened to Ling.
And the Dragon Warrior.
Maybe it all begins in a dream? But is it just a dream? Kai knows his story begins now, and it goes like this.
I must break the code.
I am the chosen one. Bathed in the holy light, I am only a shepherd. And others love the sun. Only a shepherd. Holy light.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntor, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of Chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI. Thanks for all your patience, those who are watching the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 10, as we are here for our final Best of 3 of the week. My name is Gideon Q. This is going to be Stoplight here at the desk to cast for this very last Best of 3.
Yep, it is going to be a rematch. Once again, a battle of the colors. Red Esports going up against Orange Esports. In their previous meeting last week, Orange Esports secured a 2-1 victory against Red. So will we be seeing a repeat of history, or will Red show us that they've got more to bring to the table?
So far, Red's performance has been a little bit inconsistent. I mean, they haven't got this win streak that Orange Esports has accumulated throughout Group B itself.
Orange Esports so far the only remaining undefeated team here in MPL MY Season 10, and boy, they sure achieved this win streak very interestingly. Definitely the biggest wildcard team here in the tournament.
For sure. I mean, they've got experienced players on their side. They're looking to maintain their 100% win rate. However, they haven't been getting those 2-0s, so not getting the maximum amount of points possible.
Yeah, but without further ado, Orange, Red, both their players are going to be walking up on stage. Get ready to feast your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Here they go.
Orange Esports.
To kick things off, it's Orange Esports. 4 wins already, and they haven't dropped a single best of 3.
Yep, a very fascinating and entertaining team to watch with very flexible plays and penchants to checkmating their opponents with strange drafts that they will somehow be able to pull off regardless of the situation. Sustained junglers, damage junglers, supports, tanks, mage roamers, mid lane assassins, you name it, they've got it.
Red Esports.
Red Esports currently sitting in the middle of the pack of Group B. 2 wins, 2 losses, and they haven't been as consistent as they were before.
However, every time Red Esports plays, they will always hold the lane, they will hold the mid game, and as long as they can extend their momentum to the late game, it is going to be none other than Maul who will bring things back from the brink for these players.
Are they just inconsistent? Is it just a bad day? Let's find out as Red Esports is looking for redemption.
Yep, we're gonna be seeing both teams up on stage right now. Like we mentioned before, Red Esports are on a loss after their first meeting against Orange. And as they fist bump and prepare themselves to start off the series today, they have something to prove. They've got a bone to pick, and we are excited to witness it.
Well, let's begin this battle with the drafts and the leaders making sure that they give their teams the best opportunity for the game. It's going to be the heads of either team, the brains. It's going to be Dragon and Surabayong, analyst and coach, Aush and Haru as coach and analyst for both teams.
Indeed, again, we do have to mention just how important it is to have these coaches around to provide information to determine the draft, because from what we've seen from the previous series, draft is important in this current meta. So let's start off at the team head-to-head.
So far, the stats are looking real good here with 2,200,000 coming in from Red, being topped off by Orange by only 200,000 times of damage. But game win rates are falling into the hands of Orange Esports every single time. It's not 100% because they've only been winning 2-1s.
Yep, in comparison, Red Esports, they have a 50-50 win rate, but when they do win series, series, they tend to take it a little bit more handily compared to Orange. So even though they are on a win streak since the start of the season, that's why they only have 67% win rate. In terms of average KDA, both teams are pretty similar, but RED Esports tends to take the first tower more, and Orange Esports, that is a very high First Lord statistic. 92% of games they will take that First Lord.
Orange Esports very much a macro team oriented team, and RED Esports, they play for the gold lane a lot, so those first tower rates usually being occurred from the gold lane itself.
Indeed. It's going to be interesting to see if they will be able to achieve the same here, because comparatively, Orange Esports will be a little bit more aggressive in that early game. And that's exactly what the fans want to see here. We're seeing a lot of people in the crowd shouting their support for the players up on stage, but the fans won't be enough. They also have to achieve these keys to victory.
First off, to kick things off between Red and Orange Esports, executing potential pickoffs here. And this is important for RED Esports because they can't just be playing around Mal for the entirety of the game. Even with a single man advantage, this could mean life or death in a 5v5 or even contesting for that first lore situation.
Yeah, this first key is going to be much more important for Orange Esports because especially they need to disrupt RED Esports' momentum. They gotta see if they can pick off Maul, because if they allow him to farm too comfortably to the late game, that's not going to be good for them. And the same could be said for Ashe as well. They have to ensure their mid lanes are undisturbed to allow Stormy to take control and extend that aggression.
I mean, Stormy likes to take that priority, right? It's about conquering and controlling. That river line is going to be the biggest contention between both the supports and mid laners as the safest way and fastest way to get to the side lane. So I would expect these cross-map plays coming off more often from RED Esports, but Orange, game number 1 usually goes kind of rough for them.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. We've seen like throughout basically every series they have won. They lost game 1 and then reverse sweep their opponents. So just from that, you can kind of clue into the fact that Orange Esports seems to have very high adaptability. They will use game 1 to get information and then change their draft accordingly. Let's see what the audience thinks here.
Ooh, wow, okay. The audience is feeling real good, but 60% all across the board and above from Orange Esports this match.
Yep, and you can hear the crowd here at the live venue as well. Really excited, really restless. Orange obviously has been building up quite a following, not just from their performance at MSC, but in this season as well. RED Esports, they've always been a consistent and strong veteran team here in the MPL, but as we've seen from their track record so far, they are still quite 50-50, so they need to be able to build up a bit more of that momentum that they used to have.
Now, I brought this up earlier, right? RED Esports, that inconsistency is just trying to play for Mal every single time. They're willing to sacrifice, I personally think, a little too much to make sure he gets ahead in lane. And sometimes in a lot of situations, compositions that just dive the backline, you can have the best protection and the most amount of space in the world, but at the end of the day, if Mal dies, the whole team starts to crumble.
Yeah, I can understand that as well. This has been a bit of a problem for RED Esports for a very long time. So now that we're entering the draft phase, let's see whether or not they will be able to resolve this issue. Orange going to be drafting on the blue side, RED Esports on their namesake red side. Beatrix. Oh, interesting. That's the first ban of the draft.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected that from Orange Esports, but I think they've got a good idea. Hopefully they've had a read on RED Esports in their past matchups against other members of Group B. RED Esports, 10 more seconds until they decide what they are going to ban out here. I'm guessing the traditional kinds. They could leave up the 1-1, but first off, get rid of that Faramis.
I'm expecting Faramis as well as Valentina to be the bans from the side of RED Esports, but beyond that, it will be a little bit difficult to see. Orange Esports so far has been basically one of the most difficult teams in Season 10 to draft against, simply because all of their players can do so many things. They can play damage, they can play tank, they can play defensive, they can play aggressive, they can do unorthodox lane matchups. Considering all of that, it's very difficult for these coaches to be able to figure out what's going on in the minds of their opponents.
Yep, Orange Esports, they respond by banning out Ling, so Zayed is going to have one less assassin option. However, we'll see how Red Esports kind of respond to this. I think Red needs to make the call to ban out Wanwan now, because I feel like that's what Orange Esports is leaning for that first pick. The Akai has not been touched. Masha has not been touched either.
Yeah. Red will need to ban Valentina. They'll probably have to ban Wanwan as well. This is the unfortunate fact of being on the red side of the draft sometimes. If there are heroes that you need to prioritize in the meta, typically you will be the ones forced to ban them out simply because blue side has the advantage of first pick. So if Orange Esports wants to leave the draft open for themselves, that would be alright, but I'd suggest not to leave it too open because after all, they can only pick up one hero first.
I'm expecting Orange Esports this time to actually ban out the Fanny. Zayed has showed that he's extremely capable, especially on his debut games back in Season 9. He was doing some good work on that Fanny. And I do think that Orange Esports need to make that a consideration. Even though they might be giving up a Masha potentially for the Wanwan matchup, I personally think that no matter what, somehow, Red Esports will have to decide. There we go. The Fanny ban coming in from Orange Esports. Red Esports now. Akai is still on the table. Masha is still on the table. Wanwan is still on the table.
Yeah, this is really scary for Red Esports here, but I think Wanwan will probably need to be the choice regardless, because the crossbow of Tang is a little bit too strong. And if Orange Esports decides to start things off with an Akai, it's not difficult for Red Esports to go for the Diggy at this stage, considering that the hero is getting quite popular in the current meta to counteract these heavy CC heroes. The choice though is gonna be up to Orange Esports. It's a bit hard to say what they're going to go for because as we've already mentioned many times, they can do basically anything.
Yeah, I think Red Esports should opt to not ban out these three top picks here. Wanwan. Unfortunately, Wanwan is going to be banned out here. Now, Orange Esports, I think this is a good opportunity to just pick up Masha. They don't need to pick up Akai right now because as we've seen, Zayed has not been able to play, well, not that we know whether he can play it or not, but rather decides on assassins more than tank junglers.
But Masha is a good shout here, but I feel like we also have to consider Ling a little bit because we know Zayed is very good with the Ling. I think Orange will prioritize the Akai just a little bit more because of his CC utility in dealing with that sort of hero. If they were to go with Masha, yes, they could split push very well, but so can the Ling. That's something that they have to consider.
Well, I thought that Orange Esports, if they want to punish Maul, you get the Masha. No matter what marksman you play, you just don't feel safe. As soon as you get hit by that Thunderclap, it's basically over once you get disarmed. So, I don't know. That's my thought process here. Red Esports, if they want to deny it, they can. They can go for Diggy. Instead, they go for Natalia this time. Rather interesting. I don't know if Zayed's going to play it in the jungle. I'll be very curious to see if he does.
Yeah, that's something I'm curious about as well, because otherwise it would be Meryl playing on the hero, and we've not seen him play something like the Natalia before. Red Esports are putting this as a bit of a question mark, because neither the roamer nor the jungler will typically play the Natalia. So, playing a little bit of Orange Esports' own game here, putting some question marks on their opponents.
Yeah, rather interesting. Does Orange Esports just want to take away the Diggy, just straight up? I mean, they played a composition with the Diggy Akai before. We saw it yesterday, and we saw how devastating it can be. It feels like you can just never run away as the reversal time. You get locked, you get pinned down, and even when you try to slow your opponent's, slow Orange Esports' engagement, instantly time journey. So there we go. It's going to be Brody as well as the Diggy. It looks like Valence wants to try and hard dominate this lane with the Brody.
Good shout on the Diggy there. Orange do have the Akai, so if they don't want to give this away to Red Esports, better to pick up the time journey for themselves. While it does mean that they'll be a little bit more vulnerable to the Natalia, time journey does work defensively as well. The Brody pick is just a safe choice for Orange Esports. There are still good marksmen in the pool. I would have thought they'd go for something like the Iritel first, but Brody is just a generally safe pick into most matchups, and the same can be said for this Esmeralda as we enter the second phase of ban.
Yeah, it looks like Red Esports is going to save all the way to the very end before we see what kind of a marksman matchup this is going to be. Rather interesting. I felt like, you know, the EXP lane wasn't going to get punished too hard because they do get first pick, and the fact that Red Esports is going to get first pick, they get to decide. So Dairoth gets banned out first. Counter matchup towards Esmeralda makes total sense to me. Orange Esports, I think they should just shut down the gold lanes. Get rid of the carries, get rid of the Irithels, make sure that they don't have scaling, force them to play something really immobile or doesn't have that lane priority. Popo and Koopa gets banned out by Orange Esports.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Orange should definitely ban out Maul's heroes at this point because since they don't know where the Natalia is going yet, banning out other lanes isn't going to help them very much. As for RED Esports, they banned out the Dairoth specifically because they don't want it to counter the Esmeralda, but do they still want to ban on EXP laners? I personally don't think that's the best idea. Might be better to focus a little bit on what kind of junglers they could be playing depending on whether or not this Akai will be Subway's pick.
Well, we don't know that for sure. The fact is, if they really want to get rid of Hayabusa, it's not going to matter too much for Orange Esports because they are going to be team fighting a lot. So I want to see where they want to lead. Is it early? Is it late?
Huh?
You cannot boast.
Excuse me, what now?
What?
Excuse me, what now? Hello? Hello? Hello?
What?
Where's this coming from? I don't understand. Huh?
Amon?
Do the colors just scrim against each other day and night? What's going on here?
An Amon ban? Why? Okay, wait, hold on. So, in the first place, this Akai being the jungler is already very likely since the Diggy is definitely going to be the roam. Why Amon? I mean, I guess, yes, he does a lot of magic damage, which works against the Esmeralda. He can go Envy, so he's less vulnerable against the Natalia. And then Orange ban the Estes.
Okay.
This is strange.
I feel like the Estes is more justifiable than the Amon pick. That's for sure. Like, I think that Orange Esports understand that, hey, worst comes to worst, if they are going to go for a full team fight composition, at the very least, we can deny them just like this insane amount of healing that Estes provides to prolong the fight, even after the heavy spin as well as the time journey.
Okay, I guess I can understand the Estes a little bit more, but it also doesn't really feel like something RED Esports would lean towards at this stage of the game. I guess we'll find out. We are now in the second phase of picks. RED Esports, they're gonna start things off with the Grok. Okay, makes sense to me. They don't want to give that option over to Arden. They know that even Stormy can put it in the mid lane, and that would give them some form of prio against the Lilia even. But that means that this is most likely a jungle Natalia.
Yeah, rather interesting here. Rather interesting. We only have seen one other team pull this off, and that's going to be the Homeboys. I'm excited to see how RED Esports decides to play this out. Mid-mage already decided in that Lilia. However, coming to Orange Esports, they haven't decided as they finish off their comp. It's Kagura as well as Uranus.
Okay, so that confirms the Akai is going to be the jungler. Subway's pick. Neo on the Uranus. We have not seen this in a while, but we did actually see a Uranus also earlier today. I'm a little afraid that this hero is going to start to become a bit more meta because that's just going to mean the return of the Uranus versus Esmeralda EXP lane. And I don't think we're big fans of watching that overall.
Hey man, we're MPL MY. We ain't MPL SG, man. Different games over there. Different games entirely. RED Esports, on the other hand, I do want to see what marksman they are going to go with. They see the full composition. Carry honestly looks pretty good here, but getting one shot by Kagura is definitely a possibility, and not being able to play the game because of the Brody is also not that fun. So Claude, he wants to be able to abuse the Demon Hunter Sword plus the Golden Staff, so I get where they're going with.
Okay, I guess that's a pretty solid pick there. The Claw to finish things off. That is going to be Maul's hero. And yes, Zayed will be playing the jungle Natalia. This is going to be quite interesting. I'm interested to find out how this will go. Orange Esports, they're going to have a strong composition, lots of damage. RED Esports definitely needs to make use of this Natalia to scale up in the early game with the Grok and create space for Maul.
All right, looks like it's time. Both teams are ready to battle it out. This rematch is going to be extremely important for RED Esports to break Orange. Can they stop them on this win streak? Orange Esports building a strong team fight composition that scales really well towards the later stages of the game. Is Brody with Weapon Master going to be enough? As RED Esports are going to surveil the area and look to make sure that when they hit their power spike, it's really going to turn the fight as we make our way into the land of Dawn for our final best of 3 today.
Make sure you guys stay in the vehicle at all time, ladies and gentlemen, because this is going to be a wild ride. Orange Esports playing on the blue side, Red Esports on the red side. Game has officially begun. We can see AIM still going for that impure rage on the Diggy, so that's going to be some very painful auto alarm bombs.
Yeah, the man's been doing some good work yesterday with it, but once again, it's going to be Ren QT up against Neo. Neo's taking a really bad trade here, but he can heal himself back up. He needs to hit his level 2 before he considers walking up forward like that. Both having Avarice, it's going to be a wet noodle fight for now, but on top side, as expected by Red Esports, they're expected for Mal to make sure, they're expected to hold off that lane and make sure that Mal isn't going to get abused out of it.
Yeah, but it's going to be difficult for Miral to really be able to contribute to protecting that lane as well, simply because the magic damage from Diggy is quite a bit of DPS against the Grok, who is naturally weak to magic damage. Though it looks like there's going to be a rotation from Red. They want to aim down Valens.
Yep, AIM with the Impure Rage, he's going to do a lot of harassing. And notice that Red Esports always tend to be playing on the opposite side of the map. Sorry, on the gold side of the map. Orange Esports, let's see what the priority is here. Are they going to go head-to-head against Red Esports during that rotation on the gold lane? Or do they even consider going for these neutral objectives?
I think what Orange... oh, hold on a moment there. On top of Ash here, nearly taking him out. He does not have Black Shoes as he's only level 3, but Orange aren't quite able to follow up on that.
Yeah, Miral is going to stop Stormy from recalling that really early on. Mal getting harassed up on that top side. It looks like they want to stall out for this turtle while Valens is going to continue farming up on these gold platings.
Orange Esports knows that Red needs to dictate the tempo with this Natalia pick. So if they're able to create pressure on opposite sides of the map, they will pull Red Esports over to make sure that they're not losing out on advantage in other lanes, allowing Valens to be able to get a lot more farm against Mal, since AIM is just going to stay with him.
Stormy doing a really good job here, just walking alongside Miral, making sure they know exactly what they're doing. But that's going to be a solo kill coming out of Valens here. The harassment has paid off. First blood going over to Orange Esports, but on the bottom side, Neo trying to make the great escape as he pops the consecration. He's going to take one shot here, but it's going to be enough as he makes his way out. No trade here for the side of Red Esports. Top tier 1 falls, and even Subway, does he win this out? No! It's Zayed who takes away the turtle.
A good approach from Zayed. He waits to pop his invisibility until he's right on top of the turtle to ensure he's not stopped by the heavy spin. But a great set of trades from Orange Esports. A tier 1 tower down before the 3-minute mark is massive, and that is going to be so much farm advantage for Valens.
Yep, for now, with 95 seconds on the clock here for this next upcoming turtle, Orange Esports full speed ahead. I'm expecting to see the lane swap. Yep, there we go. Brody is making his way down. You see Neo, he's making his way up top side. Red Esports, however, they don't plan to lane swap.
Yeah, I think Red Esports are comfortable in the situation they are now, because one of the risks as well of taking down a tower so early is that it makes it lean the lane equilibrium more towards Red Esports' side, giving Mal actually more space to farm safely. So Orange Esports needs to be careful not to give too much space to the Claude because they've already taken the tower.
Speaking of which, Neo trying to hold on to this lane, gets attacked by Zayed, but here comes Miral coming in hard with a wild charge, but that dive is not going to work out. Subway and Stormy are here to save the day. Subway, unfortunately, walking really too far in front. Smokescreen forcing out the heavy spin to back off and disengage.
Okay, good set of plays from both sides, but again, that's another full gold shield being fed directly into Valens. He's probably gonna take the tower as well. Some really strong momentum from Orange.
It's looking really good here. I do think that Orange need to press the advantage down bottom side here. Ren QT should not be able to play the game as AIM is babysitting him. Valens takes terrible trade, but unfortunately for AIM, he's going to have to wait. He's throwing the auto alarm bombs, but he notices that Red are making a really big rotation here. The torn apart memories really hurts Ren QT. He doesn't have his items just yet, but now they back away.
That's good map awareness from AIM as well as Valens there. You would think ordinarily they just stay around and pressure as much as possible since they're waiting out against Ren QT, but seeing that no one is appearing on the map and there is a Natalia on the opposite side, AIM probably made the choice. We have to back off now. We can see Miral as well wasted his wall charge here.
Yep, Miral taking a little too much damage here. Oh, torn apart memories isn't able to finish Miral off, but you can definitely see that Valens is in full swing here. His early game damage is going to be so effective at just sieging down these turrets.
I really want to see how many items Valens has right now. Subway will secure another turtle. Valens might take this top tier 2 as well. Luckily, it's going to survive with one auto attack because no minion wave. Red, they want to jump on Stormy, but Orange are just juking them out.
Yeah, Neo is just surveying the area, making sure that he can weed out Zayat, but now Ash in trouble, can't get away from the reversing time. Miral's too late on the wall charge, but he does find a kill in Subway. At least they are able to trade 1 for 1.
RED Esports are in a bit of a rough spot right now. Zayat is still all zeros on his KDA. This Natalia should be making a bit more space in the early game. I'm wondering if they want to wait for it to scale up as Maul gets pulled back with the reverse tie. Neo in position to provide vision, and Valens secures the kill.
Nicely done by Neo, sitting right on top of the battle mirror image, knowing that there is no way he is going to go anywhere else but take this battle mirror image. Fully abuses Maul right now. 0-2. This is such a rough 6 minutes for him.
Yep. So far, we can see Orange Esports 1.8k net worth lead, gold ranking, Valens at the very top, Neo second, but Maul not actually that far behind. Considering the lead, Orange don't actually have that much of a net worth gap, so Maul is actually still farming.
It's 400 between Maul and as well as Valens, and only 300 between Neo as well as RenQT. Demon Hunter Sword is already purchased, but again, big buy coming in from Valens, who is a level ahead with the Demon Hunter Sword. Already is building up components to get that Malefic Roar. So for now, until Maul gets that Golden Staff, he's going to be underpowered.
Right now, Valens going to be focused. RenQT jumping in, missing the Falling Star Moon. Here comes Zayat though, aiming down aim, forcing out the time journey. Valens with the Corrosive Strike gets the stun. Lots of damage with the part memory. Zayat dropping real low. Here comes Subway with the... Oh, he gets the pin against the Natalia, forcing Ash backwards. He's out of position, but Orange are dropping real low. Valens gets the double kill on top of Miral. Blazing Duet finds 1 kill, but drops him. No! Triple kill going to Valens.
Good movement coming in from Valens. Subway unfortunately dies, taking too many turret shots there, but the turnaround. Maul was so close to finishing everybody off, but they were just... it's the worst feeling. You Blazing Duet, they walk away with 10% HP, and you're thinking to yourself, could I have done any better than this?
Yeah, it's gotta feel a little bit bad for them. Orange Esports now 3k net worth lead. Neo even trying to steal the buff away, but it wasn't successful. Zayat came in, had to use his retreat though, so the turtle actually no, gonna be replaced by the Lord right now. Orange, they are in position to take this.
Yep, it's looking real good right now. Once again, Orange Esports in position. They had a 92% of taking the first Lord of the game. They are just exerting map control over RED Esports.
Yep, Orange full control over the river side. Neo providing vision over the rest of Red. He has to be careful. There's a lot of them in that bush. They will be able to take this without any contention at all.
Yep, this is looking really good from Orange Esports. It feels like they're warmed up. They're not making silly mistakes like they did yesterday and during game number 1. And this might be different for Orange Esports. It might not be a 2-1 this time.
But they do still have to be careful. Remember, Maul and RenQT both have Avarice, and these two heroes scale very well into the late game. So Orange cannot let up of their momentum for even a second. The AI right now predicting 71% win rate for Orange. As long as they maintain this and don't make big mistakes, they can get this victory.
You're right. That Avarice will help them scale up a little bit faster as long as they keep taking these trades. But now that the laning phase is completely over, we're slowly going into the mid game. That mid-tier 1 needs to go, and Orange Esports is willing to push them away with the heavy spin. So this next wave is going to be pretty important.
That is literally just one auto attack from Valens. They just need 1 minion wave. That tower is gone. They will be able to push into the tier 2 as well, using the Lord as a distraction. Subway walking in front. He wants to see if he can get a pin if possible. Valens has to be careful not to... Oh my goodness, Ash forced to use the black shoes. Torn apart memory, dropping him down to half.
Yep, it's not looking good so far. Are they going to get this inhibitor? No, Subway, he's just going to face tank it. He doesn't care anymore. This inhibitor falls down. Miro wild charges forward, but the damage is already done. Neo does not care. He knows that he has more than enough armor to tank the damage. What a push from Orange Esports. It felt like it was given to them.
I love this initiative from Orange right now. They know Red isn't strong yet, and they're not going to let them hit that late game power spike. They're now pushing in for another inhibitor. Neo buying space. He's tanking a lot of damage from Zayed. They do clear up the mid minion wave, but here comes more for Orange. They're not giving up their assault.
No, they are not, but losing an inhibitor this early on into the game on the first Lord push is unideal. Now they always have to consistently housekeep that top side of the map consistently. If it builds up, they might just accidentally lose the game. And oh, a one shot coming out from Stormy, a full combination as the falling star move comes down, and Ren QT can't get away. Reverse time, he's stuck, he can't get out. Time turning to ensure the wild charge has no effect, in a necklace of Durant to make sure there isn't enough heals for the world to save him.
A series of unfortunate events for Red is a masterpiece for Orange Esports, getting out these catches. Valens just going to chunk down the tower. Subway willingly tanking shots to do some damage. They know Rank QT Zayed still going to be down for a little while. Zayed going to be back right now. Orange, they're actually just not going to let Red walk out of their base at all.
No, they absolutely shouldn't. It's so, Neo is so close to actually breaking another inhibitor before the next Lord spawns. 6 more seconds. They know for sure bot side is so very weak. But now they clear up their lanes, they go back, take the jungle, steal away economy from RED Esports, because a 6K lead 11 minutes into this game is real big for Orange Esports.
I can't believe right now, looking at the Lord, it is still purple. Not even a luminous Lord yet at this point in the game, and Orange have nearly taken out all the inhibitor towers. Looking at the items right now, Valens is very close to full build. Mal only just finishing that golden staff, and the rest of their core is not looking too healthy in terms of build as well.
Yep, Valens shows himself from out of the bush. RED Esports just controlling the purple side of their jungle. They don't want to split up too much here. But top side, patiently waiting. You see Stormy. He knows somebody will eventually have to come up. If they take this Lord for free, it's going to be game over for RED Esports. Let's see it, because now it's going to be a Luminous Lord crashing into their base soon.
I love that Orange Esports actually waited the extra 20 seconds to take the Lord, to wait for it to become luminous there. They're so confident in their lead and their control over the riverside that they're not worried RED Esports could use that extra time to try and contest it.
Oh, somebody is going to have to clear up this lane, but RenQT waits until it's about at the ruin of the tier 2 turret before doing so. He doesn't want to get anywhere close to that bush, which is a good call from RED Esports. I don't know how long Stormy is going to sit there and wait.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if he just waited until someone walked up. Zayed is actually very close, but he doesn't know he's there because he is invisible. So that will help keep him alive for a bit as Orange syncs up the waves. Luminous Lord coming up top. Stormy still waiting to see if any member of Red comes to defend against this. But here comes the big push from Orange.
Yep. Again, they're boxing them in. They want to get that bottom inhibitor. They finally get it this time. Valens continuing his onslaught. Nobody can really deal with him right now, as that Luminous Lord on that top side is going to be crashing real soon. Zayed trying to slow it down, but Neo, just the brick wall, uses his concentration, even getting a good amount of damage of that Ionic Spark onto Mal so far. But now they're pulling in the rest. They want to get rid of RenQT. They have almost guaranteed the black shoes coming out of Lilia. Can they stop this push? It's too late. It's way too late. That's going to be Orange Esports with a clean 1-0. A good victory. GG. Well played.
That was beautifully played by Orange Esports, a textbook example of gaining that early game advantage and snowballing it all the way to late game momentum. Not a single mistake made, constant pressure, not allowing RED Esports any opportunity to scale up to their power spike.
Solid defense coming out for the side of Orange Esports. The way that they're actually slowly cutting off angles for Zayed to go in, they are just sifting through the map slowly. And Zayed, unfortunately, loses that space, is forced to push back into his own jungle. And as they push in together with the waves, they know for a fact Zayed's in front of us. There's no way he's behind us.
And that was a really disciplined way to end the game as well. They pushed in, they take all the inhibitors slowly, having Neo tank damage to keep the Lord alive. They don't take a big 5v5 fight, even though most teams would go for it with this kind of gold lead. They want to wait until the Lord is on the crystal, then they pop the time journey and all target the base. That's just clean.
It really is. Textbook calculated here coming in from Orange Esports. Let's look at the item build and see how far, because this game had such a low kill count, 8-2 overall. Valence almost at full build.
Yeah, well, Valence did manage to chunk down 2 entire Tier 1 towers in the first 5 minutes of the game. AIM constantly remaining by his side, and the damage from this Diggy was just massive. He had the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Necklace of Durance, just to be able to make sure that Valence can plink away all he wants.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. The added bit of cooldowns from both those items. He is dropping down alarm bombs everywhere, making it difficult for even Natalia to walk through that map. Again, Orange Esports, they dropped down a net, and unfortunately for RED Esports, they could not find a way around it.
Some praise has to be given as well to Neo on this Uranus. His score is 0-0 and 2, but he had the second most gold in the entire game, right behind Valence, only 1 item away from completing his build. That's why it was impossible to take him down.
Yeah, oh boy. This has been a rough one for RED Esports. Like, Zayed could not play this game, and even Miro trying his best to create that space. As a Grok, you're expected to do so, but as soon as you are just a little bit away from the wall, instantly you see the time journey, instantly you do see the time reversal, making sure that if you're out of position, you're going to get punished real hard.
I feel like we mentioned during the draft, Zayed and Meryl, we have not seen them playing on these heroes yet, and you can definitely tell that they're a little bit out of their element. Meryl especially, we have not seen him play the Grok yet, and we have to remember this is his first season here in MPL. I feel like RED Esports were forced to pick this up just to deny it away from Orange, and because of that, when he's up against a roam counterpart that he's weak to as well in terms of magic damage, you could tell that Miro really couldn't create the space he normally wants to.
I mean, I don't think Miro played terribly. I just think that there's just so little options. Like, how are you going to get on top of Valence? And even if you do, Diggy says, nope, time journey, sure. No big deal. Oh, you find Kagura? I'm just going to cleanse myself. It's fine. Akai, he's a tank. I don't care. Uranus Consecration. It's difficult. MVP of this game coming in from Orange Esports. We're giving it to the man himself. AIM with 100% kill participation throughout that game and still has a game DPM of 3K.
3,000 damage per minute on a support mage. Dicky, the days have gone where this hero is just a meme pick, a feeding hero. Now it is a genuine threat on the battlefield. We have to remember, owls are predatory animals, and this time, RED Esports were the prey.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. This has been... I'm trying to figure out a way to get under Orange Esports. Like, how was Red supposed to crack through that? And I would like to say through the laning phase, but even then, the matchups are not that great. Even when we look at the mid lane, we're hoping that Ashe is able to kind of shove it out, but Stormy played it perfectly. It's just... there were just no outs.
I feel like, unfortunately, RED Esports, their penchants for leaning towards playing around the gold lane kind of worked against their favor here today. If we look at these highlights, RED Esports, they were playing a lot around the mid lane, playing around the gold lane, but because of that, it allowed Orange Esports to kind of get under their skin, figure out where they're going to be at this precise time, and rotate accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. All of the damage being dished out by Valence himself, and when Maul wants to turn a table flip it all and profit off the gold, they don't even get that. Just the simplest of things RED Esports were denied of.
Yeah, and then once we got to that mid game and that late game, it was so clean from Orange. Sometimes you will see teams, when they have this sort of lead, when they push the enemy into the base, they get a little bit aggressive, maybe they get a little bit desperate, they want to end the game before the enemy can come back and make mistakes. We did not see that at all from Orange Esports. Textbook, perfect. Pressure them, don't let them farm up, take the Lord, end the game.
I mean, they're looking really good here, and hopefully you guys have checked out and heard about the new skin, the quick collaboration by Mobile Legends as well as Kung Fu Panda. So if you guys want to be a part and join this collaboration, it is starting all the way from August the 20th to October the 18th. So to draw these exclusive skins yourself, such as Kai Kung Fu Panda, Ling Lord Shen, and Thamus General Kai, await for you in the prize pool.
Yep, and of course, for those of you who may not be aware, you guys will enjoy 50% off on your first 10 times draw, as well as a daily 50% off on a one-time draw. So if you guys want to grab some of these skins, make sure you guys do so. Your first 10 times draw, you'll get a General Kai skin for Thamus as well, guaranteed.
Now, I'm pretty sure everybody has seen the skins already, and especially here at the MPL, we love showing it off. We've seen the Ling, we've seen the General Kai, we've also seen the Kung Fu Panda himself. As the teams take the stage once again, RED Esports, I mean, they've got to start changing up this draft here. Let's look at the recap one more time.
Yep, if we look at the damage done overall, Valens is going to be leaps and bounds ahead. In fact, his damage is basically the total of the two highest DPSs on the side of RED Esports. And I don't even want to talk about how much tower damage he probably did that game as well. And then if we look, AIM, 43,000 damage himself. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, the changes to Diggy, not exactly the most fun in the world, but it's good. It's very annoying. Very, very annoying.
On the opposite side, RED Esports basically could not take control of the game at all. I like the idea of putting Zaid on the jungle Natalia to try and create that early game momentum, early game space, but I feel like Zaid was like a fish out of water. He never knew which lane he could gank, who he could kill. They focused too hard on the gold lane, on the mid lane, whereas Orange Esports were playing one step ahead the entire time.
Yeah, I definitely think that Zai could have looked to try and punish AIM more likely on the top side of the map, but again, they just had auto alarm bombs ready, the control from mid lane from Stormy, and he increased his radius as soon as he saw the exclamation mark. So I think in general, Orange Esports had them beat on the draft. I do hope to see that RED Esports changes things up, because their first two picks alone kind of indicated some weird stuff. Like, we saw Zai lock in, we saw the Natalia pick rather early on, even though Akai was there, and they decided not to pick up the Diggy.
Yeah, and it's a bit weird. I think RED Esports is trying to diversify their hero lineup just a little bit here, because they can definitely tell that having a predictable draft nowadays is really detrimental to your chances at victory. And I do like that they're trying new things, but they still gotta be a little bit more confident in their execution, and that makes a big difference.
Yeah, it does. Let's check out some of the roamer stats here coming in from our rookie this season. It is going to be Mural from RED Esports with an average assist rate of 8.2.
Yeah, that's a really high assist rate there. That means he's participating in helping for 8 kills on average every single game. He has had 7 unique hero picks, which is very impressive for someone making their debut into the MPL. Obviously, we know his favorite hero is going to be that Franco, constantly landing those iron hooks. I feel like if they want to be able to secure early game advantages, giving heroes like the Franco the Mural will help RED Esports go a lot further.
Yeah, let's see whether or not he's going to get it this time around, right? I mean, he was given Grok. The Grok can't necessarily do a lot against a Diggy in the first place, but you would make the same argument had it been a Franco into the Lolita. There are still a lot of counter matchups to be had.
Yeah, so that's why hopefully RED Esports will be able to figure out a slightly better draft here, because yeah, Orange Esports has definitely become that sort of team where how do you draft against this? And AIM, you can see, he's playing up the crowd, he's comfortable, they are confident. Orange Esports riding the high of that victory.
Yeah, I think the momentum is going to be great, and especially since Orange Esports being labeled as the king of 2-1s, the reverse sweep kings. I mean, you need the aggregate points, man. That extra 1 could be the difference maker between upper bracket and lower bracket.
Well, we'll find out whether or not they do get those 3 aggregate points. We are now entering the draft for game number 2. Orange Esports, this could be match point for them to get that easy 2-0 victory. But RED Esports, we know that this is a team that will bite back. And when they do, they bite back hard.
Now, RED Esports going to be on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side. Farmis and Wanwan instantly banned out.
Okay, Faramis ban is pretty common, but not usually on the blue side, indicating that RED Esports doesn't want to play around the cult altar. Orange Esports getting rid of 1-1 is pretty normal. Valentina should be the next hero they want to get rid of.
I think I'm considering a couple of options. I think Orange Esports can actually ban out the Ling here first, pass it over to RED Esports and see what they ban out. I do feel like RED Esports might just ban out the Akai on their side.
Okay, I can agree with them banning out the Akai. Getting rid of the Ling also makes sense because it is, of course, Zayed. But Esmeralda?
Huh? Who bans Esme these days? Wait, okay. You ban out Esme, something, I'm guessing something with shields, something that develops shields. I'm guessing maybe a Phoveus coming in from RenQT?
Phoveus is an option. RED Esports might want to prioritize the Diggy. They might want to go for the support like Angela or Matilda. There's a lot of heroes that you want to get rid of when there's an Esmeralda around, so maybe they're leaning towards that.
I suppose. Alright, so instead of Ling, they decided to go for Fanny. I think I'm totally fine with that. Fanny's still a really strong early game pick. RED Esports now holding priority again. If they ban out the Farmers, they ban out Esmeralda. What else are they looking to kind of open up here? I mean, both sides didn't even touch or even consider Masha beforehand in the first rotation, so Akai?
I think, yeah, RED Esports should probably ban the Akai here. Yes, they are in a position to grab it for themselves, but it doesn't feel likely to be a hero they want to play around. The Atlas is being hovered right now, but Orange isn't really known for playing the Atlas too. Don't know if it's something they want to get rid of, so the Diggy is going to be banned out instead.
Okay. Alright, Diggy gets banned out here. This poses a number of questions for Orange Esports. Now they consider, okay, without Diggy, what does that really mean? Does Akai go up in value? And if it does RED Esports know how to play it?
I think RED Esports would be perfectly fine playing the Akai here. Not a very difficult hero to play overall, and even if Zayed can't play it, Miral or RenQT could potentially pick it up for themselves. So yeah, I like the way that RED Esports is going here. They're basically issuing a letter of challenge to Orange. We banned the Diggy. That means we want Akai. Will you ban it? Valentina is still open, so they have to consider that. I think Orange are better off just leaving this open.
Oh, they're banning out the Phoveus. They're making the hard read. They're making the hard read against RED Esports. This is a free Valentina for the side of RED Esports. Come on, Ash. You know you want it.
I still remember back in Season 9, Ash was the first player to actually get to play Valentina up on stage, and he showed that he was very proficient with it. I will be very surprised if RED Esports don't go for the Valentina here, but they're going to take some time to think about it. Considering they banned out the Esmeralda, I still kind of wonder whether or not they were planning to go for something like the Ling-Angela combo.
Ling, Angela. I mean, they did it during Season 9, so I think that does make sense here.
Ooh.
And you might be right. Ling already locked in for the side of RED Esports. They have one piece of the puzzle, and Orange Esports now looking to respond. Are we going to see Akai again? I mean, Diggy's already gone, so, I mean, it kind of makes sense to me here.
That's a risky choice from RED Esports, but it could be understandable as well, because we saw when Orange got access to Valentina previously, Stormy actually didn't do too well on the hero, so RED Esports might be hedging on that Orange Esports either pick it up and don't do so well, or they might just let it through.
I mean, you have a good ult with Tempest of Blades. No, they're avoiding it!
Oh, they're doing it!
They're avoiding the Valentina. Not even Masha gets picked up. It's going to be the Akai once again for Subway and Beatrix for Valens.
Wow, okay, so if RED Esports wants to do the Ling-Angela, they can, and they can even snap up Valentina on top of that. I think that would be an excellent setup, unless they want to secure a better hero for Maul first.
Come on, give it to him. Come on, RED Esports, give it to Ash. Ash has done it before, he can do it again.
I want to see RED Esports play the Valentina. Ash did a really good job on the Valentina here. And yeah, like, it's unheard of for the hero to get this far in the draft. So if it goes even further, I will have nothing to say. Let's see what it's gonna be. It is the Valentina, but they're actually gonna be grabbing the Natalia too.
Ooh, okay, so this is going to be Mural on the Natalia. Let's see how much impact he's able to give to the rest of the team here now that he has a damage-oriented support. So it's information and, more importantly, getting those quick assassinations.
I'm a little bit terrified here because we are seeing the potential of 2 heavy spins happening at the same time.
Very
and
possible.
that is going to be chaos.
Who's the real Dragon Warrior?
Yep.
Orange Esports now holding priority. This is a tough choice. You don't want to give them like hyper valuable ults, but when you already have the heavy spin on top of having a Beatrix, you might as well start flexing things out. But Keto going to get locked in for the side of Orange Esports. Rather interesting.
So Orange Esports right now is keeping their draft flexible. Both the Akai and the Paquito can be played in multiple positions, and since they're not too certain of the rest of Red's draft yet, they're not too sure.
Going against the grain. Going against the grain. He's just like, hey, Muntun, I don't want anything. Ooh!
That's flexing. That's the Orange Esports meta. They're the wildcard team for a reason.
Expect the unexpected here with Orange Esports. That should be their new slogan.
Yep, I like that. I think we should definitely pitch that to them when we have the chance. Now that we are in the second phase of bans, Orange Esports, they're gonna start by banning a Cho.
Okay.
So they're denying that away from Ren QT.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think that's totally fine here because they want to make sure that even if the heavy spin does come through, they don't want it to be kicked away for a time period. So Red Esports, where do they look to attack Orange Esports now? Do they even want to consider mages at this point of time?
I think the safest way right now is actually just to ban mages because, yeah, as we mentioned, the Paquito as well as the Akai can both be flexed. They actually decided to ban the Franco for themselves. I guess that makes sense. That is one of the few heavy tanks that AIM can actually make use of. And since Red, they already gave Meryl the Natalia, they can focus down on AIM's hero pool.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually too bad here. I have a sneaking suspicion that this might be a Grok game coming in from Stormy.
Ooh. I kind of feel like that's risky though, because if Orange Esports picks up the Grok on top of all of this, they will have 4 heroes with physical damage, making it that much easier to itemize against them.
True, true, but if we do see Stormy go on Grok, that means AIM will have to play a damage-oriented support, which I'm guessing, if anything, it has to be Selena, possibly Matilda, full damage mage. I mean, they don't have access to Farmis right now, so they've got to double down on something else.
If not for the Valentina on RED Esports, I would think that Kadita would be good for Orange right now, but they can't really afford to give the rough waves over as well. RED Esports, they are predicting the Grok, similar to you, so they will ban that out, meaning that the ban phase has now concluded. Orange Esports, what is going to be the choice here against what RED Esports has lined up against it?
I want to say Lilia, but then Natalia makes it so bad. Like, you want to be able to use your black shoes. You don't want to get silenced. What else is there? Kagura, but Kagura gets silenced too. It's still a little difficult. Yi feels really nice. However, you can get canceled and your ult can get stolen as well. I think Julian wouldn't be too bad for the side of Orange Esports.
Yeah, I agree with Julian as well. But, okay, they're gonna be leaning towards Matilda. Makes sense. AIM, he does prefer the Enchanter style supports, and the Guiding Winds is a good way to pull people out of the Smokescreen and the Tempest of Blades.
I think that's totally fine here. Honestly, that's not bad. You're able to pull people out of the Smokescreens, which is going to be a really important tool here, especially when, without being able to flicker out of a situation, and if you follow the Guiding Winds, you can be pulled in towards safety, or more so, be used as an aggressive tool with the Circling Eagle to get on top of particular targets. I'm looking at Valentina.
But that's also a chance for the Circling Eagle to be stolen by Valentina, thereby providing a very easy way for the Valentina to engage onto the backline as well. Luckily, it doesn't also steal Guiding. It doesn't steal Guiding Winds, right?
It doesn't steal Guiding Winds, it just steals the Circling Eagle.
Alright, I was a little bit afraid that after the... Because sometimes when Valentina morphs into another hero...
Oh, that's only if you transform.
Okay.
That's the condition.
Okay,
so if
okay,
it's
I
like
see.
Yuzong, he transforms into dragon, you get all the abilities.
All right. That makes sense. Speaking of Yuzong, Red did pick up the Yuzong, so their team fight potential right now is kind of terrifying. And the Clint to finish off their draft.
This is going to be pretty hard here. Ooh. I mean, Paquito is going against Yuzong. It's a 50-50 matchup here. But what? So this is why. So RED Esports, they knew all along. They knew all this time.
RED Esports knew something we didn't. And are they... Wait, are they not going to swap?
No, they're not. They're not going to swap.
That's a Stormy Amon?
Yeah, it's a Stormy Amon. You think Subway was going to play Amon? No, he has Sakai. He's very happy.
Is that a mid Amon?
I don't know how they're going to control the mid lane. I'm not going to lie. But it'll be interesting.
Okay, Orange Esports continuing to live up to their name as wildcards here, bringing Amon to the stage, not just for the first time in the season, but for, I think, the first time in the history of Amon to MPL. Someone confirmed that for me in the chat, but this is going to be very interesting. Having a look once again at the lineup, RED Esports, a terrifying teamfight composition, lots of mobility, lots of AoE, lots of backline dive. So Orange Esports is going to be depending on their CC to be able to protect their squishier DPS heroes. And this Amon in the hands of Stormy is a big question mark. Will it create the impact it did when it was drafted, or will it fall flat? Only the Land of Dawn will witness the tale to tell.
All right, let's see how this is going to play out here. Valence is going to quickly help Lee Shakai up on that top side before the waves crash. But RED Esports on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side. Natalia, Natalia's trying to cheese Paquito. Neo, please read this. Please read this.
Aim gonna find Zayed here. Does he have his ability? He's gonna force Zayed to use the retribution. Zayed being a...
Oh, no! You're joking! You're joking! Aim literally just auto-attacked it!
That was beautiful. That was perfect. Zayed got greedy. He thought, there's no way he can steal this from me.
He's gonna do it again. Don't tell me he's gonna do it again. Don't do it to him. Aim now in trouble. He's taking damage coming in from Miro, and Miro says, no! Stop! You will not hurt my jungler any longer.
Yeah, but Aim already did his job there. He not only took away the first buff from Zayed, he also pulled 3 people over to get the kill on him and stop him from disrupting the Ling's jungling.
Oh my goodness, how unbelievably sad that's got to be for Zayed. Now a level down throughout this game, and he Murals just stealing away lives and small objectives. River Crab does not fall into the hands of Subway. That's going to slow him down, allowing Zayed to catch up.
Theft in the Land of Dawn right now is running rampant as we're seeing both roamers steal jungle camps away from their opponents. Stormy now hitting his level 3, close to level 4. That means that he's going to start making things happen. Zayed, he sees the jungle walking towards the bush, and that tells him someone's there.
Yeah, Stormy does not want to waste this passive right now. Neo, he sees the exclamation mark. He's like, hell no, I ain't doing that. I'm going to call some backup here. Akai is making his way down towards Turtle side. Now Neo just needs to zone Ren QT off from this wave and tell the jungle, hey, take the River Crab. We don't need to do this right now.
So far, AIM still providing vision. They want to deny this purple buff away from Zayed to secure the turtle for themselves. Ren QT dropping real low as well. Subway already on the objective. AIM not going to stop them from taking the pearl, but that could be enough time to take the turtle.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The opening, the window was there. Orange Esports were checking possible outcomes, and in this universe, it worked out. Orange Esports now back away. Although Oh, Stormy walking into the bush. He sees, unfortunately, has to use his ult early on despite the smoke screen. Ash is kind of low, but Stormy doesn't have enough mana to actually follow up. Miro makes a run for it. AIM going to continue to harass him with the Soul Bloom.
I'm honestly just terrified about this Amon pick right now because we have no idea how strong it is. Zayed jumping in, Tempest Aim, but he has Aegis, so he will survive that. And look, Subway is stealing his buff.
This is such a feels bad right now. This is such a feels bad. RED Esports is just one step behind Orange, and every time they want to make a play, sometimes it works out, but without these important battle spells, it becomes less likely. Subway steals it off. He's going to go ahead over to the little water. Oh, who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Oh, Subway got it.
Subway was still able to secure that. We're looking at the emblems right now. I don't think there's anything too strange from any of these players. The main emblems are pretty normal. The sub-emblems are pretty normal. But this fight going on down here, Black Dragon Form from Ren QT, the ultimate from Stormy doing a lot of damage. He has to back off.
Oh, Stormy's waiting for an opportunity. Neo gets attacked, and this is their time. Stormy waiting for the right time to get max stacks before popping his ult. They're not low enough just yet, but Mao on that top side, falling ever slowly behind against Valence, missing only a little bit of EXP in lane.
All things considered, though, this is going to be a much more comfortable lane for Maul compared to game number 1, where Valence was able to take 2 full towers for himself. So now the gold lane matchup is going to be pretty even. Valence still ahead, but not by too much. So if they're able to scale to the late game, RED Esports will be looking much better compared to the previous game.
Yep, that is true. That is true. Ooh, the exclamation mark up here. Subway F ends up finding Mural. Ash is there to save him, pushes them back, and now Turtle under control by Orange Esports.
That's a massive catch. Zoning Miral out means that Subway takes the Turtle for free. He cannot stay to provide information. Neo taking a fight against Ren QT, a 1v3 gank. He flickers away from the Petrify into the 2-man gets a kill on the Natalia. He's still alive as here comes the rest of Orange Esports. Do they want to engage this? Nope, they've got enough.
No, they're just gonna... Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. Neo played that as good as he can get. He flickers out of the way. I thought the double KO strike was not going to connect onto Mural. I was wrong. Wait, Stormy, he's getting on top of Valentina right now, forcing the heavy spin out of it. What? How does he survive with a little bit of HP at the end of it? But Subway, on the other hand, with the help of AIM, is going to use everything they possibly have to shut down Mural once again.
Seeing 2 heavy spins used in quick succession, but one actually results in a kill, and that is for Orange Esports, as they are slowly gaining that net worth lead against their opponents. A 1.3k gold lead for Orange right now. Not too big 5 minutes into the game, but we already saw when Orange gets this momentum, they are going to continue the pressure.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that Ash has such little control over the lane against an Amon. Like, Amon's wave clear is not that great. Ash just needs to focus on that wave clear, and he's good. Minimize those trades, but now heavy spin already coming out for the side of Ash as he pushes Subway back in. The purple buff gets stolen again. Oh! Oh, Zion! He's gone! Valence got the snipe of a lifetime, but Ren QT was a little late to the fight. They find the kill onto Amon so far, but Subway looking to lock down Ren QT. Petrify comes on through. Ash is the only hope. He ends up dying to a double kill, followed up by Subway. Lands the body slam, triple kill. Give him that maniac already.
Orange Esports, what did they eat today? They are on fire. They are creating masterpieces of art here in the land of Dawn, stealing the purple buff, getting the snipe on Zion, and then winning a fight right afterwards. This is just a wonderful symphony of events for Orange and an absolute disaster for Red.
Look at this. Now, Orange Esports, they've got the pieces that they need. They can start farming in the enemy jungle while Valence is going to scale up and take his own jungler's buffs because he's not going to need it. He's too busy on the opposite side of the map.
RED Esports now has already been forced to play into their defensive 5-man death ball. We can see Stormy actually has the highest damage dealt on this aimbot. I don't know how Stormy does it. Every hero, he does the highest damage.
Man's farming. Man's truly farming. Circling Eagle onto Mural so far, but Zayed is here to say hello. Soul Bloom dealing quite a bit of damage. I have a sneaking suspicion AIM is going to go for that full, probably, maybe full magic. Not entirely sure here.
Right now, they're already stealing the purple buff away again. And we already know when you have a Ling, they need this purple buff. Teams are now becoming increasingly aware that as long as they pressure the enemy jungle against a Ling, the jungle on the opposite side not going to be able to do too much.
Yeah, now Orange Esports going to snowball out of control. These outer turrets are not safe. Top tier 2 falls down. Zayed should be able to secure this. He's getting oddly low here, but the purple buff, oh, they don't realize it. Oh my goodness, Mural has set this up for Zayed to actually get a purple buff of his own. He might be in some trouble. Tempest of Blades already out. Oh no! Unfortunately for Subway, it does cancel out his body slam, but it's still gonna die. Stormy, he does a fadeaway. He just throws the ult, walks off, doesn't need to do anything else.
How did Valence get that snipe mid-air? That is crazy. I think Miro giving up his life to finally give Zayed a purple buff is not a bad thing, considering how many members of Orange he dragged over as well. But if we're looking at the items right now, Orange are obviously in an advantage. They have a 5k net worth lead. Valence already Malefic Roar. Neo looking for Maul, dead to the Nibiru's passion.
What's going on? Circling Eagle coming in from aim. Ash is actually kind of low, like a scary amount of low here. As Orange Esports just rampage through, and now back to the housekeeping. They lost a little bit of tempo. They get a kill on Maul, and now they're back on top.
One unfortunate vulnerability of RED Esports is that if their tempo is disrupted, if their control over the flow of the game is completely muddled up, like what Orange Esports is doing, you tend to see them fall apart. They're no longer able to find farm across the map, and they are forced to constantly stick together, thereby reducing the amount of gold they're actually making.
Oh, Stormy, does he win this 1v1? I think he might actually win this, but with the help of Neo, it's a guarantee. The ult comes on through, but again, not enough shard stacks, unfortunately, and Zayed still very, very healthy.
Neo trying to get some damage onto Miro once he sees that exclamation mark, but that's just time being bought. Subway and Valence on top of the Lord yet again. They're gonna take this easily. Red, they're gonna trade a tower for it, but not sure if that's worth it.
Let's see how much of an advantage Orange Esports gets off of this. I think that's going to be the big question. Once again, Orange Esports, they spread out, they throw the net into the ocean, and RED Esports hopefully find a way to kind of get in between the cracks here. Subway, he does see the exclamation mark created by Natalia, and now moving towards that bottom side of the map, Mural could look to potentially punish somebody.
I just love how Subway is intimidatingly waddling. Oh, he gets it! Zayed! Oh, but he misses the pin against the wall. Nope, he does finally get it, but
dead.
He does run out. Endless shots from Stormy finds the kill.
What is oh my goodness, this is not RED Esports' day today. Stormy literally just walks around, throws his ult, walks away like nothing ever happened.
And perhaps that is the strength of the Amon there, as now the Lord is pushing up top lane. All the external towers, save for one down below, have been taken. Subway on top of the tower. Black Dragon form forced out to deny Orange space, but they're just dancing around all the inhibitors. Valence gonna be able to snipe this down pretty soon as the final external tower falls to the hands of Stormy.
Oh, this is so unfortunate for RED Esports. None of their plans are working out as they should, and Orange Esports continuously punishing them now with an 8.7k gold lead so far. They're just going to slowly starve out RED Esports. Like, they shouldn't even let them walk out of the base. And there we go. That's what we want to see. Zayed almost getting 100-0 there. Valence not missing a snipe. Heavy spin to push the enemies away so that so that Valence can take out the inhibitor. This is upsetting to watch.
Yeah, this is again really textbook gameplay from Orange Esports, using the heavy spin to allow those final two snipes from Valence just to take out the inhibitor. As you mentioned, it's upsetting. Neo though gonna get pinned. Heavy spin. That should be a kill finally on the Paquito.
Okay, at least Zayed didn't die. He got very, very close, and Neo gets punished. Something finally falls into the hands of RED Esports.
Yeah, but is it too little too late? Orange Esports, they still have that 8k net worth lead. We could see with that first Lord push doing 16,000 tower damage. Very respectable, but a lot of gold and EXP earned as well.
Yeah, almost about 4,000 gold earned, and now it makes sense. RED Esports still creeping very slowly. Rank QT taking a full brunt of the Nibiru's passion here. Valence almost landing the shot as well. Subway, he's looking for it. Fortunately, Mural gets on out of there, and the Black Dragon form to disengage has been enabled. Top side is going to get shoved. Orange Esports back to housekeeping.
I just personally kind of love how intimidating Subway is right now. He just waddles up to the entire team of RED Esports and they all run away because of the threat of the heavy spin. He literally doesn't have to do anything. His sheer presence inspires fear. What? I don't know how Valence gets that kill on Miro.
I mean, he's holding Wesker. I'm guessing Miro at some point just face-checked and just instantly died. However, the heavy spin coming out of Ash, they're going to pull away. The Lord's already dead. However, Stormy, he's not looking to flank here. He wants to get on top of Ash. He follows it. He gets the kill onto Ash. Petrified from RED QT as he holds the back. Doesn't matter. A double for Stormy. Make it a triple. No. They back off. They've done the damage. Luminous Lord comes through. Zayed will take a tier 2.
Yeah, he trades the tier 2 2, which isn't too bad considering the circumstances, but now Orange are threatening the base. There's only 2 members of Red defending this. Mural dropping real low, circling Eagle coming out. He might be dead. No, he is not.
What?
He survives. The tower goes down. Zayed is back. Orange are going for the crystal. They don't care. They're ending the game.
Oh my, I have no words. I have no words. We've leveled up here at the MPL MY. Some of the fastest games we've seen here today this Sunday. Week 3, day 3. Jot that down in history. The fastest games we've seen here at the MPL MY.
My goodness, I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. We mentioned their first meeting, Orange won 2-1, and we were expecting something different this time. But this is not what we were expecting, a clean sweep for Orange Esports.
Holy cow! They're supposed to be the kings of reverse sweeps, not clean sweeps. Something doesn't feel right here.
Well, it sure feels right for them. You can imagine Orange and their fans are going to be feeling very satisfied about that victory. And who can argue that they totally deserved it?
Oh, GG, well played to Orange Esports. What a game. And you can just see the disappointment in Red. They know they could have played that better. They know it should have been better.
But the wild card comes out on top yet again. And over the weeks, we are just seeing more and more evolution from this Orange Esports. To what ceilings will they climb?
I don't know, but Stormy's KDA must be ridiculous. Let's throw it over to the host to interview the winners up on stage.
Kedua-dua pasukan main dengan sangat baik. Berikan tepukan gemuruh juga kepada Red Esports. Mereka perform dengan sangat baik. Tetapi kita kena ucapkan tahniah kepada kita punya pemenang dengan menang 2-0 Orange Esports. Dekat sini saya akan memberikan mic kepada Stormy sebab saya akan tanya pasal you guys punya draft dan macam mana training, kerana berkali-kali Stormy you memilih hero yang berbeza dekat kawasan mid lane. Macam mana you sendiri tengok draft tersebut dan memilih hero apa yang sesuai? Adakah tengok draft enemy ataupun tengok draft sendiri?
First of all, kita orang tengok draft sendiri and enemy as well. Kalau kita dapat execute perfectly, then boleh lah. Yeah, that's it.
I see. So you tengok draft sendiri dulu kalau hero yang you nak pilih sesuai, and then baru tengok draft enemy. Dan bila berbual pasal draft juga, macam mana you guys handle you guys punya scrim? Disebabkan kebiasaannya time scrim, time tu lah nak test meta. Adakah time scrim baru you guys try all of these crazy things, ataupun you test you punya own mechanics bila you solo ranking?
Biasalah kat scrim kita orang banyak try juga, banyak fail, but as well kita orang dapat menang lah banyak juga. So
well, you guys menang banyak kat scrim. You guys menang dekat sini. Kita tengok macam mana pasukan Orange Esports dapat semangat daripada fans. So Stormy, ada tak apa-apa yang nak cakap kepada semua orang yang hadir hari ini dan semua yang tengok di rumah?
For those yang coming, thanks for coming, and also my parents are here.
Oh,
thanks for coming
mana
as well.
dia? Hi, I love your son. Not in that way.
Yang dekat rumah pun, thanks for watching, and we will do our best for our upcoming match. Thank you.
Alright, terima kasih banyak kepada Orange Esports. Mereka punya performance sangat-sangat hebat, berjaya untuk menang 2-0 dengan pasukan Red Esports. Sememangnya kita nak tahu apa yang mereka bincangkan dekat dalam game. Jadi marilah kita mendengar mereka punya mic check.
Careful Neo.
Press dia, press.
Aku buy time. Nice Neo. Display. Nice Neo. Nice Neo. Tunggu lot.
Nak freeze ke nak press, guys?
Freeze.
Ambil resource dia.
Dia bagi kat
Nak
depan.
missing.
Oh, lari ke mana tu, bang?
Dalti. Nice.
Ni grok. Boleh end, guys.
Kelas.
Aku seorang je tu, Im.
Dapat.
Nice.
Sabar.
Kelas dia. Kena.
Lolo.
Nice.
Tolong. Come here. Go, combo ulti.
Matilah kau bangsat.
Mati.
Kelas.
Tarik.
Kaiti.
Kelas.
Nice. Boleh. Sabar, abang.
Nice, low.
Apa tu, Zaid?
Landing dengan tower. Alright. Disiplin. Boleh hand.
Boleh.
Tolong Nishi.
Jauh.
Apa?
Woo, holy cow, what a victory coming in from Orange Esports. From king of reverse sweeps to king of clean. They are looking mighty fine right now and ending this week 2-0.
Now, no one would have expected this kind of result. Yes, Orange Esports, they have been getting stronger and stronger recently, but being able to not just 2-0 clean sweep RED Esports, but do it in such a quick and convincing manner, that is a surprise and a pleasant one.
Yeah, truly pleasant one. I mean, they played out of their mind. Stormy even showing off to his parents, literally with an Amon pick. I don't know if they realize how sick that actually is, but well done to him. Let's go check out the item builds of these pros. Maybe we can figure out what Stormy did different.
Looking at the item builds right now, obviously Orange Esports are going to be ahead. They were ahead the entire game. Stormy's build particularly not too unusual. That is going to be the default sort of Amon build, and I could say the same for the itemization for basically every other player on the map here. All of this, they just come down to Orange Esports executing their strategies better.
Oh man, they were profiting off of those small skirmishes, and I think it really got under RED Esports' skin. Like, a lot of their plans just weren't working out because of just one or two simple mechanical mistakes, and getting punished for it really hurt their mental.
Yeah, and I think if we're talking about hurting mental, the very first play of the game where AIM steals the purple buff away from Zayed, you have to imagine that really made a big impact that resonated through the rest of game 2.
I felt like Zayed recovered pretty well after that, though. Like, he was able to catch up with Akai, but eventually as the game progressed, he never got his purple buff, but yet he still was contributing to the team.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like this Natalia pickup for RED Esports just doesn't quite fit right with their usual style. We've seen Zayed play it, we have seen Miral play it, and both times they've just been outmaneuvered completely by Orange Esports.
Yeah, I think personally, Natalia, it's all about timings and how you affect the lanes. If you're not affecting the lanes, you're wasting time by not giving information. So Natalia, you always have to be proactive on her. So far, Orange Esports win this game out 12-3, 13 minutes into the game. Oh boy.
We've had a lot of quick games today. This is obviously not going to be the fastest one we have seen, but it's also one of the most convincing ones. We can see a damage dealt, damage taken, damage to towers, total heals, all in favor of Orange Esports. And the highest damage is still Stormy on this Amon mid.
Yeah, he outdamages his team. I mean, the burst is really high coming in from Amon, especially when you're below 50% health. You should be very wary. If you're 1/4 of your health, all right, you might survive, roll the dice. If you're 10%, you're guaranteed to die.
And the thing about Amon is, like you mentioned many times during the game, all he has to do is throw that shard and his ultimate will take care of the rest, as they say. Cool guys don't look at explosions here. And Stormy, all he had to do was focus on farming up to the point where he could dish out massive damage with a single ability, and then he doesn't really even need to participate in the fight.
Yeah, it's rather crazy. And most of the time you saw the way that he played, he's basically trying to proc his passive, trying to get as many shards as possible, and then he holds on to it until the catch happens, and then it's way too late. RED Esports cannot react to that, but it's time to reveal our MVP of this game from Orange Esports. Do we think, is it who I think it is? Yes, it's Subway getting the MVP of the game.
Subway did a very good job. Again, on this Akai, he's very comfortable with his hero. When you look at his overall statistics, yes, at first they don't appear to be very impressive. 58% kill participation, only 600 GPM. But you have to remember that he's playing more of a utility jungler here. He is setting up kills and creating space for the rest of his team. And you can see that reflected in his KDA 4-0 and 3.
Yep, I mean, game GPM of 6-2 and 0, pretty average overall, but it's all about those small skirmishes, which resulted in his 58% game kill participation. Honestly, really nicely done here. Subway, I would like to see him on something other than the Akai, but this formula seems to be working well for Orange Esports.
Yeah, if it works, why fix it here? And we can see towards the mid-game, every single time, Subway, he just walks up to the entire team of RED Esports and they all scatter. You just have this panda walking up, all smiles, and everyone is, run away, we're gonna get caught.
They just don't want to get sent to the spirit realm here with a simple skadoosh. That being said, like, look at this. Time after time, these small plants like Miral gets punished so very often on this Natalia. Oh, Wow, that snipe coming in from Balance. At least we got a good look at that one, finally.
Yeah, that's just incredible there. And then again, Orange Esports, once they got a hold of that early game momentum, they did not let it go. You would think here, okay, time to back off. The fight is over. Orange kept going and going over and over again. Every time RED Esports tried to make a play, Orange was like, what can we take advantage of here? Who can we catch out? And RED Esports, normally their positioning is so good in these fights, but Orange is catching them mid-rotation. They're not prepared.
I don't know. The team fighting has been a little lacking so far. There's a lot of disconnect between the players. I definitely think that they have some things to kind of sort out. But let's have a look at the standings so far as Orange Esports now topping the charts, overtaking the Homeboys with that 2-0, still at 100% match win rate with 11 aggregate points.
We have to remember in the previous season, Orange Esports were the young upstarts that were poised to take over the crown, and now they are the team to beat, the top of Group B. As you mentioned, pushing down the Homeboys. RED Esports will unfortunately remain in their 4th place position. If they had gotten this win here, they could have overtaken LUNATIX, but Orange Esports put a stop to those plans.
Oh boy, Group B is becoming more and more competitive here, with 2 teams already achieving above 10 points so far. Group A, Team Hawk, they're sitting with 13 of their own, but breaking into that 10 mark, I mean, I'm not seeing those double digits just yet.
Right now, the season is shaping up to be really exciting because we already saw a lot of action in the first 2 weeks of the season, and suddenly the meta has shifted. Things that we expected have been flipped around on their heads, and it's still only week 3, so who knows what we're going to expect next.
Absolutely. I think personally that the MPL MY is looking real great. They've upgraded mainly because they've decided on what they want to play for, their keys to victory.
If we look at the keys to victory here, obviously, we first mentioned executing potential pickoffs here, and I think just based on the way Orange Esports were playing, they were picking off RED Esports over and over again.
90% pick rate, 90% pickoff rate in terms of their success. Every single time they're about to get a pickoff, there's a 90% chance they're going to do it. They've done it twice, and they only failed once when Stormy tried to catch Ash at the mid turret and died, and then failed again during game 2 when Paquito was trying to kill Ling by the orange buff.
And we also have to mention the Ensure mid laner is undisturbed. This is just, I feel like a lot of it can be attributed to Stormy himself. Like, he really did not get a lot of help from his team. They were focusing on the gold lane, the EXP lane, the jungle quite a bit. They were focusing on objectives, which is the key to victory of Conquer and Control. You could see how many lords, how many turtles they took. But Stormy, he was just playing his own game, and he was dumpstering Ash.
That's the thing. I do want to see what the matchup was looking like, because Valentina, yes, she does have a low HP pool, but when you're up against someone like Amon, half the time he's not really able to clear the waves without receiving some kind of punishment.
It's so surprising to see that Ash was actually losing out on mid control there in that game number 2, especially when you consider that he has already proven in the past that he has no problems playing Valentina. This is not, it's not as if he was out of his element here.
Yeah, I do think that RED Esports just weren't feeling up to it today compared to the previous weeks, but you know, sometimes teams have an off day. This was one of them for RED Esports.
And that is why they need you. Speaking of, these are our They Need You winners up on screen right now. You guys check and see if your comments are rolling at the bottom of the screen, because if they are, you guys are entitled to some special prizes from Moonton.
Yeah, and how they get those special prizes? Well, very simple. They had to have a very supportive comment, usually with a bit of creativity that always helps, but more importantly, they also use that hashtag 10Bersama while including their game ID as well as their server ID to get those rewards straight to their accounts.
Yep, of course, if you guys want to participate, this is unfortunately the end of the day and the end of the week, but we still have many more weeks of the regular season, so make sure you guys participate next time. Shout out your comments of support for the teams, and you may stand a chance to win some prizes. See your comments up on screen right now as well. And we just heard we have hit our 1.2k share milestone. That is our S tier. Thank you very much everyone for clicking on that share button. You guys deserve these rewards.
Yep, S tier rewards for everybody. Thank you to everybody in the English broadcast who has participated as well as contributed to these shares. We appreciate you guys a lot.
Yep, so make sure you guys redeem it. The code is up on screen, but it's not going to be there for very long. And of course, redemptions are limited. I personally have not been successful in getting any of them myself, so it's pretty rough. You guys want to grab this ASAP.
Grab it as quickly as you can. But for now, wow, whew, right at the end of the day, 2 O's all the way through, and then a final wrap-up of getting Tier S being one of the fastest days we've had here at the MPL.
I'm actually impressed considering how quick the games ended today. We still hit that S tier share milestone. So it goes to show there's a lot more of you guys watching and enjoying MPL MY out there. Hopefully we get more of you guys joining our ranks pretty soon. So let's all play a game together. Time for Guess Who?
Our favorite segment here at the desk where we start guessing some of these players or heroes depending on which game it's going to be. But this time it looks like it's a player. Hobbies and trivia is gaming. Real generic, very helpful.
Yep.
Featured heroes Selena, Lilia, and Julian. Birthplace,
Interesting.
Gomba.
This image right now looks like a sim in the shower.
That's too accurate. That's too accurate. I can't look at you right now. It's too accurate. You'll crack me up.
You're not supposed to look at them in the shower anyway.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare. So is it Zyme Senpai, Ash, or Stormy? I legitimately have no idea here.
Yeah, this doesn't really help too much. I feel like all of these players play some combination of these featured heroes. And gaming as a hobby, I don't think there's anyone in this venue right now that can't say that reveals them as well. So let's just see what the answer is. It is Ash.
Oh my goodness, I didn't expect him to look like that because of the mosaic. He's actually doing like a proper pose. I'm like, how does your head like get mosaiced into that position? Well, if you guessed it, it's Ash. I wasn't even confident enough to lock in an answer there. I had zero idea who that was going to be.
That is a pretty nice picture there of Ash. I think he's looking pretty cool there. Nice outfit. So make sure you guys redeem this code. Maybe you can look as cool as Ash as well.
I mean, he's a handsome boy, and that's why, hey man, some of the popular teams have very good looking dudes for obvious reasons. But with that being said, that's going to be the end of our Guess Who segment. Did you get it right? Did you get it wrong? Claim the codes regardless of whether you did. It's just for fun and games.
Of course. Before that, we are going to show you guys what you guys can look forward to next week as well. Since this week is officially over, the games for day 1 of week 4 are going to kick off with Caracal against RED Esports, followed up by SMG versus RSGMY.
Ooh, that's going to be real interesting. Is Red going to redeem themselves? Is Caracal going to get some form of a point against RED Esports? Is SMG going to top the standings, or RSG going to start making their comeback? They've already beaten Todak. If they can beat another former champion, they're just rising to the top.
Yep, more and more spicy games to look forward to. So just because this week has ended doesn't mean you guys should tune out of MPL completely. There's still going to be 5 more weeks of the regular season. And as the season moves on, we're going to get closer and closer to seeing which teams will qualify for the playoffs.
Also, don't forget to get your tickets here at Quill City Mall to check this out. But it feels like there's some rumors up ahead. Looks like we have a bit of a secret to share with you guys. So stay in your seats. You might want to get close and check this out. It's about M4, the World Championship, just around the corner, starting off in January. This is what our players are looking to win at the end of this season. A chance to qualify for the World Championship.
To represent our country on the global scale, M4 will be returning. We're going to be seeing it in Jakarta. So lucky for the people who are already staying there. You guys can just walk over. It's just around the block. The rest of us, though, do have a lot lot to look forward to. 16 teams from probably the most countries we have seen in an M Series tournament.
Oh goodness, that sounds like a really long swim from here all the way there, man. But 16 teams is going to be one of the biggest competitions of the year. Hopefully you guys don't miss it, so please plan around those dates. You can't miss this out.
Yeah, it's gonna be something all of us want to watch. I'm very curious whether or not we'll be watching it from behind the screen with you guys or whether or not we will be live at the venue. Guess we'll find out. But before that arrives, we of course have to talk about the end of MPL too. As we mentioned, the players are playing super hard this season because they want those chances to qualify for M4.
Oh my goodness, it's been a long week. I've been casting every single one of these days. It's like Season 9 all over again. But so far, these games have been absolutely fire, and the level up for MPL MY, astounding.
Yeah, really entertaining to watch, exhilarating gameplay so far, and I'm excited to see more, but that will be next week. For now, we're going to be ending our broadcast today. Thank you everyone for joining us. We hope to see you guys next time. Join us. We'll see you then.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.